Chapter 1. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Mike Nash glanced anxiously at his watch, and then eyed the twin flat-screen monitors. Both prisoners were sleeping soundly. If all went according to plan, their slumber wouldn't last much longer. The prisoners had been picked up 7 days earlier on a routine patrol. At the time, the young GIs had no idea whom they had stumbled upon. That revelation came later, and by accident. The brass at the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan quickly separated the two men from the other 396 enemy combatants and alerted Washington. Nash was one of the first people called. The secure phone began ringing at 2:23 in the morning the previous Sunday. The watch officer at the National Counterterrorism Center gave him the news. Nash thanked him, hung up, and contemplated whether or not he should get out of bed and head into the office. Catching a couple of high-value targets was exciting, but Nash knew from experience that people would be tripping over each other trying to take credit. Having just returned from London, he needed the sleep a hell of a lot more than he needed recognition. Less than a minute later, the phone started up again. This time it was his boss's boss, Irene Kennedy, the director of the CIA. Nash listened without comment for a good 20 seconds and then replied, "I'm on it." With that, he kissed his wife, got out of bed, threw on some comfortable travel clothes, checked on each of his 4 kids, grabbed his go bag, which was always packed, left a brief note by the coffee pot, and was out the door. Given his job, it was all too likely that his family wouldn't be surprised by Nash's absence when they awoke. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the private airstrip and climbed aboard a fully prepped Gulfstream 5. As soon as they were airborne, Nash's thoughts turned to the 2 prisoners. He didn't need to look at their files. He had already memorized them. He'd been building them for years, each time a new piece of intelligence came in. That was one of Mike Nash's gifts. It didn't matter if it was baseball stats or the details on the who's who of terrorists around the world. If he read it, he could recall it. Nash began to construct his line of questioning. With as much instinct as logic, he laid his traps and anticipated their lies. It would likely take weeks to completely break them, but they would talk. They always did. Somewhere over the eastern Atlantic, he received his first secure message that there was a problem. As the plane raced along at 47,000 feet, the drama unfolded via a painful exchange of updates from Langley. 3 senators who had been at the base on a fact-finding mission had caught wind of the 2 new detainees and requested to see them. The base commander, through either sheer stupidity or a calculated desire to please those who could advance his career, relented and let the senators sit down with the high-ranking prisoners. If Nash had been forced to compile a list of the 3 politicians he most despised, 2 of these fact-finders would have been on it, and the 3rd would have made honorable mention. As chairman of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, the Senate Committee on Armed Services, and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, they were a powerful group. They also happened to despise the CIA. After their 1-hour meeting with the prisoners, the 3 senators told the base commander in very stark terms that his ass was on the line. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee went one step further and told him if the Geneva Conventions weren't followed to the letter, she would haul him before her committee and make him answer for his crimes in front of the American people. The fact that one of the prisoners had earned his stripes with the Taliban by blowing up coalition-built schools with little Afghani children in them seemed to be of little consequence to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Neither did she care that the prisoners and their organization were not signatories of the Geneva Conventions. Apparently she had other priorities. Affording tolerance, respect, and compassion to the bigoted, sadistic, and cold-hearted sounded very noble in principle, but in reality it was a great way to lose a war. One of the most difficult aspects of Nash's job was dealing with the opportunistic politicians he answered to. These same senators had clamored for action in the months after the attacks on New York and Washington. Behind closed doors, they expressed concern that the CIA wasn't being aggressive enough with their interrogation techniques. They pushed for the use of extreme measures, and gave Langley assurances they would be protected. Now Nash was reminded of the fable about the scorpion who promises the frog he will not sting him if the frog gives him a ride across the river. They were now halfway across the river, and just like in the fable, instincts had taken over, the stinger was out, and they were all on the verge of drowning. Nash looked at the two prisoners sleeping peacefully in their warm, clean beds. On the left screen was Abu Haghani, a senior Taliban commander in charge of suicide operations in Afghanistan. It was estimated that his attacks had claimed the lives of more than 3,000 civilians and another 43 coalition soldiers. The man was notorious for intentionally targeting women and children in an effort to intimidate his fellow Afghanis from cooperating with coalition forces. The second man was Mohammed al-Haq, the Taliban's liaison with al-Qaeda and one of Mullah Omar's most trusted aides. While Nash unashamedly relished the thought of inflicting severe pain on Haghani, it was al-Haq who interested him most. The man was an integral link between al-Qaeda and the Taliban. The secrets he held would be invaluable. Nash had been allowed a maximum of 4 hours with each man per day for the first 3 days. Everything was strictly supervised and recorded. No stress positions, no sleep deprivation, no loud music or yelling, no hitting or slapping, no manipulation of diet, and no manipulation of temperature in their cells. Even the mere threat of physical violence had to be approved by lawyers back in Washington. On Wednesday, Nash's session was ended early when he told al-Haq that he had spoken to General Abdul Rashid Dostum. The former Northern Alliance commander and leader of the Uzbek community was widely known for his hatred of the Taliban. Nash told al-Haq that he had arranged to have him transferred to Dostum's custody in the morning. Al-Haq nearly shit a brick over the prospect of being handed over to a man who was every bit as vicious as he and his colleagues. The fear in al-Haq's eyes was obvious. Nash watched him closely as the prisoner searched for a way to forestall the nightmare. Nash had put dozens of men in this situation before. They always looked down at first and then nervously to the left and then the right as they scrambled to come up with something that would save their asses. The truth didn't matter so much at first. Nash just wanted them talking. He could sort out the lies later. Unfortunately, just as al-Haq was about to start talking, an Air Force officer burst into the room and stopped the questioning. Nash was put on the phone with the Justice Department lawyers back in D.C. and warned that he had crossed the line. The incident set off a firestorm between the CIA, the White House, the Justice Department, and Senator Barbara Lonsdale, the chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee. While the lawyers argued, Nash began to look for a way to get around the wall rather than over it. That was when he put a call in to Mitch Rapp. Nash glanced at his wristwatch. It was a few minutes before midnight. Rapp and the cavalry were due to arrive any minute. The two sleeping thugs were in for a rude awakening. They'd been given 3 square meals a day, beds nicer than the cot Nash was sleeping on, prayer rugs, a fresh copy of the Koran, and hot showers. Their defiance had grown with each passing day as they realized they would not be subjected to torture. That false sense of security was about to vanish in a very real and possibly violent way. Chapter 2. Triple Frontier, South America. The man walked slowly around the room, his hands clasped firmly behind his back. He observed the 7 men seated at the rough-hewn plank table with growing concern. It had been 6 months since they'd left Pakistan, and still they weren't ready. They were close, but that was not good enough. The slightest misstep could bring disaster, as it had to others who had gone before them. Karim Nur al-Din thought back on their journey and all of the painstaking work he had put into forming his elite unit. They had traveled to Peshawar as a group, handed in their weapons, cut their hair, shaved their beards, and had photos taken for their new passports. A week later, each man took possession of an expertly forged set of documents, 2 credit cards, and plane tickets. Some traveled through Africa, others the Orient and the Pacific Rim. Not one of them, however, traveled through Europe, Australia, or the United States. They were off limits. 2 weeks later they converged on one of the world's most wicked and depraved cities. Karim had never been to Ciudad del Este, and it would not have been his first choice. But as soon as Ayman al-Zawahiri had suggested it, Karim knew that was where he was going. The number 2 man in al-Qaeda was rarely open to suggestions and never open to debate. Those who had been bold or foolish enough to argue with him were all gone. So, when Zawahiri suggested the remote South American city, Karim simply nodded and reasoned he would make it work. He arrived in the city first, and after spending 1 day roaming its filthy streets, he decided he would have to risk Zawahiri's wrath and move his men. Ciudad del Este was run by drug dealers, flesh merchants, gun runners, and mobsters. Counterfeiting of currency as well as products was rampant. There were more gambling houses than houses of worship. Tax cheats, rapists, pedophiles, and murderers all ran to Ciudad del Este to evade the long arm of the law. Perfectly located in the triple frontier where Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina came together, the city was a free-for-all. The competing authorities, the dense jungle, and the murky water of the Paraná River combined to create a toxic stew of all things illicit. Zawahiri had even gone so far as to tell him that he would like Ciudad del Este. He said the city would remind him of Peshawar, the Pakistani city that was the main supply center in their struggle to expel the infidels from their lands. But the only things the 2 cities had in common were drugs, guns, and poor people. Other than that, they couldn't have been more different. Peshawar was a city on a war footing. It was a city with many opinions and clans, but a unified purpose. It was a city on a religious mission. Ciudad del Este was a godless place. Chinese, Mexicans, Colombians, Syrians, Lebanese, Palestinians, Euro trash, Russian thugs, and every other sort of reprobate roamed its streets, each person caring only about himself. There was no larger purpose, no restraint whatsoever. The very lawlessness of the place was bound to attract the attention of the Americans. Karim reasoned the CIA would have little trouble penetrating the various factions. He imagined their intelligence assets crawling all over the city of nearly 200,000. With their endless sums of cash and their technological advantage, it would be easy for them to discover what was going on. He and his men would be photographed within the week, and within the month they would begin to disappear, just like the other teams that had been dispatched. If the Americans, British and French, weren't afraid to grab his fellow warriors off the streets of major European cities, what would stop them from doing it in this lawless place? Karim spent 2 days searching for a solution and then stumbled across something that he thought might work. He met a Lebanese arms dealer who had been implicated in the assassination of Prime Minister Rafik Hariri. After 2 years of living on the run, his name had finally been cleared, no doubt because large amounts of cash were given to the right people. Now he was returning to his native Lebanon. The man had a remote parcel of land he was looking to unload. With a hushed tone and conspiratorial glance, he explained to Karim that it was the perfect place to get away from the city. The man was right. The 250-acre site had been cut out of the rainforest and was accessible only by helicopter or on foot. The closest road was almost 10 miles away, but the trek through the rainforest made it feel more like 100 miles. The site's buildings consisted of nothing more than concrete slabs, corrugated metal roofs, and screens running along the perimeter. There was a diesel generator to run the lights. Considering his lack of options, Karim thought the place was perfect. He bought it all for $50,000 and had the money wired to the man's account. His men, who had arrived by then, were transported to the camp and the training began in earnest. That had been nearly 6 months ago, and they had come a long way in a relatively short time. Karim looked down with satisfaction as the first man finished assembling his bomb. It was Farid, of course. He was always first. 3 more men completed the task in quick order. Karim checked his watch. Not so long ago it took them almost an hour to assemble the bombs. The goal was 10 minutes or less. They were at 9 and counting. 2 more men finished with seconds to spare, leaving Zakaria as the only one to fail. The lone Egyptian in the group set down his tools and looked up with a sheepish smile. "My uncle would be very disappointed." A couple of the men chuckled. Karim did not. He found none of this amusing. They were scheduled to depart in a few days, and thanks to this idiot sitting before him, they were not ready. Karim had driven them without rest for nearly 6 months, in an effort to hone them into elite warriors. He had succeeded with at least 4 of them. 2 more were adequate, but he would have to keep a close eye on them. 1 was a total failure, and he was holding them back. Karim turned away from the group and looked through the rusty screen at the steady rain. He felt isolated. Everything was foreign about this place. It was too lush, too humid, and there were far too many bugs. The desert was a much better place to commune with Allah, and the high altitude of Afghanistan was a much, much better place to discuss tactics with the other leaders. He missed the counsel and advice of his equals. He was alone in the jungle, faced with an extremely difficult decision. He had to decide what to do about Zakaria, and he had to do it quickly. Chapter 3. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Nash heard them coming, as did the airman sitting at the duty desk. The young man from Arkansas checked the flat-screen monitor. A look of concern spread across his face. Nash knew he was looking at the video feed from the security camera mounted at the main door. Bagram Air Base was a busy place even at 12:21 in the morning, but most of the action was taking place over on the flight line. The Taliban liked to move at night, so the Air Force and Army pilots were out hunting. Forward operating bases were being resupplied with bundle drops. Special forces teams were loading up for insertions, and the wounded were coming in and going out. The base occupied some 840 acres and averaged more than 4,000 personnel at any given time. It was a city unto itself, but even so, the building they were in was off the beaten path. The main internment facility sat near the middle of the base, nearly a half-mile away. The Hilton, as they liked to call it, was fully automated with surveillance devices built into each of the 8 cells and 2 interrogation rooms. All cell doors, as well as the main steel door that led to the cells, had to be remotely opened from the control shack. There were only 2 ways in and out, and both required the proper ID card and passcode. Nash had given Rapp both in advance. Nash casually strolled over to the desk and asked, "What's up, Seth?" The 19-year-old looked anxious. "It looks like we've got some unexpected guests." "Who is it?" Nash asked, knowing damn well who it was. "I don't know." There was a metallic clicking noise as the locking mechanism on the main door was released. Footsteps could be heard, and then 6 men wearing olive, drab, and tan airman battle uniforms, or ABUs, entered the room. Mitch Rapp led the group. He had a black eagle on each side of his collar, which meant he outranked the airman by a mile. As he approached the desk, the airman jumped to his feet and snapped off a salute. Rapp returned it and said, "As you were. Are you Airman First Class Seth Jackson?" "Yes, sir." "I'm Colonel Carville, Air Force Office of Special Investigations." Rapp's right hand shot out to the side. He snapped his fingers, and the man behind him placed an envelope in his palm. Rapp retrieved the letter from the envelope and held it up so the young airman could read it. "This is from the Secretary of the Air Force," Rapp said in a commanding, clipped voice, "authorizing me to take temporary command of this interrogation facility. Do you have any questions, Jackson?" The young airman nervously shook his head from side to side. "No, sir." "Good." Rapp turned to Nash and eyeballed him from head to toe. Nash was wearing an olive-drab flight suit with no name or rank. "Who are you?" Nash grinned. "I'm afraid that's on a need-to-know basis, Colonel." "OGA," Rapp said in disgust. The acronym stood for Other Government Agency, which was a euphemism for the CIA. "You goddamn spooks, you're more trouble than you're worth." Rapp turned back to Jackson. "You're on duty until 0700? "That's correct, sir." "Follow me, you too," he said to Nash. Rapp led them back through the doorway. There were offices on the left and the right. Rapp opened the door on the left and said to one of the men in his entourage, "Chief, remove the phone and keyboard from this office and make sure this spook doesn't leave until I say so." Rapp walked across the hall and opened the other door. Looking at the young airman, Rapp said, "Jackson, in here. I'm going to assume I can trust you not to make any phone calls. No emails. No communication at all. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Grab some shut-eye on the couch and don't leave this room unless I say so. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." Rapp shut the door, walked back across the hall, and opened the other office door. Nash was standing on the other side with a big grin on his face. The two men shook hands and then walked back down the hallway past the control room and into a small cafeteria. 4 of the 5 men who had entered with Rapp were waiting. Nash walked up to the oldest man in the group and extended his hand. "General Dostum, thank you for making the trip." At 5'8", the general was 4 inches shorter than both Nash and Rapp. His most striking feature was the contrast between his black beard and close-cropped gray hair. The former Northern Alliance general slapped Nash's hand away and gave him a big hug. He laughed, and in heavily accented English said, "I would do anything for you, Mike." Nash had been the first American to meet with General Dostum after the assassination of Northern Alliance commander Ahmad Shah Massoud. He paved the way for the arrival of warriors from the U.S. Army's 5th Special Forces Group and an eventual offensive that dislodged the Taliban from the north. Dostum had been a ruthless warlord and one of Afghanistan's largest exporters of opium, but he was also very loyal to those who had helped him wrest his land from the Taliban and al-Qaeda. Nash regarded Dostum and said, "Even if it means getting you in trouble with the U.S. military?" "Your military has more important things to be concerning itself with. It would be wise for them to turn all prisoners over to me." "Wouldn't that be nice?" Rapp looked at his watch and said, "General, we're a little short on time. To be safe, we should be finished and out of here by 0600. That leaves us about 5.5 hours. Rapp turned his attention to Nash. "You want to cover anything before we get started?" Nash had put a lot of thought into the best way to utilize their time. He had decided that he and Dostum would handle al-Haq, while Rapp would be in charge of interrogating Haghani. They'd already gone over their strategy, but with Rapp involved, Nash felt one thing bore repeating. "Remember, no marks." "How do you expect me to get him to talk?" Rapp complained. "Be creative." "I can't just shoot him in the knees?" General Dostum nodded enthusiastically at the idea. The two of them made Nash very nervous. "Guys, we can't leave any marks." Rapp smiled. "Don't worry. I brought along something special." Rapp looked across the room and said, "Marcus, did you bring the rats?" Chapter 4. Triple Frontier, South America. Karim had fought against the Americans in Afghanistan and seen firsthand the effects of their training. His fellow jihadists liked to claim that the Americans' impressive kill ratio was due solely to the fact that they controlled the skies, but Karim knew otherwise. He had come up against their hunter-killer teams, autonomous deep-penetration units that wreaked havoc behind enemy lines. Karim had been in the region only a month when they received a report from the locals that a single American helicopter had dropped off 7 men on a nearby peak. Shortly after midnight, Karim's commander ordered a full assault on the position. Nearly 200 men participated in the attack. 2 platoons of roughly 30 men apiece started up the mountain, while the rest of the men were held in reserve. The first group attacked from the east, and the second from the west. The lead elements of both groups made it to within 10 meters of the peak, and then everything went wrong. From their elevated and fortified position, the Americans sprung their trap. A total of 5 men made it back down the mountain without injury. The wounded were left to cry for help in the cold mountain air. The undisciplined commander immediately ordered a second attack and called for the mortar teams to open fire. They quickly learned the Americans had a sniper with them. All 6 men manning the 3 mortar tubes were killed within seconds of firing their first round. Another wave of 60 men headed up the mountain, this time firing as they went. 2 hours later, a handful of men limped off the mountain, swearing a company of rangers was dug in on the peak. The commander would hear none of it. He turned to Karim and ordered him to take his newly formed unit of 38 Saudi freedom fighters and attack the position. Karim looked back on that night as a defining moment in his life. He understood the situation both tactically and psychologically. The commander was Taliban and had been in charge of the area prior to the American towers coming down. If word got out that he couldn't dislodge 7 Americans from his own backyard, he would be humiliated. The man would rather waste 200 good men than face the public embarrassment. Standing in the mountains that night, Karim was overcome with an incredible sense of calm. He didn't bother to argue with the commander. He knew if he refused the order he would be branded a coward and sent back to Saudi Arabia to live the rest of his life in humiliation. If he led his men up the hill, it was likely he would be killed along with many of his men. With his options limited, he decided on the most simple, straightforward solution there was. Karim pulled out his pistol, shot the commander in the head, and took charge. He sent runners for more men and artillery and had the wounded evacuated. In the half-light of dawn, just as the lone artillery piece was being moved into position, Karim heard the steady thumping of a helicopter fighting to stay aloft in the thin mountain air. As the noise grew, he grabbed a pair of high-powered binoculars and focused on the peak. He watched in awe as 7 men climbed into the belly of the American beast and disappeared over the other side of the ridge. After that lopsided engagement, Karim had thrown himself into studying the American Special Forces. What he quickly learned was that it was not simply better weapons and tactics that made them so effective. It was selection and training. Of the 7 men now seated at the table, he had commanded 5 of them in Afghanistan and had handpicked them for the operation. The other 2 were foisted on him by Zawahiri. The arrogant man had insisted they were 2 of his best. When Karim found out that Zakaria was Zawahiri's nephew, things became more clear. The talentless hack had been sent along to keep an eye on things and report back to his uncle. The Egyptian was dragging the rest of the team down. He finished last in every exercise, and because of him the success of the mission was now in jeopardy. Karim thought of the Americans and their training. The selection process for their elite units was grueling. Some of them, like the SEALs, had an 80% rate of attrition. Karim tried to remember the word they used. It had something to do with water. After a moment it came to him. They called it washing out. Karim liked the phrase. It had a religious undertone to it, like washing away the impure or unworthy. He looked down at Zakaria. Sending him back to his uncle was very risky for 2 reasons. The first, Zawahiri was liable to cut off their funding and recall the entire team. The second, the half-wit was likely to get picked up by a customs official somewhere along the way and expose the entire operation. Karim had another moment of clarity. The Egyptian's smug face and half-finished bomb made the decision all that much easier. The mission was more important than any one man. Karim drew his 9mm pistol from his thigh holster, pointed it at Zakaria's head, and shot him. Chapter 5. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Nash approached the cell bay door and listened for a buzzing noise that would tell him the lock had been released. Rapp was right on his heels, breathing down his neck like a bull ready to enter the ring. Between the 2 of them they had interrogated well over 100 terrorists, informants, and enemy combatants. On 9 previous occasions they had combined their talents and pried open the minds of men such as Abu Haghani and Muhammad al-Haq. Sucked them dry over a period of months. Individually, Rapp and Nash were very effective. Combined, they were like a hurricane, Relentless, swirling, pounding, and then the final surge. There was no doubt they could break them. The only question was, could they do it in such a short period of time? There was a clicking noise and then a steady buzz. Nash shoved open the door and they moved into the cell bay. There were 4 cells on the left and 4 on the right, with a wide walkway down the middle. Each cell was a self-contained cube, elevated 1 foot off the ground, with a gap of a foot between each pair of cells. In addition to the cells being wired for video and sound, the doors were made out of one-way plexiglass. Nash and Rapp marched the length of the cell bay and stopped at the last door on the right. Nash reached out and hit the light switch. If it had been up to him, the lights would have stayed on 24/7. But the Air Force was running the show. Rapp looked in on the prisoner, the wrinkles on his brow showing his disapproval. They didn't shave his head or beard? No. Rapp's frown deepened, and he mumbled a few curses to himself. The Detainee Treatment Act says it's degrading, said Nash with feigned earnestness. Degrading, Rapp said gruffly. The guy lives in a cave 9 months out of the year. His specialty is convincing the parents of Down syndrome kids to let him use their children as suicide bombers. The word degrading isn't in his vocabulary. Nash would make no effort to defend the rights of an animal such as Haghani, but tonight would be unlike any of their previous efforts. He needed to keep Rapp from going too far, from leaving marks that would be seen by the military interrogators in the morning. We both know he's a piece of shit, and any other time I couldn't care less what you do to him. But you're going to have to pull your punches tonight. The only assurance Rapp was willing to give him was a slight nod. Let's get started. We're wasting time. Nash grabbed a small digital 2-way radio from his pocket, clicked the transmit button, and said, Marcus, open number 8 for me, please. As soon as the door buzzed, Rapp yanked it open and stepped into the small cell. In a booming voice, he yelled, Good morning, sunshine! Rapp snatched the covers off Haghani and screamed, Time to get up, you piece of shit! Abu Haghani was wearing an orange prisoner jumpsuit. He rolled over with the look of a feral dog on his face and let loose a gob of spit that hit Rapp in the chin. Rapp blinked once before letting loose a slew of curse words. I forgot to tell you he's a spitter, Nash cautioned. God damn it! Rapp yelled as he drew his sleeve across his face, his temper flaring. Haghani kicked his legs and began thrashing at Rapp. Rapp jumped back quickly and almost tripped over Nash. He caught his balance and then caught Haghani's right ankle as it came within inches of striking him in the nuts. Rapp grabbed the foot with both hands and took a big step back, yanking the terrorist from his bed. Haghani hit the floor with a thud, and before he could recover, Rapp twisted the foot 90 degrees to the left. The move caused Haghani to straighten out and expose his groin. Rapp turned 180 degrees and brought the heel of his jump boot crashing down. There was a whoosh of air as the wind was driven from Haghani's lungs. The man groaned loudly and reached to protect his crotch. Swearing loudly in Dari, Rapp dragged a far more cooperative Haghani from the cell and started down the hall. Nash rushed ahead and opened the next door. As Rapp reached the threshold, Haghani came to life again. He pulled himself forward and grabbed onto Rapp's right leg. He opened his mouth wide and went for Rapp's thigh. Rapp saw it coming, and just as Haghani's teeth were about to connect, Rapp unleashed an elbow strike that caught the Afghani above the right eye. The blow hit with such force that Haghani's head snapped back, and then his whole upper body collapsed to the floor. His eyes rolled back into his head, and his entire body went limp. A thin line of crimson about an inch long appeared where the terrorist's right eyebrow ended. That's all it was for a second or two, and then the blood began cascading from the cut. "For Christ's sake, Mitch," said a wide-eyed Nash. "What did you want me to do, let him bite me?" "No, but you didn't have to cut him." Nash bent over for a closer look. "I think he's going to need stitches." "There's nothing we can do about it now." Rapp grabbed Haghani by the feet again and pulled him through the door, down the hall, and into the interrogation room on the left. 2 men were inside, waiting. "Put him in the chair and tie him down," Rapp ordered. "I don't want him moving, and if he spits on you, you have my permission to slap the shit out of him." Rapp walked back out in the hallway and into the cell bay. Nash was waiting in front of the first cell on the left. There, sitting on the edge of the bed with prayer beads in hand, was Mohammed al-Haq. The 49-year-old senior Taliban member looked more like he was 70. His hair and beard were almost completely gray. His posture and gnarled hands spoke to the harsh life he had lived while fighting for almost 30 straight years. First as a revolutionary in the 70s, fighting against his own government, then for the Soviets in the early 80s when it looked like they would win, and then for the Mujahideen when the tide turned against the Soviets. After the conflict with the Soviets, al-Haq worked with the various factions of the Northern Alliance, including General Dostum, before he yet again switched sides and jumped over to join up with the Taliban as they rolled to victory. Al-Haq was the ultimate opportunist. His past indicated he would be very easy to turn. Nash opened the cell door and said, "Mohammed, I'm afraid the time has come." The bearded man looked up at him with nervous eyes. There would be no spitting or kicking. "For?" he asked in English. "To reacquaint you with your old friend, General Dostum." The man looked heavily at his prayer beads and then, at the urging of Nash, got to his feet. The three of them left the cell bay and entered the other interrogation room. Nash placed al-Haq in a chair with his back to the door. Rapp walked around the other side of the table, leaned over and placed both hands on the surface and stared into the prisoner's eyes. In Dari he asked, "Mohammed, do you know who I am?" The prisoner hesitated and then looked up. His eyes searched Rapp's face for a moment, and then he nodded. "Do you think you have been treated well during your stay with the United States Air Force?" Nash asked. "Yes." "Well, the party is over, Mohammed," Rapp said as he moved around the table. "I brought your old buddy General Dostum down here from Mazar-i-Sharif. He's eagerly anticipating your reunion." He glanced warily at Rapp, and with as much conviction as he could muster said, "I do not believe the general is here. If he was, he would be standing in front of me right now." Nash and Rapp shared a look that al-Haq construed as nervous. The terrorist wiped his sweaty palms on his jumpsuit and added, "I have become a student of your country. I see how important it is for your leaders to feel that they are enlightened and compassionate. They would never allow me to be turned over to an animal like General Dostum. The senators I met with earlier in the week assured me that I would be treated humanely." Rapp laughed. Nash shook his head. Al-Haq allowed himself a smile at what he thought was a small victory. "Your thinking," Nash said, "is not far from the truth, but you left out one important thing. We're CIA. We don't play by the rules. Our job, our only job, as ordered by the President, is to hunt down and kill you and your merry band of backward, bigoted nutjobs. Now, you may have found some comfort in the assurances of those politically correct senators who visited you earlier in the week, but let me tell you something. They have the shortest memories of any animal on the planet. We've assured the President that, in our opinion, an attack on the continental United States is imminent. He has talked to each of those senators, two of whom are up for re-election, and asked them how they're going to explain their behavior to their constituents if the U.S. is hit by a terrorist attack." Nash was making all of it up. There had been no discussion with the President, and therefore the President had not gone to the senators in question. They were way off the reservation, but the prisoner did not need to know that. "Those senators bailed on your ass like that." Rapp snapped his fingers. "So it's down to two choices for you. You either talk to General Dostum, or you talk to us. With us, it's only going to be as painful as you make it. With General Dostum, it'll be painful. You will sleep in your own shit for as long as he keeps you alive. He will allow his men to do unspeakable things to you. You will experience pain that you didn't think possible. You will beg him to kill you. And after he has had his fun, he most certainly will." Rapp took a step back, folded his arms, and shrugged. "With us, as long as you cooperate, you will most certainly live. In 20 years or so, you will probably be set free. You can even look forward to playing with your grandchildren someday." "The choice is simple," said Nash, almost pleading with the man to make things easy. The Afghani's face was pinched in thought, like a card player trying to decide if he should fold or put everything in the pot. After a long moment he looked up and said, "I do not believe you. If General Dastum was here, he would be standing in front of me." "Well, that can be arranged," said Nash, as he moved across the room. He opened the door and left the small interrogation room. Rapp smiled at him. "You're an idiot. The general wants you so bad he's offered me money. 50,000 cash if I look the other way and let him take you back to Mazar-i-Sharif. And you know how much this man likes his cash." Nash returned with the general a few seconds later. Dastum approached Al-Haq from behind and placed both hands on the man's shoulders. There was an obvious physical contrast between the two men. Dastum was carrying an extra 20 pounds at least, whereas Al-Haq was emaciated from years of living on the run in the mountains. "Mohammed, I have looked forward to this for years." Dastum spoke in Uzbeki, which Rapp and Nash did not understand as well as Dari. "I have many things planned for you. There are many of your old friends who can't wait to see you." Nash watched Al-Haq close his eyes. He tried to stand, but Dastum's powerful hands kept him in place. Nash cleared his throat. "I think we should allow you two a few minutes alone." "That is a wonderful idea," Dastum said, switching to English. "Please send in my bodyguards." As Rapp and Nash started for the door, the terrified Al-Haq began pleading with them to stay. Chapter 6. Captain Trevor Leland stopped outside the door, reached for the knob, and froze with indecision. When you worked for a man like General Garrison, this was one of those moments that could make or break your career. The base commander liked his sleep and had left specific orders not to be disturbed. Leland thought of how Garrison would react to the intrusion and lost his nerve. He withdrew his hand and began walking away. After a few steps, though, he slowed his pace and started to reconsider. He'd been an aide to Brigadier General Scott Garrison for 9 months, and found it extremely difficult to satisfy the man. It was by far the most tasking assignment he'd had in his 6 years in the Air Force. Garrison, like Leland, was an Air Force Academy graduate. That was about where their common ground ended, however. They disagreed drastically on how to lead and be led. Leland thought of his own career. The general wasn't likely to do him any favors, even if he performed to expectations. There was something the general didn't like about him. Leland thought he knew what it was, but he didn't want to admit it. He was a charmer. He'd figured out pretty much every CO he'd served under and been able to win them over. Not this time, though. Garrison was a tough nut, and Leland was having a really hard time trying to figure out how to turn things around. He had even tried to win over the other officers on Garrison's staff, but so far he had received little sympathy. For at least the 10th time in as many minutes, Leland went over his options. If he woke him up, and it turned out to be nothing, Garrison would make his glum job downright miserable. If he didn't wake him, though, and the rumors proved to be true, Leland shuddered at the mere thought of what would happen. He remembered the senators who had been at the base earlier in the week. Leland had gone out of his way to smooth things over and make sure the politicians had everything they needed. Garrison wasn't about to do it. He hated the politicians and dignitaries who came rolling through his base for a photo op so they could tell their constituents or friends that they had been over there, that they'd been to the war zone and survived. So it was up to Leland to kiss their asses. He knew how the game was played. Powerful senators regularly lobbied on behalf of the officers they liked. Leland had promised them that the prisoners would be treated humanely and by the book. One of the senators had told him they'd better be, or she would haul his ass before the Armed Services Committee and eat him for lunch. Leland thought about the senator's words as he laid out his options yet again. If he woke him up, and it was for nothing, Garrison would go nuts. He was scheduled to go on leave in 10 days and planned to meet a couple of academy buddies in Istanbul. He'd been looking forward to it for months. If this turned out to be nothing, Garrison wouldn't hesitate to punish him by canceling his leave. If he let him sleep, on the other hand, and the rumors turned out to be true, the man would do a lot more than cancel his leave. He would probably have him transferred to one of the tiny fire bases up in the mountains where he could expect to be shelled once or twice a day. Leland took a deep breath and made his decision. A fire base was a far worse punishment than missing Istanbul. Leland moved quickly now. He didn't want to lose his nerve. He tapped lightly on the door, even though he knew it would do no good. The general was a sound sleeper. Gently opening the door, Leland walked over to the bed and cleared his throat. "Excuse me, sir." The general kept snoring, so Leland reached out and repeated himself. The general didn't stir. Leland grimaced and lightly touched the general's shoulder. General Garrison flinched and made a loud snorting noise as he snatched a breath. He rolled over and said, "What? Who is it?" "It's me, Captain Leland, sir." "Leland, what in the hell do you want?" Garrison growled through a dry throat. "I thought I told you not to disturb me." "You did, sir, but there's something that I thought I should bring to your attention." He took a step back. "Something," General Garrison said in an irritated voice as he sat up. "This had better be good, Captain, or you're going to be out calling in close air support for the rest of your tour." Leland took a dry gulp, his worst fears confirmed. It seemed he would never be able to satisfy the man. "A plane arrived shortly after midnight, sir." "Planes arrive all the time," Garrison snarled. "This is an air base, Captain. That's what happens. Planes land and planes take off." Leland was suddenly regretting his decision, but there was no turning back. "I think it might involve the prisoners, sir. The two high-value ones." The news had a sobering effect on the general. "What do you mean, the two prisoners?" "The plane was an Air Force G-3. 6 men deplaned, all wearing BDUs. They had 2 Humvees waiting for them." "Who are they?" Leland grew increasingly nervous. The next piece of information had been passed along as a rumor. "I have not been able to verify this, sir, but I was told by someone on the flight line the men are from the Office of Special Investigations." Garrison threw back his blanket and swung his feet onto the floor. After mumbling a few curses, he looked up at his aide and said, "Office of Special Investigations?" "Yes, sir." "How long have you known?" "About 40 minutes, sir." The general stood. "Air Force Office of Special Investigations arrives on my base unannounced in the middle of the night, and it takes you 40 minutes to notify me?" Leland stood ramrod straight and looked over the top of the general's head. "Sir, you left specific orders not to be disturbed." "I left specific orders not to be bothered with all of the trivial bullshit that you think is important. When the Office of Special Investigation shows up in the middle of the night, it's about as bad as it gets for a CO. It ranks just an ass hair under a plane crashing or attack on the base." "I'm sorry, sir." "Where are they now?" "I'm not sure, sir, but I think they might be at the Hilton." Garrison was in the midst of pulling on his flight suit. He stopped with both feet in and fixed a stare on the young captain. "The Hilton?" "Yes, sir." The anger spread across the general's face. "How in the hell did you ever graduate from the United States Air Force Academy?" Chapter 7. Nash and Rapp had made it clear to General Dastum that, as much as they would like to hand al-Haq over to him, it wasn't going to happen. The general was reluctant at first, but when Rapp offered to deposit a sizable amount of cash in his bank in Geneva, the general agreed to the plan with enthusiasm. The little charade had been rehearsed in advance and was so far proceeding according to plan. Nash reasoned that once al-Haq agreed to talk, Dastum would be the perfect person to initiate the interrogation. The two men had fought alongside each other for 11 years. Al-Haq had committed his unforgivable sin during a pitched battle against the Taliban for the city of Mazar-i-Sharif. When it became obvious that the Taliban was going to carry the day, al-Haq crossed over with his men and switched his allegiance. Dastum was forced to retreat and eventually flee the country. Al-Haq would think long and hard before he lied to his former friend. Nash and Rapp monitored the first few minutes of the session from a one-way viewing window. When it was obvious that Dastum wasn't going to choke al-Haq to death, Nash relaxed a bit. His plan was to move on to the other prisoner while Dastum got things rolling. He turned and looked at Marcus Dumont, who was sitting behind the watch desk. Rapp had brought him from Langley. The 31-year-old was the clandestine service's resident genius when it came to security systems and computers. "You getting all this?" Nash asked. "Yep," Dumont answered. "And you have control of the cameras? Base security isn't catching any of this?" Rapp had made Dumont shave his afro for the trip, and he couldn't stop rubbing his newly polished head. He looked at Nash the same way he looked at anyone who dared question his ability to work magic. "Base security is looking at a 1-hour loop of every camera in this facility. I am recording the interrogations, both audio and video, onto this flash drive." Dumont held up a small silver box no bigger than a checkbook. "Good." Nash turned back to Rapp and said, "Are you ready for a little fire and brimstone?" "In a minute. Where do they keep the towels?" "Storage closet over here." Nash led Rapp down another hall and opened the door to a janitor's closet where fresh orange coveralls, bedding, and towels for the prisoners were kept. Rapp grabbed a towel and wet it in the mop sink. Already concerned over the cut above Hagani's eye, Nash asked, "What do you have in mind?" Rapp wrung out the towel and said, "You've seen this type before. The only thing you can do is beat on him until he heals." "Mitch, we have to be careful." "Don't worry. No matter how pissed off I look, it's all part of the act." "Right. And that's supposed to make me feel better?" "No," Rapp said with a smile. "You just do your fire and brimstone thing, and I'll play the sadistic bastard who looks like he wants to tear his head off and piss down his throat." "That's a real stretch for you. You sure you don't want to switch roles this time?" "I'm sure," Rapp laughed. "I don't have your ministerial zeal." "Fine, just remember, no more marks." "I'll do my best," Rapp said, as if he was already admitting he couldn't. Rapp's attitude gave Nash pause. "You're looking for a fight, aren't you?" "Maybe." "Then maybe we shouldn't go in there. Al-Haq is already talking. Let's get as much out of him as we can tonight. Have Irene bring it to the president, and if all goes well, he'll be transferred to our custody, and we can spend the next 30 days debriefing him." "No," Rapp said with conviction. "I want a shot at Hagani. I've wanted to get my hands on him for a long time. I want to hear from his own mouth how he thinks it's noble to kill little kids, and then I want him to feel some real pain. I want him to understand what he's put these people through. I want to break him down bit by bit, and then I want to suck his brain dry, and then I'm going to personally hunt down every person in his little pipeline of suicide bombers and put a bullet in their head." Nash had known Rapp long enough to know he meant every word of what he'd just said. "Mitch, it might take weeks just to get him to talk." "It might, but he also might break within an hour." He jerked his head toward the interrogation room. "Let's get started." Nash reached out and grabbed Rapp's arm. "Mitch, I've been here all week. These senators put the fear of God into these Air Force guys. Let's not give them any reason to call Washington." "I'm not going to back down from this fight, Mike. I've had it with these damn politicians who don't have the stomach to take on these bastards. It's only a matter of time before we get hit again, and then you watch these pricks run for cover. Every single one of them who's been handcuffing us is going to blame us for failing to stop these guys." "You're probably right, but there's a smart way to do this, and then there's the—" Rapp held up a hand and cut him off. "You don't have to go in there with me. You've got a family to worry about. I don't. I'm free and clear. I've got nothing to slow me down, nothing they can hold over my head." Nash was tempted to take him up on the offer, but they had been through too much together. He owed Rapp too much. "Just try not to leave any more marks." "I'll do my best." Rapp walked back down the hall and paused to look in on General Dastum and Al-Haq. He took it as a good sign that the two men were talking. Rapp moved down the hall and opened the door to the other interrogation room. As he entered, he said, "Abu, I hear you've been playing dumb all week." Rapp reached Hagani's side and added, "We both know you understand English." Rapp expected it this time, was waiting as the same feral look spread across Hagani's face. With his arms and legs bound to the chair, the prisoner tilted his head back, cleared his throat, and then lunged forward, unleashing a gob of spit. Rapp held up the towel and blocked it. "Bad move, Abu," Rapp said, as he draped the towel over Hagani's head and reached into the right cargo pocket of his pants. He fished out a black stun gun and gripped it firmly in his right hand. Haghani was violently trying to shake the towel from his head, but was having little success. As soon as he stopped moving, Rapp placed the 2 charge electrodes against the wet towel in the general area of the terrorist's mouth. He pulled the trigger and pressed firmly, holding it down for 3 long seconds. The high-voltage, low-amperage electrical charge crackled as it spread through the wet towel. Haghani's body went rigid for a second and then convulsed several times. Rapp withdrew the gun, grabbed the towel, and took a step back. A disoriented Haghani fought to keep his head up. "Abu, have you ever heard of Ivan Pavlov?" Rapp searched the man's still dazed eyes. "Based on your limited educational experience, I doubt it. He's a Russian. Or I should say, was. He's been dead for a long time, but that's not important. The man was a genius. The father of classical conditioning. Most people know him because of the study he did with dogs. He'd ring a bell, wait a few minutes, and then feed the dogs. After a while, the dogs would salivate in anticipation of being fed when they heard the bell ring. Pretty basic stuff. It's called conditioned response, and it works with humans as well as dogs. Take your little nasty habit of spitting on people, for example. The guards should have broken you of the habit right away, but they didn't, so I'm going to have to do it. Not a big deal, though. It shouldn't take us more than 10 minutes to cure you of the tendency." Haghani's eyes blinked several times. He shook his head and then opened his mouth and flexed his jaw. Nash watched, unfazed, from the other side of the table. He'd seen Rapp go through this with prisoners on 4 other occasions. The towel was used to both block the spit and spread out the charge so they wouldn't leave any marks on Haghani. Nash had used stun guns himself on many occasions, especially on the prisoners who were fond of throwing their feces and urine at the guards. Every human rights organization had released statements condemning the use of stun guns on prisoners as torture. Nash wondered how they would feel if they had someone throwing shit on them every day when they walked into work. Rapp got the towel ready. He stepped a little closer and asked, "Are you done spitting?" Haghani tilted his head back again and pursed his lips. Rapp tossed the towel back over Haghani's head and hit him with another 3-second shot from the stun gun. The results were the same. Haghani's recovery, though, took a good half-minute longer. Nash and Rapp exchanged a brief look. Between the 2 of them, they'd had only 1 prisoner go beyond 3 hits in a sitting. Almost all required shocks a day or 2 later to help cement the conditioning. A minute passed, and Rapp pulled the towel off Haghani's head. He didn't speak this time. He stood within striking distance, locked in a stare with Haghani, waiting for him to decide which path he would take. Nash stared at the cut and swollen bump above Haghani's eye. The blood had run down his face onto his neck and was now soaking the collar of the orange jumpsuit. It showed no signs of slowing. Nash knew that sooner rather than later he would have to get a first-aid kit and clean up the prisoner. There was no way of hiding the injury, though. That was going to create some major problems in the morning. There was a knock on the door. Nash walked over and opened it. General Dastum was standing in the hallway, smiling. "He wants to talk to you." Nash did not want to talk in front of Haghani, so he said to Rapp, "I'll be back in a minute." He stepped into the hallway, and as soon as the door was closed, he asked, "What's up?" Dastum rolled his eyes. "The man is a snake. He thinks only of himself. I knew he would want to strike a deal." "Did he give you anything?" "He says he has information that would be very helpful and timely to the U.S. "You believe him?" "He was in a position to know important things, but he is a liar. It is up to you to sort it all out." Dastum grinned. Nash thought of his strategy. He knew from experience that you never walked into an interrogation room without a plan. He had an idea where Al-Haq would want to take this. He patted Dastum on the shoulder and said, "Thank you. I'll go in alone. Please watch, though, and don't be afraid to interrupt if you think he's lying." Chapter 8. Washington, D.C. Where in the hell is Mitch Rapp? The question was tossed out like a hand grenade lobbed in an enemy position. It rolled down the long, shiny mahogany conference table, striking fear in all. Eyes were averted, a few throats were cleared, and one man actually was smart enough to get up and head for the door. One by one, though, all eyes turned to the woman sitting at the opposite end of the table. As director of the CIA, she was responsible for Rapp. Irene Kennedy looked down the length of the ridiculously long table at her questioner. He was a lawyer, of course. They were all lawyers these days, the FBI agents on her left, the Department of Justice people on her right. Even the handful of people from state more than likely had law degrees. Kennedy had intentionally left her lawyers back at Langley for this early morning meeting. Tactically speaking, this was a reconnaissance operation, and for that she'd brought along two men with plenty of experience. She eyed the antagonist at the far end of the table. Over the last 2 weeks, she'd heard a steady stream of complaints about the man. Watching him operate for the first time, she wondered how two parents could have so thoroughly failed to equip their child with the most basic manners. Wade Klein was the newly appointed Chief Privacy and Civil Liberties Officer at the Department of Justice. He was a fairly attractive man, at least until he opened his mouth, at which point he became decidedly less so. His new position at Justice was created to appease the ACLU crowd on Capitol Hill, who felt that America had become a police state. Before taking the post, Klein had spent a decade as a prosecutor working for the New York State Attorney General's office. "Well?" Klein asked with obvious impatience. Kennedy's face remained unimpressed. She had learned the espionage business at the arm of Thomas Stansfield, a Cold War legend. Like her mentor, she was widely known to be an unflappable player, respected by most, despised by a few, and feared by more than she realized. All of that went with the job, of course. She was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and it was easy for people to imagine a hidden, sinister side to an otherwise classy and pleasant woman. Kennedy eyed Klein and told herself to stay calm. At 39, he was too young to be throwing his weight around, and old enough to know better. Kennedy had seen plenty of men and women like Klein come and go over the years. 5 months ago, the New Yorker would have had no chance at getting under her skin, but a lot had changed since then. There was no doubt about the source of her discontent. It could all be traced to a single traumatic event that had sent her careening down a road of doubt and pain, an event she tried every day to forget. "This is not a difficult question," Klein pressed. His suit coat was off, his tie loose, and his white shirt sleeves rolled up. Kennedy's brow furrowed as if she was studying a strange insect. "Mr. Rapp," she said in an even tone, "is unavailable." "Unavailable," Klein contemplated the word. "That's pretty vague." "Not really." "I beg to differ." Klein paused, scribbled a note to himself, looked directly at Kennedy, and asked, "Where is he?" It was obvious to Kennedy that Klein had spent a fair amount of time strutting in front of juries. Surely he didn't think she would simply announce the location of her top counterterrorism operative to the Justice Department's newest politically appointed watchdog. Feeling a tinge of anger over the man's arrogance, Kennedy said, "Where and what Mr. Rapp is doing is none of your business." "I couldn't disagree more, Ms. Kennedy." Despite the warnings by her legal counsel, Kennedy was shocked by the man's arrogance. She took off her reading glasses. "It's Director Kennedy, Mr. Klein, or Dr. Kennedy, if you would prefer." A cocky, self-satisfied grin spread across Klein's face. "Doctor, Director," he said in a more pleasant tone. "Either one works for me." Kennedy did not flinch. She made no effort to respond in any way. Her thoughts headed down an unconventional path, exploring the man's potential weaknesses, wondering how he would react to pain. "Back to Rapp, if we could." Klein tapped his pen on his yellow legal pad as if to refocus the conversation. I've been asking to see the man for more than a month, and frankly, I've about run out of patience." "Mr. Rapp is very busy." "Aren't we all, Madam Director?" "Some more than others," she said, a touch of impatience creeping into her voice. Klein didn't miss the change in tone. He nodded to Kennedy as if to say, "Game on," and then asked, "Where is he?" "I know you're relatively new to Washington, but surely you are aware that much of what my agency handles is classified." "So you won't even tell me if he's in the country?" "Not unless I'm authorized by the President, or you can prove to me that you have somehow miraculously received a security clearance that is far above your pay grade." The last part was a not-so-subtle reminder to Klein that in the power structure of the federal government he was more than a few rungs beneath her. Klein clicked his pen shut, stuffed it in his shirt pocket, and closed his leather briefing folder. "I can play hardball as good as anyone, Madam Director." He stood and snatched his suit coat from the back of the chair. "This is my last warning. If Mitch Rapp isn't standing in my office a week from today, I can promise you I will make your life miserable." Kennedy felt her anger rushing to the surface. Part of her wanted to unleash it, wanted to teach this egocentric man a lesson. But there was another part of her that held back. Intuition warned her that no matter how satisfying it might feel, it would be a mistake. She watched him march to the door and then stop. "One other thing," Klein said as he flipped open his briefing folder and scanned his notes. "You have a man named Mike Nash who works for you." Kennedy returned his stare, wondering if he'd simply made a statement or was asking a question. "I want him in my office Monday morning. If he isn't there, I'll send the FBI for him." Klein closed his folder and was gone. One by one, the other people seated at the table turned to look at Kennedy. She ignored them, her gaze fixed on the open doorway. The man had just openly threatened the director of the most powerful spy organization in the world, which either meant he was insane or he had something on her. The fact that he had brought up Rapp was not all that surprising. People had been coming after him for years. But Nash was another story. Kennedy had taken great care to keep him under the radar. He was increasingly handling some of the agency's most delicate operations. One of the two men she'd brought along leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I just got a text from the office. We need to get you out of here." Kennedy shot him a concerned look. Rob Ridley, the deputy director of the clandestine service, saw the alarm on her face and said, "It's not that." Ridley knew she was thinking an evacuation had been ordered. Since 9/11, it was not uncommon for high-ranking government officials to be taken out of the city at the first whisper of trouble. In recent years it had slowed down, but that was now balanced against fresh intel that pointed to something big. That thing. It just started. What thing? Ridley's eyes darted around the room. The thing over in Afghanistan. Oh, that thing. Yeah, that thing. I don't think you want to have a conversation about it in this building. Kennedy looked around the Department of Justice conference room while she thought of Rapp and Nash. She checked her watch. The time would be about right. She knew what they were up to. She'd signed off on it herself. She motioned for Ridley to lead the way and politely ignored several of the other attendees who wanted to have a word with her. As they reached the elevators, her thoughts returned to a feeling that had been nagging her. Someone at Langley was leaking highly classified information. Accusations were appearing in the press that were far too close to the truth. The intelligence committees were becoming increasingly antagonistic, and now she had to deal with this hungry deputy attorney general who was trying to make a name for himself. A sense of foreboding crept over her, like a looming storm on a humid summer day. Chapter 9. The Gram Air Base, Afghanistan. Rapp sat on the edge of the metal table, looked down at the bound terrorist, and asked, "Is it 72 or 77? Abu Haghani lifted his head cautiously, then stared at Rapp, confusion in his eyes. "Virgins," Rapp said. 72 or 77? How many do you guys get when you go to paradise?" Haghani muttered something under his breath and looked away. "I'm not giving you crap," Rapp persisted. "I've read the Koran several times, and that's one of those facts I can never keep straight. Not that it matters much. I mean, what's the difference? 72 versus 77? It seems like a little overkill, don't you think?" Rapp paused to see if Haghani would respond. He didn't, so Rapp pressed on. "Have you ever read the Koran, Abu?" Haghani fixed Rapp with a hard stare and, in Dari, said, "I know what you are trying to do." "What's that?" "You are trying to provoke me. We know about your methods. We have undergone training to defeat your tricks." Rapp knew it was true. Most of their once secret interrogation programs had been blown wide open. Many of their methods had been dissected by politicians and the press alike. Terrorists had been released and had run back to Afghanistan and other parts where they were thoroughly debriefed by the very organizations they denied belonging to. The whole mess drove Rapp insane, but there was only so much he could control. Rapp clenched his left fist and then flexed his fingers. "Abu, I am not trying to provoke you. At least not yet. I'm not one of the talkers. I don't have the patience they do, like my friend who was in here earlier. He's next door talking to Muhammad. And we both know how that's going to play out. Muhammad is going to sell you and the rest of your friends down the river. You will eventually as well, but it'll take more time. And of course it'll be significantly more uncomfortable." "You will never break me," Haghani said with pride. Rapp let out a long sigh. He'd seen this kind of bravado before. Once things got physical, it wouldn't last long. "Abu, torturing guys and breaking them down is not something I look forward to, although your case is a little different. I think you're such a despicable fuck that I might actually enjoy our little session." "You do not scare me." "Well, I should," Rapp laughed. "I scare myself sometimes. You see, I'm not like the guys you've been talking to this week. I have a real conviction about this little war we're fighting, and I'm pretty intolerant of people who don't have the stomach to do what it takes to win this thing. Add to that the fact that I pretty much don't give a shit what people in Washington think of me. And it makes me your biggest nightmare." Haghani shook his head and snorted. "Empty threats." Rapp reached out and put a hand on a galvanized metal box sitting on the other side of the table. Something inside stirred. The box shook and there was a scraping noise. "I've only used what's in this box one other time, and let's just say the guy I used it on was a hell of a lot tougher than you. He lasted less than 30 seconds. Rapp was lying. He'd never used this particular method, but there was no sense in telling Haghani. The terrorist looked anxiously at the box and, with a false bravado, said, "I have rights. You're not allowed to treat me like this." Rapp saw an opening. Maybe Haghani wasn't as tough as they thought. Rapp thought of Nash, the way he would draw prisoners into a debate, how he would press them with logic, use the words of the Koran to undermine their weak arguments. Nash's strategy was straightforward: get them talking. It didn't matter what they talked about, it just mattered that you established a pattern. Gave yourself a chance to watch the subject, study his habits, and learn as much about him as possible. The tough questions would come later. Rapp had none of Nash's patience, however, but still there was a part of him that was intrigued by Haghani's request for proper treatment. He thought of one of Nash's favorite questions, looked at the terrorist, and asked, "Abu, do you think I should show you compassion? That I should respect your rights as a human?" "Yes," he answered with absolute sincerity. "And how would you treat me if I'd been captured on the battlefield and brought to one of your caves?" Haghani ignored the question. "Your senators who I met with promised me that I would be treated with dignity. They gave me their word." "They are politicians. They say what makes them feel good, and then they move on." Hagani shook his head in firm disagreement. We have access to the internet, to satellites. We have followed the debate in your country over the treatment of prisoners. Those senators meant what they said to me. You go ahead and believe that, Abu. But I have no intention of treating you with dignity. You think of yourself as a holy warrior, but you are nothing more than a butcher, a mass murderer. You know nothing of my ways. Is that so? Let's talk about the schools. What schools? The ones you blew up. The ones filled with little children. Rapp expected one of several reactions from Hagani, but not the one he got. Hagani smiled proudly. We know how to sacrifice. We are not afraid to martyr ourselves for Allah. The anger came quickly. It started to rise up, and Rapp stuffed it back down, said, You haven't martyred yourself, tough guy. And I doubt you gave those kids a choice in the matter. He held his chin high and said, I am not afraid. You're not afraid to send little kids to their death. That makes you a coward and a butcher. And if you had read the Koran, you would know that. What do you know of the Koran? Hagani roared back. Rapp grinned. Apparently more than you, since I've actually read it. I have it memorized. Bullshit. You know as well as I do that you were taught the surahs by some twisted Wahhabi cleric who told you only what he wanted you to know. Kill all the Jews, kill the infidels, cover your wives and daughters, beat them if they disrespect you. The West is evil. We are just and good, blah, blah, fucking blah. I am so sick of the hate you pieces of shit teach each other and your children. You know nothing. I know Allah, Rapp screamed, is going to send your ass to hell for killing his children. You have no right being in my country. You are infidels, and Allah will punish you and your nation for this war. You ever think maybe it's the other way around? Rapp brought his face to within inches of Hagani. That God is punishing your nation for how you have twisted and misused the words of the Prophet? America hasn't been at war. We've suffered the one attack. Your nation has been at war for almost 40 years. Over 1 million people have died. Allah is mad as hell with you sick fucks. He's been punishing you, and he's going to keep punishing you. Hagani unleashed a gob of spit, hitting Rapp square in the face. Rapp didn't bother to wipe away the spit. He didn't bother to grab the stun gun. His head reared back and then snapped forward, the hardest part of his forehead striking Hagani on the soft bridge of the nose. It was like a hammer hitting a banana. Hagani's nose flattened, and blood began oozing from his nostrils. Rapp stood and circled the prisoner. He looked at the blood in the misshapen nose. He knew Nash would flip, but he didn't care. He was sick of all the bullshit. You're not getting any virgins, Rapp barked at Hagani. He thought of Nash's words, how he used their religion to dismantle their twisted ways. Jinn. Rapp uttered the one word that seemed to drive the ones like Hagani nuts. You are a jinn, and you don't even know it. You know the Koran forbids suicide, and yet you have convinced dozens and dozens of Allah's children to throw their lives away. You've killed thousands of Allah's followers. The 7th Surah, Abu, do you remember? Rapp switched to Arabic and began reciting the verse from the Koran. Many, moreover, of the jinn and men we have created for hell, hearts have they with which they understand not, and eyes with which they see not, and ears have they with which they hearken not. They are like brutes, yea, they go more astray. These are the heedless. Rapp switched back to Dowry. That is you, Abu. You believed those twisted Wahhabi clerics, and now you will have to answer to Allah. Before the sun rises, I am going to kill you. Rapp paused, grabbed Hagani by the chin, and forced him to look him in the eye. That's right, I am going to kill you. And unless you repent, you're getting on an express elevator to hell. Chapter 10. Nash entered the interrogation room and set a pack of Marlboro cigarettes and a lighter on the table. The cigarettes had started out as a device, something for him to do during the long pauses that inevitably punctuated the interrogation sessions. Many of the prisoners eventually partook, and it helped build a sense of fellowship that Nash was more than happy to exploit. Unfortunately, it was now much more than a device. After 6 years, he was using them on a daily basis, sneaking one or two here and there. His wife had caught on and wasn't happy, both for his health and for the message it might send their teenage daughter should she find out. He tried his best to limit his smoking to these overseas jaunts, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to separate his job from his personal life. The stress, he had to admit, was getting to him. Nash picked up the pack and offered a cigarette to Al-Haq. The Afghani took one eagerly. Nash held the flame a few feet in front of the terrorist. Al-Haq hesitated and then leaned forward. Little things mattered in these sessions. Getting a man to take a cigarette was good, but getting him to lean across the table and meet you halfway was even better. Nash lit his own cigarette, sat back, crossed his legs, and exhaled a big cloud of smoke. "I would like to make a deal," Al-Haq said in a businesslike tone. Nash hid his surprise, studied him for a few seconds, thought to himself, "This one is different. In all the time I've been doing this, not one of them has started the conversation, much less announced that they were ready to deal. Let's hear it. I have information. Very valuable information that I think your government would be willing to pay for." "Pay for?" Nash said, in a voice that lacked any emotion, even though he was fighting to suppress its excitement. "Yes." "What makes you think they would be willing to pay for it?" "I think, considering the political climate in your country, it would be much easier to make a business deal with me." They study us more than we think, Nash thought. Al-Haq was right about the leaders in Washington, but Nash wasn't willing to admit it. At least not yet. Instead, he said, "Why would I give you cash when I can have General Dastum squeeze the information out of you?" Al-Haq took a pull off his cigarette and answered, "For many reasons, but most importantly, the information I have for you is very time-sensitive. If I am forced to endure the humiliation and pain that will no doubt be employed by the General, I am likely to be less than forthright. Eventually, you will get most of what you want, but it might be too late." "And why should I believe you?" Nash watched as Al-Haq considered the question. He got the sense that the man was contemplating how much he should divulge. "You picked up a cell in Mauritania 7 weeks ago." Nash's face gave away nothing. They had, in fact, intercepted an al-Qaeda cell in Mauritania with the help of the French. It had been kept very quiet. Not a single mention of it had been reported in the press. Most of the men had been thoroughly debriefed, but there were a few holdouts, including the cell's leader. Nash looked at Al-Haq calmly in the eye and said, "Go on." "There was a second cell." Nash nodded. "Intercepted in Hong Kong. We think by the British." Nash was intimately familiar with the incident. It was, in fact, the British who had picked up the group. He'd spent the week before last in London being briefed by his counterpart at MI6. The cell was composed mostly of Pakistanis who spoke very good English. "I'm familiar with the situation." "Well, there is a third group." "I'm listening," Nash said calmly, even though he wasn't. His worst fears were being confirmed. "I need assurances." "We can work that out." Al-Haq exhaled a cloud of smoke and laughed. "I am going to need more than the word of a professional spy." "What would satisfy you?" "I have a lawyer in Bern. I will need a letter from your president guaranteeing me the following." Before he could list his demands, Nash cut him off. "That's not going to happen. There's no way the president's going to get anywhere near something that even remotely makes him look like he's negotiating with a terrorist. The letter will only be used if you fail to follow through on your part of the bargain. It's a non-starter, Mohammed." Al-Haq ignored him. "There is a $2 million reward for my arrest. I want that money for turning myself in, and I want a new identity. If we can agree on that, and a few more things, I will cooperate fully with you. I will tell you everything I know. But you must report." His voice faded. "Report what?" "That I am dead." Nash understood immediately. He wanted to protect his family. Nash stuffed his cigarette in his mouth to hide his deep satisfaction. He was staring at what amounted to their first high-level defection. This could be huge, he thought to himself. Nash leaned forward and pointed his cigarette at Al-Haq. Mohammed, I think I can make this work. But the agreement will have to be between the director of the CIA and you. If I get any politicians involved, they'll screw it up. Al-Haq thought about it for a long moment, and in a voice filled with doubt and anxiety said, I need assurances. I will get you assurances. I know I can get you the money, but this is the type of thing that has to be handled in the dark. There is no other way. Al-Haq didn't like what he was hearing. He had no faith in this man or the organization he represented. He shook his head, his face showing his discomfort. Mohammed, if you want to go public, there's a way I can sell this. The president would love nothing more than to announce that you've defected, have you stand up in front of the camera and repudiate Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. But if you do that, your family's going to be slaughtered. The words hit Al-Haq like a knife in the side. After a moment he said, I do not want that. And the only option is to do this in the dark. In fact, we might even want to announce that you've been killed. That would be very convenient for you. I think it's a mutually beneficial solution. But can I trust you? You'd better. Why? Because if you don't, I'm going to be forced to turn you over to General Dastum. I might not get the information out of you as quickly as I'd like, but ultimately, you'll give me what I want. Al-Haq fidgeted in his chair. His eyes darted from one wall to the next and then back to Nash. There's not much time. What do you mean? The third cell. Al-Haq's voice trailed off. What about the third cell? Nash asked, while trying to stay calm. No. Al-Haq stabbed his cigarette in the ashtray and put it out. I need assurances. Nash scrambled to think of something. If I got the director of the CIA on the phone, would it help? Al-Haq nodded. What about the money? We could wire the money to your attorney first thing in the morning. Nash watched him closely, could tell he was on the fence. Nash put out his own cigarette. You're going to have to trust me, though. I'll get the director on the phone, but you are going to have to give me more than just the fact that there is a third cell. I know the man who is leading the cell. I know several others in the group. I know where they have been training and what American city they will attack and when they will strike. Al-Haq folded his arms and looked across the table with confidence. What city? I will tell you when I have my deal. All right, Nash said as he stood. Give me a few minutes to get the director on the phone. Nash could feel his heart racing. This could be big, but it would have to be handled with great care. There were too many factions in Washington, too many people who would be more than happy to screw it up. Chapter 11. 3 Humvees rolled up to the Hilton and came to a slow stop. General Garrison stared past the thick bulletproof glass of his vehicle at the 2 Humvees that were already there. He muttered something to himself and then cautiously got out of his vehicle and began to circle the 2 Humvees. This was only the 5th time Garrison had visited the facility in the 9 months he'd been running the base. He was of the mindset that, as far as his Air Force was concerned, nothing good could come from this place. The capture of the 2 high-value targets and the subsequent visit by the 3 senators had proven that. Garrison had not spent 4 years at one of the world's premier military colleges to be a jailer. He was lauded by his peers as a logistical genius and had proven that he had a knack for moving pieces on the chessboard. That was why he was here, to keep the planes and supplies moving, to push the flight crews and the ground crews, to run an air base, not to run a jail. Foreign fighters, terrorists, interrogations. In Garrison's mind, that was the stuff the Army should be handling, or, better yet, the CIA. Put them up in the mountains somewhere, out of sight, out of mind. None of that mattered now, of course. The senators had changed the entire dynamic, had made both their public statements and private threats. Garrison had let the little kiss-ass Leland show them around. Everything was going smoothly on his base just the way he liked it, and then this confluence of events conspired to make his job infinitely more complicated than it needed to be. There wasn't a CO in the armed forces who liked the idea of 1, let alone 3 opportunistic politicians poking around their command. Ultimately, they never cared about all the things that worked. They cared only about what didn't work, and that meant they were looking for a scandal. Now, through no choice of his own, his career rested on the proper treatment of 2 men who did not evoke much sympathy from the young men and women who would be guarding them. Garrison studied the two Humvees that, according to rumor, had been driven here by members of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. There weren't many things in the Air Force that could make Garrison nervous, but OSI guys were one of them. Any way he tried to slice it, nothing good could come from the OSIs showing up at his base unannounced and in the middle of the night. To make matters worse, they'd come straight to this building that housed a problem waiting to happen. Leland placed his hand on the hood of one of the vehicles and announced, "It's still warm." Garrison looked at the door. "I think they've been here going on an hour, sir." Part of Garrison thought if he simply went back to bed, they would be gone in the morning, and he could play dumb about the entire thing. Maybe even make a few calls to the Pentagon and ask why the OSI guys were poking around his base. As much as he'd like to do that, though, it was too risky. He had to think about those senators. The woman, Barbara Lonsdale, was a real ball-buster. The thought occurred to him that she might be the reason why the OSI was here. Garrison turned slowly to Leland. "You think your friend Senator Lonsdale sent these guys over here to keep an eye on us?" Leland looked back in the direction of the flight line and then replied, "I don't think so, sir. As chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee, it is more likely that she would have sent the FBI." "Yeah, but she also sits on Armed Services." Garrison studied the big warehouse off to his right. The only damn thing in the building was the two prisoners. Maybe, he thought, they're here to transfer them to a different facility. The OSI was, after all, part of Air Force security. In a hopeful voice, Leland said, "Maybe they're getting ready to transfer the prisoners." "If that is the case," Garrison replied, "I sure would like to think they'd notify the base commander." The thought pissed Garrison off. He took command very seriously. This was his base, and ultimately he was responsible for everything that happened within the fence. Garrison pointed to the door of the building and said, "Let's go. There's only one way to deal with this." Garrison, Leland, and 8 Air Force security officers entered the outer building through a 3-foot-wide steel door. Once inside, they walked across the warehouse to a separate, smaller building that was the Hilton. Leland used his security card and code to get past the next door, and the group filed into the small lobby. With no one in sight, Garrison continued down the hallway, past 2 offices, and entered a larger room that contained the duty desk, some tables, and 2 people that Garrison didn't notice because he couldn't take his eyes off the 2 flat-screen TVs directly across from him. The prisoners were not asleep in their cells. Garrison saw Muhammad al-Haq sitting alone in the one room. He looked relaxed, and in roughly the same condition as when he'd last seen him, but in the other room, a man in an Air Force uniform was questioning Abu Haghani, who looked horrible. Garrison stepped closer to the monitors and felt his chest tighten. He saw the blood on the prisoner's face, and his worst fears were realized. Someone under his command had beaten the prisoner. Some 18-year-old, no doubt, some kid who'd made it in because the Air Force had lowered its recruiting standards. None of that mattered, of course. Special Investigations was on site, and sooner or later they would put the CO in their sights. Garrison was in a bit of shock. All of his sacrifice, his years of hard work, was about to go right down the drain. His thoughts turned to that idiot woman who had been in charge of Abu Ghraib. She had failed her command in the most miserable way. Garrison felt the unfairness. He had never asked for any of this. He had made it clear to his superiors that the CIA should be running the facility, not the military. The Air Force should not be in the business of guarding these animals, he thought. His job was to keep this lifeline open and running smoothly, to supply the troops and evacuate the wounded. He remembered the senators, and his mood sank again. That ball-busting senator would drag his ass before her committee and humiliate him in front of an ungrateful nation. All of his hard work, all of his sacrifice would be destroyed because of some juvenile airman who couldn't practice a little restraint. Up on the screen, the Air Force investigator who was talking to the bloodied Haghani suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Garrison was trying to comprehend just what in the hell was going on when Leland stepped forward. "Sir," Leland said as he concentrated on the screen, "there's something familiar about that man. I think I've seen him before, back during my first tour." Garrison was less concerned with who the man was and more concerned with why he was choking a restrained prisoner. Nothing he was seeing made any sense. Leland watched the screen intently, waiting for the man in the Air Force BDUs to give him more than a profile. Suddenly, the man turned and pointed at the camera. Leland finally got the look he'd been waiting for. His eyes narrowed at first and then opened wide. He could barely contain his excitement. "Sir, that man is not OSI." Garrison looked at his aide like he was speaking Latin. "Sir, he's CIA. I know he is. A few years back when I was on my first tour here, they were talking about him. He's some interrogation specialist." "CIA?" Garrison repeated in a skeptical voice. He turned to the screen, looked at the blood, thought of the choking and the man's actions, and it all suddenly made sense. "You're sure?" "Absolutely, sir." Garrison thought of the implications. CIA operatives, dressed in Air Force uniforms, beating prisoners. What were they going to do? Simply leave him with the mess in the morning? Have him try to explain why these guys had the shit kicked out of them? Garrison was getting madder by the second. He personally had no axe to grind with the CIA. But this was ridiculous. "Sir," Leland said, "would you like me to arrest him?" Garrison thought of the drama that could come of this, if it was ever made public. Again, nothing good could come of it. Reluctantly, he nodded and gave Leland the order to put the man in custody. Chapter 12. Rapp didn't spend a lot of time questioning the civility of what he was doing. Civility was for people living in cities with law and order. This was asymmetrical warfare where one side, due to political pressure, was playing by the old set of rules, while the other side played by no rules at all. It was a down-and-dirty street fight with knives and guns and hands and teeth and anything else that could be brought to bear. Washington didn't want to recognize that obvious fact, so Rapp made his peace with it. He didn't like it, couldn't really even understand how they thought, but he was done fighting them. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them, so he, and a select few like Nash, ventured out and risked it all to try to stop the enemy from another spectacular strike like 9/11. There'd been a few politicians who'd pulled him aside and thanked him for his actions, told him to keep it up and make sure we don't get hit again. "Do whatever it takes," they would say. And then they'd go on TV and decry Guantanamo, the rendition program, and detainee treatment in general. Sure, there were a few wise old men in Washington who understood what they were up against, men who realized someone had to be willing to climb down into the gutter with this scum and slug it out. $100 million fighter planes and billion-dollar aircraft carriers were great for the heavy lifting. $5 million tanks came in very handy in a fight. But against an enemy that refused to put on a uniform and refused to meet you on the field of battle, they went only so far. Eventually, someone had to reach out and wrap their hands around the throat of the enemy and pick apart their network. At the moment, Rapp was trying to do just that. With his left hand, he tightened his grip around Haghani's larynx and forced his head back. He looked down into the man's deep brown eyes and searched for some hint of his mental state. He'd done this more times than he could count, and had found he could usually get a pretty good sense of how things would go. Most showed outright fear. A few looked back with the crazed eyes of someone who had serious mental issues. There were even a couple whose eyes reminded him of Charles Manson's, that wide-open, I see right through you into the essence of your soul look of a zealot high on his beliefs. Those guys were the worst. They screamed and thrashed like some toddler throwing a completely irrational temper tantrum. They were so bad you wanted to beat them just to shut them up. The eyes gave him a clue, but you never knew with these guys. Some of them folded at the first hint of violence, tried to talk their way out of it, which was fine with Rapp. The more they talked, the easier it was to catch them in their lies. Like a python squeezing the air out of its prey, he would strip away the deceptions until the subject's only chance at life, a lungful of air, was the truth. Rapp stared intently at Haghani's eyes, searching for a clue. It took only a few seconds for him to categorize what he saw, and it wasn't good. Rapp wanted to swear out loud, but knew he couldn't let Haghani see his frustration. He recognized the look in Haghani's eyes. It was an expression of absolute conviction. There wasn't a drop of fear in either orb. It would take weeks to break him. Rapp's grip eased for a second, and he thought of calling everything off, cleaning Haghani up and throwing him back in his cell. They could focus on Al-Haq, and then possibly later on arrange to have Haghani transferred to a more discreet location where an entire team could work on him. But maybe, Rapp thought, just maybe I can bait him into making a few mistakes. Rapp increased the pressure, his fingers digging into the taut tendons of Haghani's neck. I know about your plan. Rapp searched his eyes for a flicker of recognition. We've intercepted both cells. They've told us everything. You've failed yet again. Rapp saw something, an acknowledgement that his words had stirred something in Haghani's limited brain. Rapp eased his grip just enough so the man could reply. You know nothing, Haghani said in a hoarse voice. You will never stop us. For every warrior you strike down, another will take his place. Rapp casually released his grip. The important thing was to keep him talking. You guys blew your load on 9/11. You got lucky. You cut us with our guard down, but what have you done since? Madrid and London, and there will be many more. Madrid and London, Rapp scoffed. You might have got the Spaniards to blink, but all you did was piss off the Brits. The entire West is afraid of us. The West thinks you're a bunch of cowards. You intentionally kill innocent people because you're too big of a pussy to take on our troops. You're a coward, Abu. You know nothing. What do you say I take those handcuffs off, and you and I find out just how tough you are? Haghani considered the offer and looked across the room at the thick man who had bound him to his chair. He looked back at Rapp and said, He will join in on your behalf. I don't need any help. Not against some baby-killing little pussy like you. I don't believe you. Rapp laughed and circled around the table. Just like I said, you're a coward. You blow up schools where you know little kids can't fight back. You attack office buildings where innocent men and women are simply trying to make a living. There are no innocent in the West. If that's true, why haven't you hit us again? All you had was 9/11. You haven't done jack shit since then. We have killed over 50,000 of your soldiers. All Rapp could do was laugh at the outrageous number. He had come across this before. Al-Qaeda and the Taliban loved to exaggerate their successes. You haven't even killed 5,000, and you know it. You guys are getting your asses kicked. One by one, we keep picking you off. Your leadership is in shambles, you're living in caves, and your recruiting is way down. People are tired of sending their boys off to die at your incompetent hands. You know nothing. Educate me, then. Tell me about all your successes. You will see soon enough. Rapp saw what he was looking for. He moved quickly to Haghani's side and leaned in close. We know all about the third cell. Your little butt-buddy Mohammed is across the hall right now giving us all the details. Rapp saw the anger flash in Haghani's eyes, saw the registration of betrayal as he realized a weaker man was putting everything in jeopardy. Rapp also knew what was going to happen next, having baited others in the same way. The lips pursed, the cheeks sucked in slightly, and then just as Haghani was poised to let loose a gob of spit, Rapp's right hand shot forward. The flattened hand and curled knuckles struck the larynx like a battering ram. Haghani gasped, his open mouth filled with spit, his eyes bulging from his head as his body absorbed the shock. He was frozen for a moment and then fell forward, gasping for air. The teams have been dispatched, Rapp whispered in his ear. Within 24 hours they will be in our possession, and you will have failed yet again. Did you really think the plan would work? Did you really think we would allow you to just walk into our country and— Rapp was in mid-sentence when the door opened. He turned to see 4 sizable men with black Air Force security forces patches on their shoulders filing into the interrogation room. Rapp looked to the man with the most stripes on his collar and snapped, "What in the hell are you doing?" "Excuse me, sir," the man said. "Would you please step out in the hallway? The general would like to speak to you." Rapp eyeballed the man from head to toe and then looked the others over. "I'll be with you in a minute, Sergeant." In a less than commanding voice, the man persisted, "The general would like to see you now, sir." Rapp glanced down at the prisoner and then back up at the senior master sergeant. "You tell the general to cool his fucking heels or I'll get Secretary of Defense England on the phone and make sure the general spends the rest of his career in a missile silo in the middle of bumfuck North Dakota." Rapp watched him look toward the door and then back at him. He was on the fence. "Sergeant, I suggest you get your ass out of here right now, or I'll make sure you accompany the general on his new assignment." The sergeant had been in a lot of tricky spots during his 13 years with the Air Force, but this one took the cake. An up-and-coming one-star was out in the other room. The guy had been running the base for less than 2 months, and had made it really clear that he believed in the old axiom that shit rolled downhill. Now he was staring at the very man that general had told him to arrest, a colonel wearing an Air Force Office of Special Investigations Unit patch who was threatening to call the Secretary of Defense himself. And if that wasn't bad enough, the guy looked like he might literally rip his head off if he didn't exit the room and do so on the double. Not liking the lay of the land, the sergeant decided to pull a tactical retreat to the hallway. Chapter 13. This was a moment to be savored, Nash thought to himself. Like most jobs, his was filled with frustration, boredom, and all kinds of tedious bullshit. And, recently, more political correctness than was healthy for an organization tasked with penetrating perhaps the most politically incorrect group of men on the planet. But occasionally there were flashes of excitement, of brilliance, where it all came together to mesh in an unqualified success, moments where all your hard work and personal sacrifice paid off, where you rolled the dice and broke the house and felt like you were actually pushing the boulder back up the hill. Nash had experienced a lot of highs in his life. A Pennsylvania State football championship his junior year in high school, a wrestling title his senior year, falling in love with his wife, the birth of his children, becoming an officer in the Marine Corps, successfully leading his men in battle, and countless other things. None of it compared, though, to the high-stakes game he now played. The stakes had never been so big, the challenge never so great. The big picture was pretty straightforward. Keep America and her allies safe from the likes of Haghani and al-Haq. How they went about doing that was where it got complicated. There were those like Rapp who made no bones that the best way to accomplish their goal was to kill every last one of them, keep killing until they were all gone, or they no longer had the will to fight. Nash sympathized with Rapp. He knew someone had to have that attitude. Someone had to be willing to go toe-to-toe with these guys and beat them at their own game. Make them flinch. Keep them up at night wondering when a bomb was going to fall on their head or a team of commandos was going to sneak up on them and cut every last man's throat. It had all been done, and it had kept the enemy off balance. It had not been localized to Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iraq, though. European, Middle Eastern, and Asian financiers had been targeted. Most had taken the warning, but a few who had chosen not to listen had fallen victim to tragic, accidental deaths. The same went for the arms merchants, the pimps of war. They knew the risky game they played by supplying the Taliban and al-Qaeda, but the allure was too much. Many had been killed, and many more would forfeit their lives before it was over. Nash would never admit it to his wife or friends, but there was no bigger rush, no bigger thrill than when they took down one of the high-value targets. He'd helped arrest a few and killed just one, but it was the highest high he'd ever been on. It felt like all of his life's victories rolled into one. Everything had been set to take the target down in the Pakistani border town of Chaman. He and Rapp had worked through unofficial channels, bribing Pakistani intelligence officials left and right until they had located the man. They were operating with a small team of only 6 men, all of them trained shooters. The target got spooked as Rapp and 2 others came through the front door of the building. Nash was in back, alone, when the guy came flying out the door, a big, ugly AK-47 in his hands, ready to blow away anyone who tried to stop him. Nash stood in the shadows of a doorway, and as the man ran by, he extended his silenced gun and sent a single hollow-point 9mm round into the back of his head. The man took a few more steps, his body running on autopilot, and then collapsed, skidding to a stop on his own face. This time, it was different in several ways. The most obvious was that Langley knew what they were doing. In Chaman, they were operating on their own without a net. This was a victory they could share with the Hill. It was something the politicians could celebrate. They had captured a few people as important as al-Haq, but none of them had ever willingly cooperated. He had to work to squeeze every drop out of them, and even then, the information they provided had to be treated with suspicion. Al-Haq was coming over without a fight. Sure, there had been a few threats, but no one had laid a hand on him. Nash's boss, Rob Ridley, was thrilled. He had given Nash the green light to proceed, while he got Kennedy to sign off on it and provide some type of legal assurance to al-Haq. Nash told Ridley of his idea to get al-Haq to go public, get him to tell the world how al-Qaeda and the Taliban had strayed from the path. Ridley loved it. "If they could find a way to get his family out," Nash told him, "I think he would do it in a heartbeat." "One success at a time," had been Ridley's comment before he congratulated Nash and told him he'd be back to him within the hour. Nash hung up the phone and checked his watch. He'd been gone less than 5 minutes. He didn't want to rush this, didn't want to seem too eager. He paced back and forth in the small office, calming himself and thinking of how he would play his hand when he went back into the room. He still had all the cards, and while he had General Dastum around, he should use him for leverage. Nash decided he'd push al-Haq a bit harder. He thought the earliest they'd have the assurance from Kennedy would be an hour, probably 2. Nash thought of ways to push him. Tell him the big hitters in D.C. didn't believe him, he thought to himself. Tell him the other 2 cells had been debriefed and hadn't said a word about a 3rd cell. That was a lie, of course. They had. And there was other disturbing stuff floating around out there, murmurs on the World Wide Web that something big was coming. Nash believed al-Haq, but for now he would make him think the deal was in jeopardy. Nash checked his watch again and took a couple of deep breaths to try and ease off the natural high he was on. He yanked open the office door, set his jaw in a more grim position, and started down the hallway. As he stepped into the big observation room, he found himself staring at the backs of a group of men who were not supposed to be there. Up on one of the screens, Rapp was yelling at a couple of MPs. Nash turned nervously to his right and found Marcus Dumont, the young CIA hacker, looking like he was about to crawl under the desk. Just then he heard General Garrison, the base commander, growl, "Did he just say Secretary of Defense, England?" "He did, sir," the younger officer next to him replied. "You'd better be right about this, Leland. If that man isn't CIA and you get me in hot water with the Secretary of Defense, you are going to be shoveling shit for the rest of your tour." Nash felt his stomach turn and thought to himself, these guys could screw this thing up real quick. How in the hell are we going to talk our way out of this? The very next thing he thought of was damage control. Dumont had been recording the sessions. The last thing they needed to do was hand over proof of their crimes. Everyone else in the room was so intent on the TV showing the interrogation room that Nash saw an opportunity. He looked down at Dumont, pointed at his small external drive, and then jerked his head toward the hallway behind him. Dumont nodded, grabbed the drive, and quietly stood. As he passed by Nash, the general must have noticed the movement because he began to turn around. Nash stepped forward quickly to block the general's view and distract him. In a booming voice, Nash announced, "What in the hell is going on here?" Chapter 14. Once the MPs were gone and the door was closed, Rapp turned and looked at his prisoner. What he saw pissed him off to the point of wanting to drive his fist through Haghani's face, shove the cartilage behind his nose up into his brain, and kill the bastard right on the spot. He felt the camera on his back, though, and knew he was already in enough trouble. Choking the man, he might be able to talk his way out of. Killing him? Not a chance. He thought of Nash and Dumont. What was going on out there? Had Dumont been quick enough to erase his interrogation of Haghani and smart enough to save Nash's with al-Haq? And just what in the hell was the base commander doing up and about? The guy was supposed to be an anal retentive freak about his sleep. "What is wrong?" Haghani asked in a mocking tone. "Are you in trouble?" Rapp glanced at him for only a second, just long enough to register the smug look on his face. He clenched his fists and told himself not to do it. He walked to the far side of the room, where one of his men, Joe Maslick, was leaning against the wall. Maslick was an inch taller than Rapp and tipped the scales at 220 pounds. He was too big for most undercover operations, but perfect for something like this, where intimidation and presence were more important. Rapp knew how sensitive the room's recording devices were, and since he had no idea if Dumont had turned them off, he decided to be extra careful. He pointed back at the prisoner and then cupped both hands over Maslick's left ear. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, Rapp said, "I'm going out first. If I can talk our way out of this, great. But if I can't, and you see me get up in that general's face, I want you to get our people out of here. Grab Dastum, get back to the plane, and get the hell off this base. Mike and I'll deal with the fallout." Maslick cupped his hands over Rapp's ear and whispered, "We can overpower these guys." Rapp knew this was the approach Maslik would take. The man didn't know the meaning of the word retreat. Slugging their way out would be a short-term solution that would only make things worse. "No way," he whispered. "That'll just buy us a little time. Then the shit will really come down. Trust me. You get everyone out of here, and I'll take care of it." "I'm not leaving you behind to take the fall." "You are," Rapp said firmly, "and don't worry about it. I've got plenty of favors I can call in. Just get everyone out of here. End of discussion." Rapp and Maslik walked across the room. As they passed Haghani, the terrorist began laughing. "Leaving so soon? Don't worry, I'll be back." "No, you won't." Rapp stopped and looked down at the prisoner. There was a definite change in the way Haghani met his stare. Gone was the rage and bravado, the stubborn defiance. It was replaced by something very different, something that embarrassed Rapp on a level he didn't think possible. It was contempt, scorn for an opponent deemed unworthy. "This is why you will never beat us," Haghani said in a voice that was simple and matter-of-fact, one warrior to another. "You are not tough enough. Your country is too divided, too concerned with the rights of your enemies." "Don't confuse me with those people back in Washington. I'm not done with you, not by a long shot." Rapp led Maslik out of the interrogation room and down the short hall to the observation room. As he reached for the doorknob, he reminded himself that these Air Force guys respected men who took charge. Unlike the civilian world, where leadership was a fluid concept, in the military there was very little gray. Rank ruled the day, and there was only one man on the other side of the door who could beat the two black eagles on Rapp's collar. He thought of General Garrison, the base commander. He'd skimmed the man's personnel file on the flight over, and now he was cursing himself for not paying closer attention. He had a few vague recollections of him. He was an Air Force Academy grad and on the young side for a brigadier general, which meant he was either really good at his job, really lucky, or a really good kiss-ass. Whatever the answer, Rapp supposed it didn't matter, since his only chance was to meet this thing head-on. He'd bluff them, long enough to get the others out of there, and then come clean, or at least partially clean. Rapp rated himself and then pulled open the door. He stepped into the other room and was surprised to find everyone with their backs to him. Rapp moved forward a few steps and motioned for Maslik to continue to the right, where General Dastum was standing. Everyone's attention seemed to be focused on the hallway that led to the offices and the main exit. 3 men were talking. One was Nash, who was the only person facing him. Rapp couldn't see the faces of the other 2 men, but they appeared to be rather upset by the way they were shouting and pointing. "So you're denying that man is CIA?" the taller of the 2 asked in a stern voice. "Listen," Nash said, "I think you 2 need to calm down." Rapp did a quick scan of the room. He found everybody on his team except Dumond. He looked again and still couldn't find him. Unsure of whether this was a good sign or a bad sign, Rapp turned his attention back to the conversation. "Calm down?" the older man asked more forcefully. "This is my damn base, Mr. Nash. If that man is CIA and he is impersonating an officer, I'm going to throw both of you in lockup." That had to be General Garrison. Rapp straightened up, cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, and yelled, "What in God's name are all you people doing here? This facility is in lockdown." One by one, heads turned and feet shuffled, as everyone did a 180 to meet the new voice of authority. General Garrison eyed Rapp warily and asked, "And you are?" "Who I am is not what's important. What is important is that this facility is off-limits until 0700. Rapp motioned from one side of the room to the other. "None of you are authorized to be here right now." "By whose authority?" asked the man standing next to the general. Rapp took note of the 2 bars on the collar and said, "The Secretary of Defense, Captain." "Why weren't we informed?" "I don't think the Secretary of Defense feels the need to go around explaining himself to captains," Rapp growled. He directed his attention to the general and said, "Sir, I suggest for your own good that you vacate this facility and let me do my job. Trust me, this is not something you want to get in the middle of. Whoever got you out of bed didn't do you any favors." General Garrison turned and gave Captain Leland a hard stare. "Sir," Leland said, "this man is CIA. I will stake my entire reputation on it." Rapp saw movement to his right, but didn't want to look. He hoped it was Maslik leading Dastum and the others toward the door. "Your reputation is not what's at stake here, Captain. It's the general's career." Rapp turned his glare back to Garrison. There are some very important people in Washington who are waiting for me to finish what I was sent here to do. Does that include impersonating an officer in the United States Air Force? Garrison asked. Rapp didn't know what to say, so he said nothing. How about beating a bound prisoner to a bloody pulp? Leland asked. That's it, Rapp growled. Everybody out of here. He turned away from the two officers. I need to have a word in private with the general and his aide. Rapp began shooing people down the hallway toward the exit. Everybody moved, except Nash. Slow down there, the captain said. I don't think you're in any position to be giving orders around here. Rapp turned on him before he could say anything else, like telling the MPs to stay put. General, I suggest you tell Dudley Do-Right here to shut his pie-hole. What I have to tell you is highly classified. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and only a few others have been briefed. I can't very well tell a room full of enlisted servicemen. Not bothering to wait for a response, Rapp told the others to get moving and then said to Nash, You too. Rapp mouthed the words, Get on the plane. Nash shook his head. No. Don't argue with me. Rapp grabbed Nash by the arm and started walking him down the hallway. In a low voice, he added, Get back to D.C. I can handle the political heat. You can't. Tell them you verified the third cell and get Mohammed transferred to our custody. Mitch, this is serious shit. I've been in far worse. I'll talk my way out of it. Nash looked back down the hall at the two officers and said, Don't count on it. That Leland is a real prick. I'm not exactly easy to get along with, Rapp said with a grin. Just get everyone on that plane and get the hell out of here. Chapter 15. The two officers watched the mystery colonel lead the CIA man down the short hallway where they stopped and exchanged a few words. Without taking his eyes off them, Captain Leland said, Sir, I don't like this. I don't trust these spooks. It can't hurt to hear 'em out. Garrison had finally shaken the sleep from his head. The drastic swings of fate had helped push the dull fog away, and he was now operating on a level that was more appropriate for command. The fog of war was not localized to combat, he thought. Only moments ago his entire career had flashed before his eyes, corkscrewing downward in a tailspin that would surely result in a spectacularly tragic fireball. Now he was confronted with something entirely different. He watched the two men speak. He had never liked the idea of these spooks lurking around his base. They were insolent bastards who seemed to be always looking for a way to cause trouble. But they were more important to this fight, perhaps, than any other in modern history. The one wearing the rank of colonel turned and was coming back to them. Sir, I think you should lock him up. Garrison put his hand out in a silencing gesture. I want to hear what he has to say first. The idea that the man might really be doing the bidding of the President was worth exploring. Don't expect the truth. It won't hurt to listen to him, Captain. General, Rapp announced as he stopped a few feet in front of them. I apologize for all of this, but this is a difficult situation. There's no excuse for what we saw you doing to that prisoner. Captain, when I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. This is a United States Air Force base. You have no authority to tell anyone on this base to do a thing. I suggest you shut your fucking mouth, Rapp snapped. I'm a GS-16, Captain, so that makes me the equivalent of a flag officer. I'm a special advisor on terrorism to the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, and the National Security Council. I'm on a first-name basis with the Secretary of Defense, and the President has me on speed dial. So unless you're a hell of a lot more important than your entirely unimpressive appearance, or those two bars would lead me to believe, I suggest you butt the fuck out and let me talk to the General. Leland's complexion flushed with embarrassment. Rapp, feeling like he had finally got his point across, looked at the base commander and said, I want to start off by apologizing for all of this. My methods aren't pretty. Alerting you about what I was up to was not something you would have welcomed. You were just going to sneak in and sneak out? Yes. And I would be left in the dark. Your judgment would be left intact. And the marks on the prisoner? How would I explain that? That was not intended. He tried to bite me. Rapp looked up at the monitor, as did the two officers. Haghani was still tied to his chair. His blood-streaked face looked horrible. Rapp grimaced and offered, It's not as bad as it looks. It looks bad, Mr. The General left the question unfinished. Rapp wavered and then thought, What the hell, I'm in deep enough already. Rapp. Mitch Rapp. You work for the CIA? Garrison asked. That's right. You're a spy, Leland said. Counterterrorism specialist. What exactly does that entail? The general asked. It involves dealing with people like that. Rapp pointed at the screen. Dealing. The general repeated the word. That's pretty vague. We walk in different circles, General. I don't expect someone who puts on a uniform like yours to ever fully condone what I do. You guys have to have your rules, your discipline. You need that to remain an effective fighting force. Me, I'm the guy who sneaks out under the wire late at night and crawls up next to these guys and cuts their throats. Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night? Leland folded his arms across his chest, a look of contempt on his face. Rapp cocked his head and studied the captain. He couldn't care less what this wet-behind-the-ears officer thought of him, but with the intent of buying more time for Nash and the others, he supposed he should engage him. I sleep like a baby, Captain. How about you? It's because of people like you that we're losing this war. With a raised eyebrow, Rapp said, I wasn't aware that we're losing it. This is about hearts and minds, and you know it, not torturing prisoners so we can get false confessions out of them. False confessions? That's what you think this is about? That man sitting in that room right there, do you even know who he is? It doesn't matter who he is or what he's done. As an officer of the United States Air Force, I am sworn to uphold the Geneva Conventions. You're also sworn to protect and defend the United States of America. So which comes first, the Geneva Conventions or your fellow citizens? They coexist equally. I'm sure they do in your little perfect world, Captain. But out there in the real world, on the other side of the wire, things aren't so academic. That's where you're wrong, Mr. Rapp. Really? I love being told how things are by some prick in a clean uniform who thinks he has all the answers. Tell me how it is, Captain. Tell me how many terrorists you've killed. Tell me how many times you've been shot. Leland shifted his weight from one foot to the other. His chin stuck stubbornly out. General, I think we're wasting our time. May I please put him under arrest and have him thrown in lockup? Leland's hand slid down to the top of his thigh holster. Captain, Rapp said in a casual voice, I'll break your wrist before you ever get that thing out of the holster. Relax, Captain, Garrison said. I want to hear him out first. So, he said, looking at Rapp, this classified information you were talking about? It really was classified information, and Rapp now had to decide how far to go with these two. Telling the captain to leave would have technically been the right thing to do, but Rapp didn't want to free him up to check on the others. He would have to give them a heavily sanitized version of what was going on. About a month ago, an al-Qaeda cell was intercepted on its way to the United States. A second cell was intercepted a few weeks later. We were very alarmed to find during interrogations that these cells were highly trained in commando tactics. They had researched their targets thoroughly. They'd pre-shipped their weapons, and I'm not just talking guns. I'm talking high-end explosives, fuses, remote detonators, the works. They could have done some serious damage. At any rate, during the interrogations— You mean torture, Leland said. Rapp looked at the senior of the two officers and said, General, with all due respect, if he says another word, I'm going to knock him out. And trust me when I say I'll never be punished for belting some smart-ass, low-level officer who was interfering with me trying to stop a terrorist attack on the United States. And make no mistake about it, either of you. This operation, my little midnight visit to your base, is about acting on solid intel that a third cell is still out there. Rapp paused to let the revelation sink in. That's right. There's another group. We estimate 8 to 10 men, all highly trained. What do you want with these two? General Garrison asked, when you already have the other men in your custody. The men we have are only foot soldiers. None of them were involved in the recruiting or planning of the attacks. Garrison nodded, and then pointed at the twin monitors. And these two? Both of them are high up. In fact, right before you came walking in, Al-Haq was talking about making a deal. Garrison looked at the ground for a moment and then asked, So what do you expect me to do? Go back to bed. Act like this never happened. I'll be gone in the morning, and hopefully I'll have enough information to run down this third cell and intercept them before they deploy. Even as Rapp said it, he knew it wouldn't happen. Still, he had to go through the motions. The base commander looked over at Leland and then said, "Give us a minute to discuss." "Sure, it's your command, General." Rapp stayed firmly planted between them and the hallway that led to the exit. General Garrison led Captain Leland to the far corner and asked in a hushed voice, "Your thoughts?" "I don't like it. I don't like him, and I don't trust him. I think he's a liar." "I didn't ask if I should date him, Captain. A little more nuanced opinion is what I'm looking for." "Sorry, sir." Leland paused, set aside his personal feelings of dislike, and said, "In these situations, what gets command in trouble is never the crime. You have done nothing wrong, sir. What gets command in trouble is the cover-up. Usually the old boy network, academy grads looking out for each other." Leland exchanged a brief look with Garrison, like they shared an unspoken bond. The general gave him no such look in return. "It starts out innocently enough, because no one thinks they're going to get caught. They usually do, though, and when it happens, it's never pretty. Instead of one career being ruined, it ends up being 2, 3, 4, sometimes dozens." "Your point being, if I go back to bed and act like nothing happened, eventually someone will find out I knew he was here." "That he impersonated an officer, tortured a prisoner, and God only knows what else." "So you think we should lock him up?" "Yes," Leland said with conviction. "You have done nothing wrong, sir. Your only concern should be to follow regulations." "But what about this third cell?" Leland didn't like that the general wasn't recognizing how dangerous this could be to not only his own career but Leland's as well. "What about Senator Lonsdale? How do you think she'll react when she gets wind of this? And trust me, sir, it is not if, it's when, and when she does, she's going to want your balls on a platter. She said as much before she left. Your career will be over, sir." Garrison looked back across the room at the man from the CIA. He was right. It would have been better if he'd never gotten out of bed. He glanced at the 2 monitors, watched the 2 fanatics sitting in their chairs. This whole thing was a mess. "And how," he asked Leland, "do we live with ourselves if what he says is true? If we get hit with another attack?" "He has no proof of that, sir. That's what these spooks do. They run around chasing shadows, crying wolf." "That doesn't mean he's not right." Leland sighed in exasperation. "That is not our job to decide." "So you think I should lock him up?" "Yes, sir. It's the only responsible thing for you to do." "And then what?" "It'll get kicked up the chain of command, and they will deal with it." Garrison thought long and hard about it. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was making a mistake, but he saw no other way. "Fine," he said, with no enthusiasm. "Place him under arrest and notify CENTCOM." "Yes, sir." Leland was beaming with satisfaction as he snapped off a salute. "And, Captain, I want this kept quiet. No gossip. For now it stays between the 2 of us and our security detail in the other room. The Pentagon and the President might have an entirely different take on this than you do." "I doubt it, sir." Leland turned to go arrest Rapp. "One other thing, Captain." Leland stopped and looked back at his CO. "Don't look so damn pleased with yourself. Before this is all over, I have a bad feeling we're both going to wish you had never gotten me out of bed." Chapter 16. Washington, D.C. There hadn't been many dates, and no real relationships to speak of. The ones with any sense simply stayed away, and the ones who pursued her made her nervous for the simple fact that they should have had more sense. Then there was the very real fear that she would be set up by a foreign intelligence service. It had been done before, using a woman's heart, or, in a man's case, something else, to put them in a compromising situation. So there were background checks, surveillance by Langley's counter-espionage gang, and probably the FBI as well. She questioned none of it. To do so would have been reckless. Irene Kennedy had resigned herself to the simple fact that she would probably never find true love, and almost certainly never remarry. The first go-around had gone badly, as they pretty much always do when referred to in the past tense. She rarely looked back on it with any deep regret. It had started out well enough. He was interesting, handsome, and very intelligent. Her mistake had been underestimating his relationship with his mother. The woman treated her son as if he was still 8 years old. He was a mama's boy who thought only of himself. Looking at it after the fact, Kennedy could see she enabled this behavior. She was a pleaser. She loved him and wanted to make him happy. It was 3 years into their marriage when she gave birth to their son, Thomas, that things took a turn for the worse. When confronted with the hard truth that her husband wouldn't change a diaper, handle a feeding, or get up with Thomas in the middle of the night, it was hard to deny the simple fact that the man was a selfish prick. It would have been another story if he'd been the breadwinner and she'd been a stay-at-home mom. But it was the opposite. He was a college professor who acted as if he was God's gift to the intellectual elite of the world. Kennedy soon grew tired of the inequities of the partnership. The tipping point came one Saturday afternoon when she found herself mowing the lawn with young Thomas sleeping in a baby backpack while the professor was off working on his dissertation. It took nearly 2 years for the divorce to be finalized, but it was then that she knew it was over, when she knew she no longer loved the man. Still, she never regretted the marriage, for the simple fact that it had given her a son whom she adored. Kennedy had made it a priority to make sure her son did not turn out like his father. The only real challenge came every summer when Thomas would spend a month at his father's family summer retreat on Nantucket. It was really the only time he spent with his father since he was now teaching in France. There was lots of tennis and golf and sailing. He never changed, though. He was a good kid who got good grades and stayed out of trouble. Her mother helped a lot. And then there was Rapp. Kennedy reached for her glass of wine and looked through the open French doors of the semi-private room. Her date was late. As she took a sip of the Pinot Noir, she thought of the influence Rapp held over her son. He was a complex man. No, that's not right, she thought to herself. He's probably the least complex man I know. Rapp's line of work was complicated, rare, and very dangerous. But to Kennedy, he was perhaps the most transparent man she had ever known. There were plenty of people at Langley who were tacticians, those who dreamt up grand, complex plans that would weaken or destroy the enemy, plans that would harvest intelligence and give them an advantage over their enemies. Invariably, Rapp would pick these plans apart. As someone who had spent almost his entire career in the field, he was painfully aware that there was a direct relationship between the complexity of a plan and its chances for failure. Rapp preferred the simple, direct approach, which usually involved firing a bullet into the back of someone's head. That was the stark truth, and Kennedy spent a fair amount of time trying not to think about it. Her mother, though, had expressed her concerns. When Rapp's wife was killed several years ago, Kennedy's mother had come to her and stated in unequivocal terms that she thought it extremely reckless that her daughter allowed her grandson to spend so much time in the company of a CIA assassin. Kennedy hated the word, hated the idea that someone who had sacrificed so much could be dismissed and tarnished by a simple word. Put Rapp in a uniform and give him a rank and he would be a hero. They'd have pinned so many medals on his chest he'd tip over. He wasn't part of the military, though, so certain people looked down on him, even her own mother. Kennedy couldn't blame her. Her mother didn't understand how anyone could do what he did for a living. Kennedy smiled as she thought of how her mother would react if she knew the whole story, if she were given access to Rapp's file. Even worse, how she would react if she read her own daughter's file. At least with men like Rapp and Nash, the anthropological evidence was in plain sight. One look at them, and it was plainly obvious that they were hunters. Her own daughter, on the other hand, had not a hint of pedacity in her entire appearance or demeanor. She was the epitome of high-powered Washington class. Her clothes were always stylish, but never over the top. She showed just enough skin to retain her femininity, and never so much as to be thought a slut. Her smooth, shoulder-length hair was the perfect accent to her narrow face and button nose. Never was there a hint that beneath the disarming, pleasant smile lurked a woman whose patience was gone. A woman who now, on an almost weekly basis, gave men like Rapp and Nash the approval to break laws, to lie to congressmen and senators, to kidnap and torture, and, yes, to kill. It was never cavalier, never done for the perverse pleasure of doing it simply because she could. The decisions were made with great care and consideration. But nonetheless, they were made, and Kennedy had to live with them, had to live with the lies. She knew Rapp could handle it, but she was increasingly worried about Nash. Where Rapp kept to himself, especially since the murder of his wife, Nash was forced to confront the lie. Married with 4 kids, he crossed over on a daily basis, back and forth from suburbia to the black ops world of counterterrorism. Soccer and lacrosse games, followed by late-night interrogations and the occasional liquidation. They'd come up with plenty of words to help them cope with their less-than-noble deeds. Detainee, as opposed to prisoner, opened up the door for extreme interrogations, which, of course, had a much nicer ring than torture. A suspect underwent rendition, as opposed to simply being kidnapped. All of the political speak drove Rapp nuts. He blamed it all on the lawyers, and he was probably right. The truth was they were in a dirty business that was populated by some less-than-reputable people. Rapp liked to remind everyone, we're not cops, we're not soldiers, we're spies, and spies do nasty shit to nasty people. Nowhere in their charter was there anything about fighting fair. The enemy certainly didn't, and their people treated them like heroes. In America, you were forced to sit through meetings like the one she'd just finished at the Justice Department, meetings with people who didn't know the first thing about the silent war that was being waged. Your reward sacrifice was to be hounded by some politically appointed prick like this Wade Klein. At a bare minimum, your reputation got trashed in the press, or worse, you ended up indicted and drowning under a mountain of legal bills. Kennedy's anxiety rose as she thought of Rapp and Nash and what they were up to. One slip-up, and the vultures would pounce. Her date appeared at the top of the staircase with an apologetic smile on his face. Kennedy wasn't the slightest bit irritated that he was 20 minutes late. She pushed back her chair to stand, but her date rushed over and gestured for her not to bother. "Sorry I'm late," he said, as he bent over to kiss Kennedy. She offered her cheek and said, "Don't worry, any chance I get to have a moment alone is one I'll gladly take." The man laughed genuinely and took a seat directly across from Kennedy. He unbuttoned his suit coat and retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his inside pocket. William Barstow ran an investment firm in town and had been divorced for a little more than a year. Kennedy had never met the ex or the 2 kids and was in no rush. She'd sat next to Barstow at a fundraiser for the Kennedy Center, and he'd made her laugh. It might sound like a small thing to most people, but there wasn't a lot to laugh about in her life. As the event wrapped up, Barstow asked her out. Kennedy said why not, and now they were 5 dates into what was so far a pretty easy relationship. They were at the Ruth's Chris Steakhouse on Connecticut Avenue. The service was excellent, as was the food, but more important, it was one of a handful of restaurants in town that had a good working relationship with Langley. Not far from Embassy Row, the place was often used for meetings and was rumored to be wired to the hilt. Kennedy liked it because it had a room on the 2nd floor that had 2 glass walls, which at least gave the illusion that you were part of the busy restaurant. It was far less stifling than some of the other private rooms in town, the ones where you felt like you were seated in a closet. Her security team was familiar with the place and could sweep it and employ their countermeasures with relative ease. Kennedy looked across the table at her date. He was the John Wayne type, that was for sure, a big barrel chest with warm brown eyes and a disarming grin, which belayed a very serious man who, she had no doubt, could lose his temper at work. She worked with plenty of men just like him, although their suits weren't as nice. His drink arrived a moment later, and he held it up to toast Kennedy. As the 2 glasses clanged, Barstow said, "To an evening without interruptions." With a conspiratorial wink, he added, "I left my phone in the car." Guilt washed over Kennedy's face. Based on what was going on in Afghanistan, she knew there was almost no chance of getting through the evening without a disruption. Barstow noticed the look on her face. "Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's just that there's a good chance I will have to take at least 1 call." "That's all right. Your job is a little more important than mine." Kennedy heard no malice or jealousy in his voice. It was a gesture of honest humility. "Thank you. I'll try to keep it short." Barstow ordered a fabulous bottle of Bordeaux, and they made small talk over salads. He got the wedge, and she got the baby arugula. Kennedy enjoyed asking him about the financial markets. He had a master's degree in economics from the University of Chicago, and he usually had a fresh take on the world. Like most economists, he also used hard facts to back up his theories. He would have been really good in her line of work. 3 waiters filed into the room with the main course and sides. The petite filet was set down in front of Kennedy, as well as steaming side orders of asparagus and mushrooms. A giant slab of meat was placed in front of Barstow as if it were a bar of gold. Kennedy knew it was the porterhouse, and if Barstow acted the way he did last time, he would eat only half of it and take the other half home for his dog. At least, that was the story. Kennedy savored the aroma of what would be her first steak in 4 weeks. It was all she allowed herself. The wine-glasses were refreshed, and then waiters filed out. Kennedy and Barstow looked at each other in anticipation. Barstow looked to be torn between making another toast and digging into his slab of red meat, which would feed a small family for a week. Kennedy grabbed her steak knife and fork and was poised to go to work when she sensed something amiss. There was a flurry of movement on the other side of the glass doors. It was men in dark suits, not waiters in white jackets. Kennedy badly wanted to ignore them, but knew she wouldn't. Carefully, she turned her head and instantly knew the meal was over. Looking back at her through the glass was Rob Ridley. The deputy clandestine chief was a perennial smartass. He loved to tease and joke, but there was none of that on his face tonight. He was as grim as Kennedy had ever seen him. Kennedy slowly set her fork and knife down and dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin. After a heavy sigh, she said, "Bill, you'll have to excuse me. It appears that interruption I was anticipating has arrived." Barstow tried to look sympathetic, but in truth was already inhaling his first cut and looked like he might pass out. Kennedy went to the door and drew it back. He stepped forward, his eyes as concerned as Kennedy had seen them in time. "What's wrong?" "We've got big problems." "Big?" she asked. "Really big?" Yep. Kennedy, yep. Eyed. He sounded like he was he had to finally fight. He would get the fight. She'd read interested the fact of it, sooner or later. An avoided attitude that they found there right, didn't defeat. Arrested in the queue, he said. It's very hefty that he blamed that her learning said back to. Chapter 17. Triple Frontier, South America. Morale was not good. It was something he had failed to account for, and Karim rarely failed to account for the important thing. That was his strength. He was a scholar first and a warrior second. To be fair to himself, though, he had considered it briefly. In the final few seconds before he killed Zakaria, he thought of how the execution would affect the other men. As he drew his sidearm, pulled the trigger, and watched the hollow-tipped round spray the back of Zakaria's head against the screen, he felt certain that his action would galvanize the men, unify them, force them to put their differences aside and focus their talents on this important mission. He saw now that he had misjudged them. It was their faith, he decided, a lack of true devotion. Tribal rivalries had also played a role, to be sure, and Karim chastised himself for not seeing that beforehand. Islam was notorious for its infighting, the petty rivalries that had kept them apart for so many years. The 4 Saudis under his command were fine. They would fight with efficiency and courage to the last man. Even the lone Afghani seemed to be taking it well, but then again, the Afghani had served under him for more than a year, and had fought bravely in countless incursions with the enemy. Because they had been to battle together, they had that trust. The Afghani would be fine. They were the toughest, most selfless fighters Karim had ever known. The Moroccans, however, were a problem. He now saw that, if anything, the team was more deeply divided than before. He briefly considered executing one of them, but found it impractical. He was not above using fear to motivate, but in this instance he was dealing with a finite supply of men. Karim had studied the brutal tactics of men such as Lenin and Stalin. There was something to be learned from them. Their sheer audacity and thirst for power was unmatched. Most impressive, though, was their ability to seize power and then hold on to it by the most heinous means necessary. Karim thought of Lenin and Stalin often, asked himself if he had it in him, the greatness of those 2 men, the ability to lead a revolution, to take power from others, to kill every enemy, real and imagined, until your power was unquestioned, secure, and you were ready to implement real change. He knew he could be cruel, knew he had the conviction to see things through, to indiscriminately kill as many as it took. It was Allah's work he was doing, after all, and Allah would sort out the believers from the non-believers when they were dead. Karim's job was to turn back the tide, stop the heathens and the infidels and their steady march, their assault on Islam. Their liberation of women, their thirst for pornography, their acceptance of an abomination like homosexuality, all were the work of the devil. Their music, their movies, their entire culture was an assault on the family. Their entire culture was a cancer on the world, a slow and steady attack on Islam. Whatever the cost, no matter how many innocents were caught in the crossfire, they had to be stopped. This particular operation was not the end for Karim. It was a grand stepping stone for something far greater. Allah had come to him during his unending hours of prayer, had told him of his plans, how he wanted him to take back the cradle of Islam from the traitors, from the corrupt lovers of money and wealth. But before he could accept that responsibility, he had to prove himself, not to Allah, but to those whom he would need for the next fight. Karim would not martyr himself like the others. For obvious reasons, he had failed to share this with his men. Allah had grand designs for him. He was to one day lead a revolution that would change the world. Karim was destined to unseat the Saudi royal family and purge his country of their corrupting influence. The entire family, 10,000+ relatives, would have to be killed. Karim knew a few would escape, knew the world would be shocked, but the numbers were insignificant compared to Lenin and Stalin. Millions had died at their hands, and for what? A godless system that rewarded only the uppermost echelon of bureaucrats. Muslims would understand, and in the end, that is all that would matter. But first, he had to deal with America, and to do that successfully, he needed to raise the morale of the two Moroccans and get his team acting as one. Karim pushed open the rickety screen door and stepped onto the soft grass. 6 months in this suffocating place. Much had been accomplished, but not enough. The mid-morning sun was finally high enough in the sky to drive the disease-carrying insects into the shadows. He knew the men would be thankful for that, but now they had to contend with the suffocating wet heat. Even his fellow countrymen found the wicked combination of heat and humidity a formidable opponent. Water was the key, just like in the desert. The men must drink plenty of water, Karim thought to himself. He'd made sure they took their malaria medicine as well. He hadn't poured his talent and energy into this operation, only to see it fail because of some tiny little bug. There was shouting from the men. Karim looked across the clearing to see what it was about. 6 of them were assembled on the far end of the clearing, approximately 150 meters away. They were all wearing jungle cargo pants and faded green T-shirts. Like Karim, each man wore a thigh holster with a 9mm Glock and 2 extra clips of ammunition. Karim made them do it because he wanted them to get used to always carrying a weapon. He also did it because he secretly hoped a drug cartel would stumble upon the camp and pick a fight. It would be a great way to test the men. Karim knew they were standing at the point where the obstacle course both began and ended. Even from this distance he could tell the encouragement was only half-hearted. His eyes swept the course, looking for the 7th man. He was still trying to get used to that. A few days earlier it had been 8. One of the Moroccans rounded the far corner of the obstacle course. He couldn't tell if it was Ahmed or Fazl. They were so similar. The man dropped to his belly and began crawling under a layer of barbed wire that was perched a mere 18 inches above the ground. After he'd crawled 30 feet, he popped up and headed straight for a 20-foot wall. He hit the wall in stride, grabbed the rope, and started up. Halfway up he slipped, gathered himself, tried again, slipped once more, and then gave up, dropping to the ground. Out of breath, he bent over, his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Karim's gaze intensified. He had not come this far to watch someone quit at something they should have mastered months ago. After a few more deep breaths, the man shook his head in frustration and jogged around the wall to the next obstacle. The other 6 men began laughing and taunting him. Even though it was almost impossible to tell the 2 Moroccans apart from this distance, Karim knew it was Ahmed. He had led Fazl, the other Moroccan, into battle and knew Fazl was tougher than any wall. Karim's anger was set afire. That any man under his command would give in so easily was infuriating. But the fact that the others found it humorous was intolerable. His worn black jungle boots were moving, carrying him along one of the many paths that cut through the tall grass like spokes on a wheel. His stride was short and quick, his anger building with each pace. One of the men noticed him coming and alerted the others. The laughing and jeering came to a nervous halt. The men spread out, and while not coming to attention, they prepared themselves for the approaching fury. Karim stopped 8 paces from the group just as Ahmed crossed the finish line. The gangly Moroccan stumbled and then fell to the ground, tumbling twice and coming to a stop at Karim's feet. There was a better than 50-50 chance he would have kicked him in the ribs if it weren't for the fact that a nervous laugh managed to escape the mouth of one of the men. It was Farid, the most talented of the group, and as he struggled to suppress his ill-timed expression, the others joined in. It had a cascading effect, and soon they were all giggling like little schoolgirls. Karim stepped over Ahmed, drew his 9mm Glock, and pressed the tip of the muzzle to Farid's forehead. Karim's action, and the image of one of their fellow jihadists dying at the hands of their commander only a few days earlier, sucked any and all humor out of the situation. The men straightened, throwing their shoulders back and staring straight ahead. Even Farid managed to stand tall with the weight of the cool steel pressing against his forehead. "Amir," Farid barked as quickly as he could, "I apologize for my bad judgment." "Do you find this humorous?" "No, Amir, I do not." Farid chose to call him Amir, which was the Arabic word for commander. "Then why are you laughing?" Farid hesitated, not sure how he should answer. Finally he said, "I was wrong to have done so. I will not let it happen again." "No, you will not," Karim said in an icy tone, "or I will put a bullet in your thick skull." Farid blinked once, the sweat on his brow stinging his eyes. "Yes, sir." Karim lowered the gun, turned on the others, and barked, "Do the rest of you find humor in this?" They replied as one that they did not. The anger had not dissipated an ounce for Karim. It continued to build as he walked behind each man, fighting the urge to crack them across the back of the skull with his heavy gun. Command was a lonely position, especially in the jungle thousands of miles and a world away from the war. Their failure was his, and he did not like failing. How could he get them to snap out of it, to understand what was at stake? How could he get them to understand just how serious the Americans were? As much as he despised them, Karim had no illusions about their formidability. The men had all joined the fight willingly, and over the years Karim had met far too many who had talked bravely of war. Cafes and mosques all across Saudi Arabia were filled with them. Only a handful was brave enough, stupid enough, or devout enough to actually pick up a weapon and do something about it. The idea with his group was that they would be both brave and devout. Zakaria had been devout and smart, but he was lazy, never bothered to take what they were doing seriously enough. That was the element he had to contend with, young men with nothing better to do. Many of them had been sent by wealthy fathers who wanted to bask in the honor of giving to the cause. More than a few of these fathers also quietly paid to have their boys kept off the front lines. The vast majority showed up with no military training, and worse, a casual, false perception of battle. Even the most well-trained and well-equipped soldiers could soil themselves in battle. Take the novice, though, full of rhetoric and propaganda, and see how he performs the first time the Americans drop one of their bruising, ear-shattering 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs. Karim had witnessed entire battalions of men refusing to move for fear that American warplanes were lurking in the dark skies above. These men were not cowards. He had seen all but 2 of them fight in battle, and all were worthy. Even Ahmed, for all his inability to simply get over the wall, had his strengths. A self-taught sniper, he was by far the best shot with both a pistol and a rifle. Karim had big plans for him. A well-trained sniper on the prowl in a peacetime urban area would be an invaluable weapon. A thought occurred to Karim as he continued to circle his men. Maybe he was pushing them too hard. Maybe it was destroying their confidence. It was against his nature to pull back. Everything he had accomplished in life had been done by pressing forward, by trying harder. Maybe that was not the answer with this group. In less than a week, they would begin their insertion into the heart of the enemy, where they would have few allies. The tension would be tenfold. Karim thought of the other two groups. He'd received word that they'd been intercepted, but there had been nothing in the press. That meant they were more than likely floating aboard some nondescript ship in the middle of the ocean being tortured. How had they been caught? Did they trip themselves up? Was there a traitor somewhere in their organization? All of these questions and more had kept Karim awake at night for weeks. Something came to him at that moment as he looked over his tense men. It was guidance from Allah. He knew that almost immediately. Increasingly, he could feel the hand of Allah in everything he did, guiding him, prodding him, gently nudging him on this journey to the belly of the beast. His future was suddenly less certain. His destiny to one day lead a revolt in the holiest of lands. Maybe it would all end in America. Karim couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. But it lasted only a second. He knew Allah was testing him, making sure he was humble, getting him to stay focused on the task at hand. So be it, Karim thought. If America is to be my final battle, I will make it a glorious, fiery ending. Karim turned his attention to Ahmed, who was still breathing heavily. He had yet to address a very important issue. With Zakaria gone, the structure needed to be realigned. Karim had designed the team to function much like the Navy SEALs and their swim buddy system. Each man had been assigned a partner to train with. The 8 men could be split into 2 fighting forces of 4 or 4 smaller teams of 2. Karim had put much thought into it. This would give him the strength to make the initial assaults and the flexibility to deploy smaller units that would be harder to detect once the powers that be figured out what was going on. Ahmed, Karim said as he extended his hand, I would be honored if you would accept me as your partner. The Moroccan was shocked. Amir, the honor would be mine. Karim smiled. You are a fine soldier, and I have great faith in you. He glanced at the other men and took pride in their approving smiles. To lighten the mood further, he said, I will have to make sure we don't have to climb any walls. Chapter 18. Karim looked out across the clearing, not sure what to expect, but he thought he would feel something, some momentous change, a gnawing anticipation for what lay ahead, a sense of pride in what they had accomplished. Something, anything. But all he felt was emptiness. He looked from one side of the clearing to the other, surveyed the obstacle course they had all run 1,000 times, the pistol range, where he had turned each of them into expert marksmen with their Glock 19s. And not just into static marksmen, he'd turned them into gunfighters. They'd learned to shoot with both their left and right hands, extended 2-hand grips, close-in single-hand grips, on the move, on the ground, standing and sitting. They'd covered every conceivable situation, and they were all drastically better. But were they good enough? Karim felt it, the tightness in his chest, the shallow breaths. It was another panic attack. He had told no one. So far he'd been able to convince the men they were just migraines. But he knew better. He'd had headaches before, and these were not headaches. They were far more terrifying. Normally he was visited by the pangs of doubt right before he fell asleep, when he was alone with his thoughts. when he was desperately trying to empty his conscience of all his worries so he could simply sleep. It was hopeless, though. The more he tried, the worse it got. And now it was happening to him in the middle of the day. The illness, or whatever it was, always came the same way. It started as doubt. Doubt in his own ability and that of his men. They had done so much, had come so far, but was it far enough? Where was the sense of accomplishment or finality, or at least the satisfaction that they were leaving this awful place? The place that had almost doomed them from the start. Karim thought back to those first few weeks when the men had all taken ill, their bodies assaulted by the horrid stew of moisture and insects. It was the one thing he had failed to take into consideration. He knew his men would have to adapt to the new climate, but assumed their youth and health could handle it. They had, after all, survived fighting against the Americans in the cold, rough mountains of Afghanistan. Karim had hated the cold, but never again would he curse it. The cold, dry mountain air killed all of the things you couldn't see, the tiny microbes and bacteria that would assault the body. Those unseen enemies flourished in the moist jungle air. Surprisingly, it was the U.S. Army that had rescued them, or, more precisely, one of their handy field manuals on tropical survival. Karim had gotten the men the proper medicine and clothing, and had instituted a strict policy on hygiene. It took almost a full month before everyone was cured of their rashes and diarrhea. From that moment on, they had made great progress. They were stronger, fitter, more knowledgeable, and more confident. But was it enough? What was he failing to account for? "Amir!" Karim turned to find Farid standing a few feet behind him, a look of concern on his face. "Yes." "Are you all right?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" "You do not look well. Excuse me for saying so." "I feel fine," Karim lied. "The men are ready." "Water?" "Full rations, as you ordered." "Do they know we are leaving?" Farid could not hide his own surprise. "I didn't think so." Karim looked back toward the huts and their rusty tin roofs. The men were standing next to their packs, preparing for what they thought would be just another long march through the jungle. "Bring them over. Tell them to leave their packs." Farid barked out a quick order, and the 6 men hustled over. They lined up from left to right, the distance from one man to the other one a full arm's length. They'd done it so many times over the last 6 months, they could simply eyeball the distance. Karim surveyed his elite squad, 7 of them from left to right. The tallest was a hair over 6 feet, and the shortest a bit under 5'8". They were all in peak physical condition. What little extra weight they may have carried on their agile frames was now gone. They were an impressive group with their broad shoulders, bulging muscles, and narrow waists. Their entire bearing had been changed. They stood straight, with shoulders back and chests out, their eyes front and center, waiting for an order. The posture alone had taken nearly a month. He'd had to transform them, slowly strip all the bad habits they'd learned fighting for Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. They had been encouraged to look down on the Americans and their formality of command, the way the Americans marched around like robots. Karim saw it for what it really was, an efficiency that stripped away an individual's identity. It was one of the many things that made them such daunting opponents, and it was the foundation of their effectiveness. When an order was given, they could move with amazing speed and efficiency. Karim looked over the men and realized for the first time just how proud he was of them. He gave the order for the men to relax, and then, with a thin smile on his lips, he said, "My warriors, Allah has told me you are ready. There is nothing more we can do here." "We are leaving?" It was Ahmed, one of the Moroccans. "Yes, we will leave within the hour." One by one the men looked to each other. Some smiled. Others looked nervous. Karim saw this, stepped on his own anger, and told himself it was natural. As horrible as this place had been, it had served its purpose. It had become home to them. "I know some of you are anxious. Some of you are nervous, and 1 or 2 of you are probably afraid. All of these feelings are natural. When God asked the prophet Jonah to go to Nineveh and decry the wickedness, he was afraid. So afraid he ran in the opposite direction, where he ended up in the belly of the beast. Even one of the great prophets was afraid. It is normal to have such feelings, even to doubt in our cause, our mission. We have each other, though. We have become family. We will keep each other strong, and we will not run. We will go willingly and with great courage into the belly of the beast, and we will inflict such harm and pain that the beast will no longer have the stomach to meddle in our affairs. A few of the men shouted and pumped their fists in the air. The more solemn ones simply nodded. To stay longer is to give the enemy more time to prepare. Karim began to walk the length of the formation with his hands clasped behind his back. Now came the hard part. I have not told you this until now because I did not want to distract you during your training. He stopped at one end and looked back down the line. The other 2 units have not been heard from in almost a month. It is feared that they have been intercepted. There were murmurs of shock and disappointment. But there has been nothing in the news, said Farid. That is true. The men had access to 2 laptops with internet links, and Karim encouraged them to read several U.S. newspapers every day. I would hold out some hope if it had been reported in the papers. That would mean the CIA would have acknowledged their capture, and in turn they would have to document their treatment. The fact that there has been no word means they will drain them of everything they know. Do the other units know of our plans? Karim looked at Fazl al-Ghamdi, whom he had fought alongside in Afghanistan. Only in vague terms. They know which city we will attack, Farid said in an agitated tone. Yes, they do, but it is a big city. As we have discussed, there are many targets. Fazl looked forlorn. They were good men. Yes, they were. They were brave men, but they put too much faith in their belief that Allah wanted them to succeed. Karim had spent a great deal of time, as of late, trying to sort this out. With the thoughtfulness of an imam, he said, Allah wants us to succeed, but he wants to challenge us. He wants to test us. He wants to see how committed we are to defeating our enemy. We are all committed, Amir, said Farid, speaking for all of them. Good. This is why I have preached preparation and vigilance. I have admonished many of you for what I feel is a lack of respect for our enemy. You are weak if you fall prey to this. You are immature and you are afraid, like a schoolboy who is jealous of a pupil who gets a better mark on an exam. The truth is that the Americans are extremely good, and if we are not careful, we will end up like the others, captured, and I'm sure tortured. We will not disappoint you, Amir, said Farid. Good. Karim would always worry about the men. He had poured everything he had into getting them ready for this mission, and he knew he would never be completely satisfied. That was his nature. Those concerns, though, had taken a backseat to something that was weighing very heavily on him. He knew the Americans were good, but he was not naive enough to think the other 2 units had been intercepted by sheer luck. More and more, Karim was convinced the leadership of al-Qaeda had been compromised. I have one other concern, Karim announced in an extremely dire voice. I am afraid that Zakaria may have been passing information along to his uncle. The 2 Moroccans, who were closest to the Egyptian, shared a nervous look. Karim picked up on it and asked, Am I right? Both men nodded. Karim told himself that he could be angry about it later. His suspicions confirmed, he felt very vulnerable standing in the clearing. He got that feeling he'd had many times in Afghanistan, the one where he could almost sense one of the American drones circling high above. A faint buzz that foretold death from the sky. He was suddenly very glad that he had killed Zakaria, and even more glad that he had made other preparations. Does anyone have any questions before we leave? Where are we going? The airstrip. Karim looked to the north. If we make good time, we should be there by nightfall. And then on to Mexico City? Fazil asked. No. But what of the plan? We can no longer trust our own people. Somewhere along the line, the Americans have penetrated our leadership. We are on our own. But how will we get into America? I have made other arrangements. What are they? I will tell you when the time is right. The men accepted this without further question. Karim looked at Farid and said, Set the buildings on fire. I don't want any clues left behind in case the Americans learn of this place. Yes, Amir. Karim scanned the blue sky above them in search of a sign that they were being watched. The mere act of doing so made all the men nervous. I think we should leave this place as quickly as possible. No one argued. The men moved from one building to the next, using the oil from the lanterns to start the fires. The 2 laptops, extra radios, maps, and satellite phones were all thrown into the raging fire. 14 notebooks filled with research on individuals, buildings, entities, and organizations were all torched. Karim had made them memorize their battle plan. From this point forward, nothing was to be put on paper. All communication with the Al-Qaeda leadership was to cease. With the fires raging behind them, the men moved along a narrow foot trail. Karim stood at the edge of the jungle as each man disappeared under the dense canopy. He was finally happy to leave this place, and more than a little content to be cutting all ties with his commanders. There was nothing else they could do for him. He and his men were on their own. They would face Goliath, and they would strike a mighty blow for all of Islam. Chapter 19. Washington, D.C. Mike Nash lay on his side. The wind knocked from his lungs, his arms pinned beneath his body. His eyes fluttered, then opened, only to find a sea of dust and debris. With great effort he rolled onto his back. A jolt of stabbing pain shot through his body. After a moment it passed, and was replaced by a strange, comforting warmth that spread beneath him. It was oddly silent, the air filled with a pungent odor. Slowly, steadily, the pain in his ears began to build. A figure emerged from the dust, holding a rifle. A slack-jawed Nash stared up at the man, trying to make sense of it all. Where in the hell was he? None of this made sense. It was the weapon that brought him halfway back to reality. It was an M4 carbine. Nash didn't know why he knew what it was, but he had an almost instinctive familiarity with the weapon. The man standing above him swung his rifle around, dropped into a half-crouch, and began firing. Shell casings tumbled from the ejection port, peppering Nash's head. The hot brass on his cheek was like a slap to the face. His perception of reality went from narrow to panoramic in a split second, and then back again. The last few tumblers fell into place, and Nash realized there had been an explosion. That warm feeling spreading beneath him was his own damn blood. Nash tried to move, knew he had to move. Once the shooting started, you had to move. Movement meant survival. The opposite meant death, or worse, capture. He rolled onto his side and felt a warm, sticky goo begin to pour out of his ear. The man standing over him dropped to a knee and began running a hand over Nash's back while his eyes and weapon swept the area. The man jerked his weapon to the left and unleashed another volley while Nash rolled flat onto his back again. Nash watched the man hit the magazine release on his weapon, saw the empty metal box fall free. Watched the man slam a new magazine home without looking. He fired another volley, glanced down at Nash, and screamed a question. Nash couldn't hear a thing the man was saying, but he finally realized who it was. Mitch Rapp. Somewhere in the distance there was a rhythmic banging noise, oddly familiar but distinctly out of place. Rapp grabbed him by his shoulder harness and began dragging him out of the line of fire. Nash's back was suddenly on fire with pain as he was pulled over the debris from the explosion. As the first wave of pain passed, he came to the horrifying realization that he couldn't feel his legs. The strange banging noise grew louder. Nash's eyes snapped open, and he was instantly transported thousands of miles from the federally administered tribal areas of Pakistan to his home in suburban Washington, D.C. His right arm slid under the sheets and found the warm skin of his wife. His eyes focused on the familiar pink and white crystal chandelier she had insisted on hanging above their bed. He sighed, closed his eyes, and wiggled his toes. The banging noise started up again. It was coming from down the hallway and was neither unfamiliar nor unwelcome. Nash rolled onto his side, threw back the covers, and swung his legs onto the floor. He was wearing a pair of gray flannel pajama pants and nothing else. He put his elbows on his knees and ran his hands through his short brown hair. At 38 he was still in peak physical shape, but the chiseled exterior had inner flaws. A stabbing pain shot from one temple to the other, so much so that it hurt to open his eyes. It reminded him of his days in the Marine Corps when he used to drink way too much. If only he were so lucky. He'd been to 3 separate specialists, and none of them could tell him why he was waylaid with a splitting headache every morning when he got out of bed. Apparently, massive explosions could do more than just give you a concussion. All complaining aside, he was grateful he could walk. It had taken 4 surgeries to pluck all the shrapnel from his back. The last one was the most delicate, since it involved removing a piece of razor-sharp metal from between his L3 and L4 vertebrae. After that surgery, his progress had been amazing. Other than the physical scars of the molten hot shrapnel that had peppered his back, there were few signs that Mike Nash had changed, but those close to him could tell he was holding on a little too tight. His wife had warned him. Thomas Dudley, the psychiatrist he worked with, had been pulling him aside every chance he got, trying to get him to talk about what he'd been through. Told him he needed to find a way to blow off some steam. An unfortunate choice of words, considering the debacle that had taken place the previous evening. The last thing Nash wanted to do was revisit that subject. He was an expert at mental triage. He had learned it well on the wrestling mats and football fields of his youth. The Marines had further perfected the survival skill, and the CIA had given him the equivalent of a master's degree. Repress and move on. That was their motto. Maybe there would be time to deal with all of it later. Maybe it would simply fix itself. He sure as hell hoped so, because life had become decidedly less enjoyable. His thoughts turned to Rapp. Nash told himself he had no right to complain about a thing. The man had jumped on a grenade for all of them. The shitstorm of all shitstorms was about to come raining down on them, and Rapp had walked right into it. Told the rest of them to get away. Nash glanced over his shoulder at his wife, thought of the great years they'd had together, and wondered how she and the kids would handle it if he got indicted. Rapp was convinced he could take the heat and keep the attention off everyone else, but Nash had his doubts. Congressional investigations were bad enough, but this one had the earmarks of something much bigger. It smelled like one for the Office of Special Counsel, and that meant it could last for years, their net getting bigger and bigger and catching all kinds of crap none of them could have predicted. The banging noise down the hall grew in its ferocity. His wife stirred. Nash stood and walked stiffly across the room and down the hallway. 2 other bedroom doors were firmly closed, but the last one on the left was ajar. The mystery noise was emanating from the smallest room on the 2nd floor. Nash stopped just outside and peeked through the crack. Inside, he caught a glimpse of 1-year-old Charlie as he ran from one end of the crib to the other and then back again like he was a professional wrestler, bouncing off the ropes and working up a head of steam for a clothesline or an atomic leg drop. After a few more laps, he stopped and grabbed onto the side rail. His tiny fingers clutched the white wood, his cheeks puffed with air, and he gave it everything he had, back and forth, back and forth. Bang, 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 bang. Mike Nash got a huge kick out of this little kid's determination. He pushed the door open another foot and waited to be seen. Charlie caught the movement and looked over the top rail with his big brown eyes. A huge smile spread across the baby's face. He sprang up on his toes, threw out his arms, and squealed, "Dada! Dada!" Mike Nash brimmed with unbridled love. He hadn't seen the little fellow in a week. He crossed the small nursery, grabbed Charlie under his outstretched arms, lifted him up, and brought him in tight. Nash kissed him on his shiny red cheek, and then went to work on his neck. Charlie giggled and then squealed with laughter. "Good morning, Chuck," Nash said in a whisper. "Did you miss me?" Charlie took his 2 pudgy hands, slapped his father's face with surprising force, and then tried to grab as much skin as possible. Nash broke free by shaking his head and then started snapping his teeth at Charlie's fingers. Charlie pulled his hands back and squealed in delight. Nash placed him on the changing table, unzipped the boy's pajamas, and with the efficiency of a Marine gunnery sergeant, field-stripping an M16, went to work. A fresh diaper was unfurled and put in place. The tabs in the puffy diaper were simultaneously pulled back, but before it was yanked free, Nash grabbed a washcloth to place over Charlie's groin in case he decided to hose down the nursery. He learned that lesson the hard way with Charlie's oldest brother. Nash tossed the used one in the diaper pail, gave the boy the once-over with a wet wipe, and then secured the new diaper. The two headed downstairs, with Charlie clutching to his father's neck. Nash stopped at the front door and looked out the small window. He tried to remember if he'd heard anything last night about the weather. This traveling from one continent to another could really confuse you. He'd gotten home late and all of the kids were asleep. Unfortunately, they'd grown so comfortable with his coming and going, and none of them bothered to wait up. Nash punched in the security code and turned off the alarm. He cracked the front door and peeked outside. The air was humid for a change. It looked as if spring had finally arrived. Chapter 20. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Rapp lay on his bunk and stared up at the ceiling. They'd taken away his uniform and given him an orange jumpsuit, just like the ones worn by the other prisoners. He took it all in stride. He'd been in far worse situations. It would do him no good to start ranting and raving and demanding that he be treated with more dignity. The truth was that he found it humorous that they had chosen to put him in the very same facility that housed Haghani and Al-Haq. Rapp figured this was the only place they had where they could keep him isolated until Washington weighed in on the unique situation. The main prison was filled with hundreds of combatants and terrorists. Putting Rapp in with that group was almost unimaginable, but that dim-witted captain had actually suggested they do just that. Fortunately, General Garrison seemed to have a decent amount of common sense and intervened. This thing was going to get kicked up to the highest levels in Washington, and his allies on the Hill would be indignant that they had treated Rapp no better than a common terrorist. His stint at the prison was at 2 days and running. He knew because he still had his watch. They'd ordered him to hand it over, but he declined. After a brief discussion, the 4 guards who were processing him decided it wasn't worth the fight. They'd already seen what he'd done to one of the prisoners, as well as Captain Leland, and since they liked neither the spitting terrorist or Captain Leland, they decided to cut him some slack. He'd been brought 6 meals and expected his 7th any minute. The food was nothing great, but it wasn't bad. It sure the hell was better than anything these guys were eating up in the mountains. So far, the only real surprise was that no one had shown up to bail him out. He figured it must have been the time change and the fact that it had happened over the weekend. Whatever the case, Rapp knew they would be coming soon. He'd be dragged back to Washington, and then the real show would start. The solitude had given him plenty of time to figure it out, to think about each person, what they would say, and how he would meet it all head-on. It was time. They'd been running from this fight for far too long. The amount of time, energy, and money they spent trying to hide what they were doing from their own government was ridiculous. Rapp heard the metallic click of the lock on the door being released and sat up, thinking his next meal had arrived. When the door opened, he saw the familiar face of Rob Ridley. The deputy director of the National Clandestine Service looked at Rapp with a combination of amusement and concern. "You've really done it this time, my friend." "Could you have taken any longer?" Rapp asked in return. Ridley held up his camera phone and said, "Don't move. I need to record this moment for my personal archives." Rapp made an obscure gesture and said, "I'm glad you can find some humor in it." Ridley dragged a chair into the small cell and closed the door. "It's not every day I get to see my idol in prison orange." All Rapp could do was smile at Ridley and shake his head. It was good to see him, but he wasn't about to tell him that. "Seriously, where in the hell have you been?" Ridley sat and let out a long sigh. "This is a complicated situation, Mitch." Rapp took the fact that his friend closed the door as a bad sign. "So some prick wants to keep me in here and show me a lesson?" "Kind of. Here, I brought something for you." Ridley handed Rapp a paper bag. Rapp took it and looked inside. He pulled out a worn leather baseball glove, a baseball, and a copy of Mein Kampf. "What the hell is this?" Ridley was known as one of the biggest pranksters in the agency, which had endeared him to many. He flashed Rapp his signature boyish grin and said, "I just thought I'd help put you in the mood. You know The Great Escape with Steve McQueen? You stuck here in the cooler, playing catch against the wall, reading Adolf Hitler's autobiography. I just thought I'd help get you in the right frame of mind, since you might be here for a while." "You're a dandy," Rapp laughed while he put on the glove and began pounding the ball into the old mitt. "Great movie, by the way. One of the best." Ridley held up his phone for Rapp to see and then gave him a wink. Good, Rapp thought. He carried the same phone. It would emit a 10-foot umbrella of white noise and render the cell's listening devices useless. The cells were wired to record everything. It would stand to reason that since he was a U.S. citizen, anything he said would not be admissible in court, but that was a pretty low threshold, considering what they were about to discuss. "Seriously," Rapp said, "what took so long?" "There have been some complications." "Such as?" "Such as you hitting a United States Air Force officer and almost breaking his wrist." "You can't be serious," Rapp groaned. "Did you have to hit him?" "I didn't hit him." "Really?" Ridley said in a tone of disbelief. "How did he get the shiner?" "He fell." "Come on." "Seriously, he tried to pull his gun on me." "And?" Rapp stopped pounding the ball into the mitt, stopped moving entirely. "You can't be serious." "I'm very serious. Some of this we have a shot at fixing, but you striking this guy has caused quite a stir." "I didn't strike him. He went to draw his gun." Rapp shrugged. "I felt it was excessive force." "You expect me to believe that?" "It wasn't the only reason, but I sure as hell don't like guns being pointed at me. Especially by some snot-nosed little prick like that." "Fair enough. That's basically what I told them, but this captain is making a big stink out of it. Any other reasons why you may have done it, just between you and me?" "Of course. He was getting ready to call the MPs in and send them to arrest the others. I needed to buy a little more time for the others to get away, and I didn't hit him. He was bringing his gun around on me. I grabbed it, twisted it free, and in the process he fell and hit his head on a chair. I had a chance to talk to the base commander in private. General Garrison, yeah. He pretty much corroborates what you just said, but this captain is—" Ridley stopped and rolled his eyes. "A little puss is what he is. I should have broken his fucking jaw." Ridley moaned. "That type of attitude is not going to help." Ridley leaned forward and placed his elbows on his knees. "I think if you make a heartfelt apology to the captain, we could probably get him to drop this whole thing." "Hell no!" "Don't be unreasonable." "I'm willing to face the music. I told you that before I came over here. It's time to force this issue." "That's fine, and Irene agrees, but this stuff about you hitting an officer isn't going to play well with the very people we need to support you." "Yeah. Well, have you met him yet?" "Yes." "And?" "I can see where he might bug some people." Rapp frowned. "The guy is a prick with a capital P. And he has a huge shiner and is wearing a sling, and if he ends up in front of one of the committees wearing his service dress uniform, he is going to garner a boatload of sympathy from the exact people we are counting on for support." Rapp drove the ball into the mitt a few more times and then asked, "So what do you want me to do?" "You know what I want you to do." "Crap. It's not that hard. Just shake his hand and say you're sorry. We've explained to him that you have a very colorful history and even intimated that the president owes you a few favors, that he would more than likely look favorably on someone who is willing to help him out in such a delicate situation." "Who's the we?" "Stephen Romer, Special Assistant to the Secretary of Defense." Rapp thought about his options for a moment and then swore. "If this kid cops an attitude, I'll make sure he doesn't. The important thing is that we get you out of here so we can get moving on the other stuff. There's still going to be an investigation and hearings and God only knows what else. Now, if you don't want to apologize, you can sit in this cell for the next month or so while a bunch of lawyers decide your fate." "Hell no.
Then do it. Fine. Make it sincere, Mitch. We need you back in D.C. I said fine, Rapp growled. Ridley reached into the bag next to the chair and pulled out a khaki flight suit. As much as I'd love to see you have to walk around in your prison garb, I think it might send the wrong message. I thought you said I might have to stay in here for a while. That was before you agreed to play nice. Now, hurry up and put those on. You have to apologize, and then we have a plane to catch.
Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. Nash lived in North Arlington, not far from Marymount University. The neighborhood was upscale, but not obnoxious. The lots were mostly a quarter to a half-acre in size, and the homes were all north of $1 million, but south of $2 million. The neighborhood was a compromise. She wanted more, he wanted less. It was a constant point of friction in their marriage. He'd been raised with very little money, and she'd been raised with tons. He made a decent wage working for the CIA, but it paled in comparison to the 7-figure income she pulled in as a partner in one of D.C.'s top public relations firms. They were from different worlds, vastly different worlds, but they were fiercely loyal to each other. Nash looked up and down the tree-lined street. Other than the neighbor's sprinkler clicking away, it was pretty quiet. Not a single car was parked on the street, which Nash liked. In his world, every car was a possible bomb. He scanned the nearby bushes and then walked down the front sidewalk where 3 newspapers were strewn about. He retrieved all of them and headed back inside, closing and locking the door. Charlie was deposited in his high chair and strapped in. Nash hit the start button on the coffee maker and then grabbed a box of Cheerios from the pantry. He poured some onto the tray of the high chair and watched Charlie begin to work on his fine motor skills. Next, he filled a bottle of milk, nuked it for 30 seconds, and handed it off to his son. He then grabbed a jar of the pureed gourmet baby food that his wife insisted on buying. He popped the top, looked at the paste, and cringed. He was convinced that these expensive little jars were the reason Charlie's poops were so pungent. Nash turned on the TV, sat down, and looked at the 3 newspapers still rolled up and sitting on the table. He was afraid to open them out of fear that he would see Rapp's name on the front page, and he decided to put it off until he was done feeding Charlie. Nash shoved a spoonful of the green and brown paste into Charlie's mouth. The kid ate it without protest. Nash filled up another spoonful, smelled it, made a pinched face, and said, "Yuck." Charlie scrunched up his little face and parroted his father. "Yuck." "That's right, buddy." Nash shoved the spoon into his kid's mouth. A female anchor had been droning on in the background about the news. Nash hadn't heard a word she'd said until she uttered the acronym of his employer. He turned his attention away from Charlie to the TV and, in the process, almost fed Charlie's left eye a spoonful of squash and peas. "The Washington Post," the woman announced, "is reporting that for the last year the CIA has been secretly conducting a domestic spying operation without the knowledge of the FBI, the Department of Justice, or its oversight committees on Capitol Hill. It is unclear at this point what role the White House may have played in the domestic spy scandal. The story says that the CIA has specifically targeted Muslim leaders, clerics, mosques, and charitable organizations in a half-dozen U.S. cities across the United States for more than a year now." "Fuck!" Nash blurted out as he reached for his copy of the Washington Post. Right about the time he found the front-page headline, he heard his son parrot him. Nash paused, waited a moment, and looked at Charlie, hoping he'd misheard him. Charlie took a pull off his bottle, sighed, looked at his father as if he was bored, and said, "Fuck." Nash grabbed Charlie by the hand and said, "No, little buddy, that's a bad word." Despite Nash's efforts, Charlie said the word again. Any other morning Nash would probably be laughing, but he heard his wife stirring upstairs. If she came down and heard her little angel swearing like a Marine, she would flip. He put on his most stern face, pointed at Charlie, and said, "Bad word." Charlie frowned, pointed right back at his father, and said, "No." A moment passed, and then he repeated the 4-letter word, but this time with more vigor. Nash heard his wife coming down the stairs and began to panic. Grabbing the spoon off the table, He quickly scooped it into the baby jar and shoved the food into Charlie's mouth, just as he was beginning to utter his new favorite word again. Maggie Nash entered the kitchen wearing a loose white robe, her raven black hair cascading past her shoulders. She headed straight for Charlie and kissed him on the forehead. Charlie started squirming with excitement and tried to speak, but Nash was right there with another load of pureed squash and peas. Maggie grabbed a bottle of lotion off the counter, poured some into her hands, and began to rub it over the scars on her husband's back. She tilted her head to the side and threw back her hair. "About last night," she said cautiously. "I don't want you to overthink the whole thing." She worked the lotion into his muscular shoulders and added, "It's not uncommon." Nash frowned and mumbled, "I'd rather not talk about it." "It's all the stress of your job, honey. It's normal for men to—" "Please," Nash cut her off. "Not in front of the baby." She took a step back, placed her right hand on her hip. "The baby can barely say Mommy and Daddy. I don't think he's about to blurt out erectile dysfunction." Nash winced at the mention of the medical condition. This was just like his wife. She'd want to talk about this over and over until they'd looked at it from every possible angle, and then she'd want him to talk to a shrink. But he was fine. He'd been with Maggie for 15 years, and not once had he failed to rise to the occasion. He tensed and said, "We are not going to talk about this." "Don't you dare," she snapped. "Don't what?" he barked back. "Act like your father." She gave his shoulder a shove. "I'm not going to watch you die of a heart attack before you reach 50 because you're too macho to talk about your problems." "You need to relax. I'm not the one who has a hard time relaxing." She turned and started for the other side of the kitchen. "You proved that last night." As she yanked open the cupboard in search of a mug, she began her sermon on Nash's father. He'd heard it many times. Maggie had loved him, thought he was a great man, but it sure did suck that his grandkids never got to know him. Nash was debating whether to sit there and take it or fight back, when Maggie yanked the coffee pot out of its cradle a little too forcefully, catching the filter basket and swinging it into the open position. Since the machine was not done brewing, the basket was brimming with hot, muddy coffee. The sludge sloshed over the edge onto the white marble counter, the floor, and Maggie's white robe. Maggie jumped back, held out her arms, and said, "Fuck!" Nash glanced sideways at Charlie, saw the recognition in his son's eyes as he stared in wonderment at his mother. Silently, Nash urged him on. He watched the baby food-covered lips open, and a split second later the dreaded word flew out of Charlie's mouth with more gusto than he could have ever hoped to coax from him. With a look of sheer horror on her face, Maggie turned and looked at her little angel. Charlie smiled and belted out the word one more time for good measure. Nash stood, handed his wife the jar of baby food, and said, "Nice work, honey." Chapter 22. Triple Frontier. Karim held the binoculars to his eyes and scanned the airstrip from one end to the other. It had been a good, hard march the day before. The men had practiced excellent discipline. As the crow flies, the narrow valley was only 3 miles from their camp. As with most things in the jungle, though, the most direct route was also the most dangerous. They learned the hard way that it was foolish to fight the jungle, so they took the footpath that followed a dry stream west and around the steepest, most treacherous part of the ridge that separated their valley from the next. Karim had known about the airstrip from the start. The Lebanese man he had bought the land from had warned him to stay away from the neighbors. The strip was used by a drug cartel as a collection and distribution point for their cocaine trafficking. That knowledge alone had got Karim thinking. For the first month Karim stayed away from the place, but as his men became more proficient in their maneuvering and concealment, he decided to have a closer look at the airstrip. He had a security concern. He didn't like not knowing what was going on such a short distance from his camp. He also saw an opportunity, a chance to shake up what was becoming a monotonous routine for the men. It was a training tool, an actual facility manned by real people who carried guns. They kept their distance for some time.
The top of the ridge offered them a clear view of the dirt runway and the ramshackle buildings down at the one end. Karim used the Navy SEAL philosophy of two-man teams to collect his information. He'd send the pairs out early in the morning and tell them they would be relieved at noon the following day. He ran them like this for 16 days, each two-man team pulling 4 shifts. It was a great training exercise, and the men reacted well to the challenge. Anything to break the daily monotony of the obstacle course was a good thing. The men took meticulous notes, as ordered, and soon Karim had a detailed idea of how the place worked. At first it seemed there was no structure to the setup, but out of the chaos a pattern emerged. None of the men appeared to be older than 30, and most of them looked to be teenagers. Rarely did anyone rise before 10 in the morning, and when they eventually did venture outside, they were lethargic, cranky, and, most likely, extremely hungover. Every night the men would stay up late gambling, drinking, and watching porn movies. Twice prostitutes had been flown in. It wasn't unusual to see a man stumble from the bunkhouse well after sunrise and vomit. The guns were always present, though, and they carried a myriad of weapons from AK-47s to MP5s to all different kinds of pistols, and as far as he could tell, less than 20% of them used the same ammunition, another sign that it was a sloppy operation. They would hold their own impromptu shooting practice, firing at the previous evening's beer and liquor bottles. Never had he seen them get through a session without one of the weapons jamming. Invariably, the others found this to be hilarious. Karim used it as an opportunity to show his men how not to act. One evening Karim had executed a mock attack. He split the team into 2 groups and then led them to within a few feet of the barracks where the men were drinking and gambling. The exercise was a great confidence builder, but for Karim there was no feeling of accomplishment that they had crept to within a few feet of a bunch of drunk and coked-up men. These idiots were not a worthy test for them, and he took great care to point out to the men that the Americans would be far more vigilant. As he peered through his binoculars, Karim thought of that first day when he crested the ridge and looked down at the ramshackle operation. Within seconds he asked himself, how would I assault this place? How would I deploy my men? What were the odds of total success? What were the chances of failure? What would he do if he lost one or more of his men? This was how the military mind worked, he thought to himself. It is a gift. We look at a target in the same way a sculptor looks at a block of stone, or a carpenter a hunk of wood. Except his job was much harder. His subject was not static. It would fight back if given the chance. That was why he had to surprise them. Karim had seen in Afghanistan what could happen when the bullets started flying. Tactics, maneuvering, concealment, and marksmanship would carry the day, but there was always the chance that a stray bullet could bounce around until it hit a piece of flesh. He could not afford to lose a single man. Not until he arrived in America, and the real battle began. Farid slithered up next to him and looked down at the empty strip of dirt and grass. "Your orders, Amir." "We'll move out in 30 minutes. Send 2 men to sweep the trail in front of us and have them radio back." "May I ask what you have planned?" Karim continued, looking through the binoculars. "A plane will arrive at approximately 9. We're going to secure the airfield before it lands." "So the plane is ours?" "Yes." "You have had this planned for months." Karim lowered the binoculars, allowed himself a grin, and said, "Why would I do something like that?" "Because you don't trust Zawahri?" "That is part of it." Farid stared down at the landing strip for a long time. "You have something on your mind?" Karim asked. Without looking, he asked, "Do you trust us?" "Of course." "Then why do you keep so much from us?" "Security. Too many people know too many details. The first 2 teams have failed. We are the only hope." Farid watched the wind sweep down and bend the tops of the trees. "You have trained us like the American Special Forces, but you do not command like one of them." The honest words were a slap to the face. "How do you mean?" "At your urging, we have all done much reading these last few months. I think you've read too much about the great American generals."
Karim was annoyed by what he was hearing, but he said, "Go on." "I have read some of the same books. They all talk of the need to keep yourself aloof, so your judgment isn't affected. I suppose in the regular army it makes sense. But everything I have read about their special forces says otherwise. The enlisted men participate in the planning of the mission." "Your point?" "I think you need to stop keeping secrets from us. You need to trust us. In a few days you will have no choice." Karim didn't like hearing the words, but a part of him knew they were accurate. "Fair enough. When we reach our next destination, I will tell the men of my plan." Farid smiled. "Thank you, Amir. Just remember, this is not a democracy. You do not have to worry about that. The men have too much respect for you, and more than a little fear." Farid slithered backward on his belly, and then disappeared into the brush. Chapter 23. Langley, Virginia. The assistant told Nash they were expecting him. He glanced at the 2 bodyguards standing post outside the CIA director's office and opened the heavy soundproof door. Irene Kennedy was seated behind her desk, with the handset of her secure phone held to her right ear. She glanced up and gave him a "where in the hell have you been" look before spinning her chair away and looking out the window. Nash silently cursed his wife. Standing in the middle of the big office, he wished he could have dragged her in here so she could feel what it was like to piss off the person who ran the Central Intelligence Agency. 2 men were sitting on the couch opposite Kennedy's desk. The gray-haired gentleman on the left mouthed a swear word and put one hand to his ear like he was holding a phone. It was Chuck O'Brien, the director of the National Clandestine Service and a 32-year veteran of the CIA. He'd been trying to get a hold of Mike since 6 a.m., and it was now almost 9. Nash had 2 separate CIA-issued phones that he was expected to carry on his person at all times. As soon as he heard the female TV anchor talking about the Washington Post article, he knew what had happened. When he returned from Afghanistan, Maggie had met him at the door wearing a thin robe and a lustful expression. She handed him a glass of wine, informed him that the kids were in bed, and suggested he go upstairs and take a shower. He stopped in the den first and plugged in both phones. After he had gone upstairs to shower, Maggie had turned off both phones. She wasn't crazy about his working for the CIA, and she had a serious problem with the fact that the higher-ups at Langley demanded her husband be plugged in 24 hours a day, every day of the year. She was right, they were right, and as usual he was stuck in the middle, trying to keep everyone happy. Nash glanced at an empty chair, but chose to remain standing. Some might have thought it an old habit from the Marine Corps, but they would be wrong. Nash didn't like the 7th floor, didn't really like headquarters at all. The discomfort had nothing to do with Kennedy, at least not personally. They got along fine. He respected her, even feared her a bit, which was healthy in his line of work. The discomfort, he reasoned, was due to the fact that he didn't belong. The 7th floor was an arena in which he was not suited to compete. The top floor of the headquarters building was filled with bureaucrats. Nash would be shocked if 1 in 10 had any real field experience. That did not make them bad people, but it spoke to their narrow perspective. Most were good husbands and wives, fathers and mothers. They were active in their kids' lives and their communities. They were people who had sacrificed and were willing to sacrifice more. They were patriots, but they had been browbeaten by the media and henpecked by the politicians. They were like children who were punished for the wild ways of an older brother. Mike and his fellow operators in the clandestine service were the wild sibling in the relationship. In many ways, the bureaucrats' distrust of men like Nash and Rapp was inevitable. "No, Mr. President," Kennedy said as she spun her chair back around. "I can assure you no such operation has been sanctioned by the CIA." She listened for a second and then replied, "They like to get upset, sir. It gives them a reason to go on TV and let their constituents know they're still alive." She listened for another moment and then said, "Yes, sir. I'll be there at 4."
Nash stood in the middle of the spacious office and did his best to look bored and unfazed by the revelation that the president was already involved. Kennedy placed the white handset back in its cradle and looked up at Nash. "The president is very anxious." Nash didn't know how to respond, so he simply nodded. Kennedy held up her copy of the Washington Post and said, "This is not good." "I would agree." "Please tell me it is a complete fabrication." "It is a complete fabrication." The man sitting next to Nash's boss scoffed in disbelief. Nash turned and looked with contempt at Glenn Adams, the CIA's Inspector General. The man had been hounding him for 14 months and counting. Mike could think of nothing more satisfying than putting him in a headlock and pounding the snot out of him. Kennedy glanced at Adams, then back at Nash. "Our esteemed Inspector General doesn't agree with you." "I've been warning you for months," Adams said, in an I-told-you-so voice. "He's a loose cannon. My money has him running the whole damn operation." Nash felt his headache returning. He closed his eyes for a second and then looked at Adams. The Washington Post article flashed across his mind, and he wondered if Adams might be one of the unnamed sources that the reporter quoted. Nash took a step closer to the couch, and in response to Adams' accusation said, "Prove it. That's not my job, but I have no doubt, based on this article, that the Justice Department and the FBI are already in the process of doing just that. Yeah, I wonder if anyone in this building gave them a head start." "Don't make this about me," Adams said in a sad voice. "Fuck you." "Mike," Kennedy said forcefully. "This is bullshit," Nash said directly to Kennedy. "I want to know how many terrorists this waste of sperm has captured. How many people in his office have been killed in the line of duty since 9/11. "This isn't about me, Mr. Nash." Adams shook his head and casually flicked a piece of lint from his pants leg. "No, it sure the hell isn't, because I can't think of a single thing that you've done to protect the American people from another attack." "We all have our role to play," said Adams. "Some more important than others." Adams sighed as if he was bored. "I'm not going to allow you to bait me into a fight when I have nothing to do with this." "The hell you don't!" Turning back to Kennedy, Nash asked, "I want to know if I'm under investigation by the Gestapo here." Before Kennedy could answer, Adams said, "That's none of your business." "What about my rights?" "You surrender them the day you walk through the front door." "What about you? Who investigates you?" Adams laughed. "That's funny, Mr. Nash. Who investigates me?" He shook his head. "I don't need to be investigated. I play by the rules." "Spoken like a true sociopath." "Let's just calm down," Kennedy cautioned. Nash's headache got worse. He looked at the woman he'd always respected and suddenly lost his patience. "Fuck this!" "Excuse me?" Kennedy was shocked. "This is all a bunch of bullshit. You're telling me to calm down. I saw the front page of the Post. It's all a bunch of lies, but it doesn't matter. The politicians are going to want to burn someone to the stake, and this little smug prick here is trying to offer me up." "There is no need to talk to me like that. You're scum, all right. You're a traitor to your own country." Looking back at Kennedy, he said, "How much do you want to bet he's one of the anonymous sources mentioned in the Post story?" Adams stood abruptly. "I don't need to take this. My work here is above reproach, and I, for one, have done nothing to embarrass this agency." Adams started for the door, and as he passed Nash, he said, "I doubt you can make the same claim." Nash's right hand shot out and grabbed Adams' fleshy bicep. He spun him back around and said, "Don't ever compare what you do around here with what I do. When you have had a bad day, a file gets lost. When I have a bad day, one of my boys gets killed." Adams tried to pull his arm away. "Get your hands off me." Nash ignored him. "You're not on the field. You're not on the team. Hell, you're not even in the arena. You're at home with a bottle of beer and a bag of chips watching the game on TV, criticizing our every move when the truth is your fat, lazy ass wouldn't last 5 minutes out there." "Mr. Nash," Kennedy yelled as she stood, "that is enough." "It sure is." Nash let go of Adams and started for the door. He grabbed the handle and looked across the office at Kennedy. "The next time you need someone to go to Afghanistan and get shot at, you can send this prick." Nash yanked open the door and was gone before Kennedy or his boss could say another word. Chapter 24. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. They were waiting for him in General Garrison's office, the special assistant to the Secretary of Defense sitting on the left side of the general's desk, and Captain Leland the other. With only one chair remaining, Garrison stood and told everyone to take a seat at the 8-person conference table. The general ambled over to the table. He looked ready to be rid of this entire problem, even though he knew it wasn't going to simply disappear. For now, though, he was glad to have the opportunity to get this man off his base, so he could get back to the business of supplying the men and women with what they needed to wage war. As reported, Leland was wearing a blue sling. It clashed with his camouflage BDUs and looked a bit ridiculous. Rapp watched the captain slowly and painfully rise to his feet. He was instantly reminded of some huckster plaintiff with a neck brace trying to convince a jury that he was in agony. It took great restraint for Rapp not to grab him by the neck and kick him in the ass. Leland shuffled over to the table and carefully lowered himself into the chair to the right of the general. Rapp didn't want to sit, but he knew he had to. He chose the seat directly across from General Garrison so he wouldn't have to look straight at Leland. "Well," Ridley started off, "we don't have to drag this out with a lot of unnecessary talk. We've taken enough time as it is. Mitch has agreed that he will offer his sincere apologies, and then we'll get out of your way." Ridley looked at Rapp. "Mitch." Rapp looked down at his folded hands and then traced a finger along fake grains of the pressed wood countertop. Without looking up, he said, "I'm sorry about all of this." Ridley looked nervously around the table, hoping that would be enough, but already knowing it wasn't. After a long silence, he cleared his throat. Rapp looked up at General Garrison and said, "I'm sorry it had to happen." "Excuse me?" Leland said in disbelief. "I'm sorry it had to happen. I wish you hadn't got involved in this." "That's your apology?" "Yes," Ridley interceded. "He feels very bad about this. He knows you were simply trying to do your job." "He doesn't feel bad about what he did to me. The man is a monster. He's a sociopath. He's incapable of remorse." "What the fuck do you know?" Rapp asked. Leland sat back and said, "I told you." He looked at Garrison and added, "This should be referred to the Department of Justice." Rapp, looking at Garrison, said, "Is he always this big of a prick?" The general looked up with bloodshot eyes and in a tired voice said, "I wish both of you would give it a rest." "I have done nothing wrong, sir," Leland protested. Ridley, sensing that things were spinning out of control, waved a hand to get everyone's attention and said, "Obviously, nerves are still a little raw. I would like to assure you, Captain Leland, that Mr. Rapp will be dealt with harshly. Director Kennedy has assured me that he will be punished for striking you and—" Before Ridley could continue, Leland turned to his CO and the Assistant Secretary of Defense and said, "I don't trust any of them. I want to press charges." "You're a prick!" Rapp came out of his chair, lightning fast. "And you have an overinflated sense of how important you are in this whole thing. There's thousands of officers who can do exactly what you do, Captain, and thousands more who can do it a hell of a lot better than you. Look at you." Rapp waved an open hand at Leland. "I twisted your wrist and you fell, and now you're sitting here looking like a wife who's been battered by her husband. Aren't you even remotely embarrassed? You're a damn officer in the United States Air Force. Can you at least pretend to be a warrior?" "I want to press charges, and I want him thrown back in lockup." "Shut up, Captain," Rapp snapped. "Me taking that gun away from you was the luckiest thing that ever happened to your dead-end career. If you'd shut your mouth for a minute and listen, you'd realize just how lucky you are. You're going to get promoted to major immediately, and then you'll be on the fast track for colonel. Any post you want, you name it." "I am not looking to prosper from this." "He's right, Captain." It was the first word spoken by the Assistant Secretary of Defense. "Secretary England wants you to know he considers your cooperation in this matter a personal favor, as does the President. He knows that Mr. Rapp here can be a little rough, but wants you to understand that every American, including you, owes him a debt of gratitude." Leland felt the room spinning. He was hit with a sudden fever. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. It went against everything he'd been taught at the Air Force Academy. Why couldn't his superiors see that this was wrong? "You say the word, Captain. You want Colorado, California, Hawaii, Europe, you name it." An exasperated Leland said, "I want justice." "I told you he was a prick." Leland looked up to see Rapp talking to the other man from the CIA. "We're out of here," Rapp looked at Garrison and Romer. "I'm sorry for all of this, I really am. I never wanted to put the military in the middle of this, but we're running low on options." "You're just going to let him walk out of here?" a shocked Leland asked. For the first time, Rapp felt sorry for the young officer. The guy was way out of his league, and he hadn't a clue. "Captain, you have to let go of this," Rapp said in an almost pleading voice. "This entire thing is way above your pay grade. I told you not to draw your weapon. I told you I would cooperate, but you wouldn't listen to me. Maybe if you knew where I've been and what I've done for the last 18 years, you could understand why I did what I did. That's about all I can tell you. I'm sorry I had to get physical." "But you're not sorry that you hit me?" "I didn't hit you. I disarmed you, and you fell on your face." "You assaulted me!" Leland half screamed. Rapp was out of patience. "You know what, Captain? Good luck with your career. I'm out of here." "No, you are not," Leland shouted. "General, do something." The general sighed and put his hands over his face. "Captain, give it a rest." "But, sir, I must protest." Ridley opened the door. "That's an order, Captain. I want you to wait 48 hours, weigh all your options, and then file your official report. Until then, I don't want to hear another word about this issue. Have I made myself clear?" Ridley didn't wait around for the answer. He pushed Rapp out into the hallway and closed the door behind them. Moving quickly down the hallway, he looked straight ahead and said, "Boy, that went well. I told you it was a pain in the ass. And you're just a treat to deal with." Ridley glanced at his watch. "Let's hurry, we have a plane to catch." Chapter 25. Langley, Virginia. The elevator doors opened, and Mike Nash was relieved to see it was empty. He stepped in, hit the button for the ground floor, and leaned against the far wall. The bright overhead lights made his headache worse. He covered his eyes with his right hand and began muttering to himself, knowing damn well his morning stood a good chance of getting worse. The doors were within inches of closing when a large, calloused hand shot through and gripped the rubber seal. The doors opened, and in stepped Chuck O'Brien. At 6'3", O'Brien was a couple inches taller than Nash. He was a Dartmouth grad who had come to the CIA by way of naval intelligence. More than 20 years Nash's senior, he was still a physically imposing figure. Fortunately, the elevator was almost as large as the type you would find in a hospital. Nash watched as O'Brien went to the far corner. He knew his boss would be less than enthusiastic that he had lost his cool in front of the director. As soon as the doors were closed, O'Brien said, "What in the hell is wrong with you?" "What in the hell is wrong with me?" Nash asked as he pointed to himself and sprang off the wall. "I've slept maybe 10 hours in the last 5 nights. I've got that prick Adams all over me. The Post puts this shit on the front page. Mitch is sitting in a cell over in Afghanistan, and I go to bed every night and wake up every morning with a headache that feels like someone's shoving a screwdriver through my eye socket, and you want to know what's wrong with me?" O'Brien glanced up at the camera in the corner as a reminder to Nash to watch what he said, and then, with a clenched jaw, said, "You need to calm down." "And you need to watch my back," Nash snapped back. "That's the deal. I do my job, and you keep idiots like Adams away from me." "I can't control Adams, and you know that." "Then don't call me in here and waste my time. I've got more important shit I should be dealing with right now." "What just happened up there was not my fault. If you had your phone turned on, we could have dealt with this in a more timely manner." O'Brien jerked his head in the direction of the camera. "I know it's up there," Nash snapped. "He's probably watching us right now." Nash turned around and flipped off the camera. "Are you listening, Adams, you prick? There's a third cell out there, buddy, but am I looking for them? No, I'm here making sure all the forms have been filled out in triplicate and I haven't trampled on some terrorist's rights." O'Brien pulled Nash's hand down just as the doors opened. He dragged Nash out of the elevator and into the lobby. "Do you have any idea how a guy like Adams operates? He builds his case slowly, over a long period of time, and episodes like this all go into his file." O'Brien pulled him in close and whispered, "And while I understand and agree with all of your frustrations, you are giving the man everything he wants. He'll take this stuff up to those hacks on the Hill and the Justice Department, and he'll make you look like a raving lunatic." "Well, maybe I am," Nash said with a wide-eyed, crazy look. "Don't say that." Nash yanked his arm free. O'Brien followed him through security and across the lobby to the main door. When they were outside, Nash said, "I'm not kidding." "About what?" "Sometimes I feel like I'm going nuts." You are not. Right before they reached the visitors' parking lot, Nash spun around and said, "Then answer me one question. Which side is Adams on?" "He's on our side." "Bullshit. Maybe the FBI should investigate his ass. Maybe he's on Al-Qaeda's payroll. You ever think of that?"
"I'm done talking about him," O'Brien said, obviously exasperated. "We've got more important things to worry about." The gray-haired O'Brien pointed at Nash's car and said, "Let's take a ride."
Both men climbed into the front seat of Nash's blue Chrysler minivan. Nash started the vehicle and cranked the stereo. The station was turned to Elliot in the Morning on DC 101. The host finished abusing a guest and then cut to Rockstar by Nickelback. As the car backed up, O'Brien said, "Please tell me you pulled the plug on this thing." "It's in the works." There was one loose end, but Nash saw no reason to get O'Brien worked up about something neither of them could control. "Damage?" "Damage?" Nash thought about it for a second. "We're fucked. We were on the verge of a couple of breakthroughs. Now we're flying blind just when everything is pointing to something big." He put the van in drive and said, "This couldn't have happened at a worse time." They turned left out of the parking lot and began winding through the campus. Neither spoke for several moments. They were both, however, thinking the same thing. O'Brien finally asked, "Who leaked?" "It wasn't me or anyone who works for me." "You can't be sure of that." "I'm as sure as I need to be. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say it was someone in your office or some other clown on the 7th floor. O'Brien laughed. "You're a dandy." "How so?" "I think you are going out of your way to piss me off." He reached over and turned the loud music down a bit. "Well, I'm not really feeling a lot of love and support from your office today." "Well, unless you have some evidence, don't go around blaming my people for this thing falling apart. You'll get a reputation as one of those needy field guys who never get enough support." Nash sighed in frustration. "Don't turn this back on me. I've got a tight group, and I'm telling you, not a one of them would knock us out."
"And I'm telling you to take another look at them from top to bottom, and you need to do it immediately. If the full scope of this thing gets leaked, the agency is going to disappear up its own ass."
As they wound around the back side of the massive employee lot, Nash said, "This operation has saved lives." "It doesn't matter. The FBI will tear our balls off. We've stepped all over their turf. The FBI didn't have the balls to put these mosques under surveillance, so we did. It wasn't the Bureau's fault. It was the Department of Justice who told them no. They didn't tell them no. They told them the Judiciary Committee would freak out. So, back to my point, they didn't have the balls to do this, even though it makes complete sense. So we have to step in and do it for them, and now it's our asses on the line. There are plenty of good people over there who are going to do everything they can to protect us. What about Mitch? Ridley is over there right now, trying to sort things out. And, listen, this is going to piss you off even more, but Irene says she wants you as far away from this Mitch deal as possible. Why? For a couple of reasons, but most importantly, you have to roll this other thing up, and you have to do it today. You don't have time to be sticking your nose in this other deal." Nash took his eyes off the road. "Sticking my nose in it? I'm up to my neck in it. Al-Haq wants to strike a deal with us. I had him convinced to come over. You guys need to send me back over there so I can push this thing over the goal line." "No. And I'm not going to argue with you about this. Irene is adamant. She wants you as far away from this other thing as possible. It will be handled." "By who?" "None of your business. Now put it out of your head. She wants you to go see Stan this morning." O'Brien was referring to Stan Hurley, a retired spook. Nash thought about the crass old operative and his unconventional ways. "Do I have to?" "Mike, put yourself back at officer candidate school. I'm your DI. Look over here at me and imagine I'm wearing that ugly green Smokey the Bear hat and I'm about to bite your head off if you say another word. You're not working for Microsoft. This isn't a debate club. There's shit going on here that she isn't telling me about, and she sure as hell isn't going to tell you, so I'm handing down an order and I expect you to carry it out. Do you understand me?" Nash stared straight ahead. "Yes, sir." He wasn't so sure, based on his current mental condition, that he could handle the notorious Hurley. "Where is he?" "Bethesda Naval Hospital. I saw him yesterday." "Is he all right?" Nash was surprised. "He's fine. He had his hip replaced when you were over in Afghanistan." O'Brien checked his watch. "He's expecting you. Drop me back at the main door. Oh, and one other thing. The Intelligence Committee wants someone up there at 2. I'm sending you." "Come on." O'Brien looked at him sideways. Are you done pissing and moaning, Major?" Nash knew the use of his Marine Corps rank was intended to remind him that a chain of command was still in place. "Yes. Good. And no arguing when you get in front of the committee. Keep your temper in check. Don't give them a reason to hate you any more than they already do."
Chapter 26. Triple Frontier. The men moved into their final positions 30 minutes before the assault was to begin. So far the morning had gone according to plan. The noises of the jungle masked their movement. Exotic birds sang and chirped, rodents scurried and scratched, and a whole host of things living in the trees made the most bizarre noises of all. After more than 6 months, Karim was finally used to it. Maybe he would miss this place after all. As if on cue, a mosquito landed on his exposed wrist and began drawing blood. No, Karim decided, I will not miss this place. After breakfast, which consisted of energy bars and some salty peanuts, he'd given them one more chance to pray. No one complained about the food. They'd grown used to it. They'd packed 4 days of light rations just in case something went wrong. Water was the main thing, though. They had plenty of that and purification tablets if they ran out. After breakfast, they did a weapons check, and then Karim spent a moment with each man, asking him to recite his duties for the raid. All 7 knew what was expected of them. The planning session the night before had been brief. They were, after all, using the same plan they had already practiced several months earlier. It was a variation on a simple L-shaped ambush. Technically, it was a raid, since they were attacking a fixed position, but the men kept referring to it as an ambush, and Karim saw no sense in correcting them. It was fairly straightforward, with the assault force of 4 men providing direct fire and the support force of 3 providing indirect fire. The only real deviation he made was to position Ahmed 300 meters down the runway and slightly up the rise so he could provide cover with his long rifle should anything unexpected occur. He didn't like the idea of retreating, at least not here, for it meant failure. And if they couldn't execute this simple plan, maybe they deserved to die here in this inhospitable place. As Karim looked through his Trijicon reflex sight, he wondered yet again if this would really be a test or simply a slaughter. If it went according to plan, it would be the latter, and Karim saw no reason why it wouldn't. He was far more nervous about the other part of his plan, the one involving their transportation. It was by far the biggest risk he was taking. There would be dozens of assets waiting for him to make his journey to Mexico City, and he was about to not only disappoint them, but not even tell them what he was up to. Karim had decided the organization had been penetrated, and he had neither the time nor the assets to figure out where. The choice was actually simple. Just disconnect himself from the entire organization. The Al-Qaeda leadership would have to learn of his exploits in the paper. With his camouflage-striped M4 carbine leveled, he looked through the sight at the bunkhouse a mere 30 meters away. He had 1 man on his right and 2 more to his left. They were spaced 5 meters apart, each man lying on his belly at the edge of the jungle. They'd all applied black and green face paint for the assault. With their camouflage uniforms and floppy hats, they were all but impossible to see, even in broad daylight. The bunkhouse was almost identical to the one they had lived in for months. It was elevated a meter or so off the ground and covered with screens along the sides. The big difference was that these men had sheets along the perimeter of the sleeping area so they could block out the sun. Karim never allowed his men the luxury. They awoke when the sun rose and slept when it went down. Just as Karim had figured, it was almost 9 and still no one had emerged to do any work. He'd figured this thing would go down one of 2 ways. The first was that they would riddle the bunkhouse with bullets while the men slept. He was hoping it wouldn't come to that. He'd spent the better part of a year teaching these men to carefully pick their targets. To have them simply hose down a building blindly was beneath him. He'd considered planting a bomb under the structure, but he had to balance that against his desire to keep things quiet. Not that he expected anyone to stumble upon them or come to the aid of the drug runners. He didn't, but he wanted this first engagement to be as perfect as possible. He wanted it to last no more than 20 seconds, and he wanted it to be totally silent. That was the interesting thing about guns.
For those who had never experienced combat, the loud report of a rifle did funny things to the body. Time would stop, fear would grip the brain, and the body would be stuck in a moment of limbo that was usually followed by panic. To those who were used to the noise, though, the reaction to gunfire was instantaneous. Find the source and return fire, and the good soldiers could do it within seconds. Karim wasn't going to give them that chance. He was going to draw them out. The plane would fly over once at 9, buzzing the strip. He was confident that would wake the men from their slumber and draw them outside. With or without guns, it did not matter. Their attention would be directed skyward. They would never notice the 4 men concealed to their right, or the other 3 behind them. At 10 minutes before the hour, Karim heard someone stirring within the bunkhouse. A moment later, a man appeared. He stumbled down the wood steps and relieved himself right there next to the building. When he was done, he walked over to the well and stuck his head under the faucet. After he doused most of his face and upper body with cold water, he stumbled over to the open-air warehouse where they stored their drugs. He disappeared between 2 pallets of neatly wrapped cocaine and then reappeared a moment later, wiping the white powder from his nose. He moved around the other side of the building, and Karim lost sight of him. A short while later, he heard a churning noise. It was very mechanical. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and a plume of dark smoke belched into the air. Then came the unmistakable rumble of a diesel engine revving. It was the tractor. Karim's thoughts lurched backward to the previous evening. It had been Ahmed. No, that was not right. It was Fazl who had mentioned it. They were talking about how lazy these men were and that it was a rarity to see anyone emerge from the bunkhouse before noon. Fazl said that on one occasion he had seen a man grading the runway with the tractor well before noon. The conversation quickly moved in a different direction. Karim was now struck with the horrible visual of the plane turning away because the tractor was blocking the runway. The gears ground together, and a howling clutch shattered the calm morning air. All of this racket would undoubtedly wake the others. Karim thought of them stumbling out of the bunkhouse one at a time, spreading themselves around the compound. He couldn't allow it. He needed to keep them together. If they spread out, things would get very complicated. The tractor lurched into view. Karim moved his rifle to the right and put the red dot of his sight on the man's head. He was approximately 80 meters away. Karim had the shot. He knew no one else would take it unless he ordered them to do so. He had been specific about that. No one shoots until I give the word. The soft pad of Karim's right index finger moved onto the curve of the trigger. He began to increase the pressure and then thought of a better solution. Each man was wearing a headset that was plugged into a digital radio. Before heading out this morning, they had all placed them in transmit mode and checked to make sure they were working. "Ahmed," Karim whispered into his thin mouthpiece. "I see him." "Do you have a shot?" "Yes." "When he gets to the runway, before he makes his turn, shoot him in the head." "Yes, sir." Karim had no illusion that the man would keep his foot on the gas after he was hit. He wouldn't. The silenced Heckler & Koch PSG-1 would fire the 7.62 by 51 mm NATO cartridge and would likely separate the man from the tractor in a very violent way. Karim was hoping the momentum of the tractor would carry the vehicle clear to the other side of the runway. If not, they would have to move it themselves. As Karim was watching the tractor through his sight, he was startled by the loud noise of a screen door slamming shut. Not wanting to move the rifle, he slowly lifted his head from behind the sight and scanned to the left. There, standing at the base of the steps, was a second man, wearing nothing more than a pair of dirty white underwear. He was facing Karim, underpants pulled down, eyes closed, holding his pecker in his hand, relieving himself. His eyes suddenly opened, and for a moment he seemed to stare right at Karim's position. Then his head snapped around and craned skyward. It took Karim a second to realize that the man must be looking at an incoming plane. Surrounded by the thick undergrowth, Karim had yet to hear the plane, but he knew it had to be what the man was looking at. The man began barking orders in Spanish and darted back into the bunkhouse before Karim could make a decision. A moment later the man reappeared, this time in a pair of jeans, a rifle in one hand and a T-shirt in the other. The man took a dozen long strides toward the warehouse and then stopped. Karim could hear the plane now. Based on how loud it sounded, he guessed it was nearing the far end of the runway. Karim didn't like the fact that the man was moving away from the bunkhouse, but the situation was still manageable.
Then, unexpectedly, the man raised his rifle and aimed it down the length of the runway. At that same moment, the screen door slammed again. Karim didn't bother to see who or how many men just left the bunkhouse. The thought of the man firing on the plane forced his hand. Karim maneuvered the red dot onto the man's head and kept both eyes open. He didn't wait for the man to fire his weapon. He knew it would cause the others to grab their own rifles and come running out, possibly more alert and ready to fire. The thing had played itself out as far as he was willing to let it go. It was time to abandon the perfect plan and get to the killing. Karim was a good shot, one of those guys who didn't have to put a lot of thought into it. The technology helped, of course. More and more it was like a video game. Put the red dot on the person and squeeze the trigger. Never pull it, always squeeze. Don't make it more difficult than you need to. He placed the dot directly in the center of the back of the target's head and put a smooth, even squeeze on the trigger. The .233 round spat from the end of the silencer. The weapon jumped an inch, and then the big square viewfinder came back to level just in time to see a cloud of pink mist erupt from the man's head. "Fire," Karim said as he moved his rifle back toward the bunkhouse. Just as he was putting his next target in the crosshairs, the man went down. At the same time, the plane screamed in low overhead. With both eyes open, Karim saw there were two more men, but by the time he could get to either of them, they were both taken care of. By his own count, 5 men were outside, and that left 2 more inside. As per the plan, the men switched to fully automatic and began pumping rounds into the bunkhouse. Karim expended his first 30-round magazine and moved to reload. That was when he noticed someone screaming from inside the bunkhouse. Without hesitation, Karim chambered a fresh round and stood so he could shoot level with the floor of the bunkhouse. The other 7 men did the same. They marched out of the jungle, closing in from 2 sides until they were no more than 10 meters from the structure. Karim burned through another magazine and paused to look at his men. They were firing away, sweeping their rifles back and forth, taking care of their assigned areas. He was proud of their discipline. 2 perfect skirmish lines doing exactly as he had told them. The opponent may have been weak, but his men had performed exactly as instructed. He felt great pride in how far they had come, and allowed himself, for one brief moment, to think of the legendary status he would obtain after he had struck at the heart of America. Chapter 27. Bethesda Naval Hospital. Nash caught the tail end of rush hour as he crossed the chain bridge. The little falls to the north wasn't so little. Heavy spring rains had the Potomac as swollen as he'd seen it in years. For all of the things that were wrong with Washington, the vistas were not one of them. Nash rolled down his window and listened to the roar of the rapids. His headache eased a bit. When he reached the far bank, his thoughts turned to Stan Hurley. The man was everything that epitomized the old CIA. An outsider might think it odd that Hurley, at 78 and officially retired from Langley for nearly 30 years, was on the mind of the CIA's director on this media-crazed morning. For those who knew Hurley, however, it was far less a surprise that Kennedy had ordered Nash to go see the old man. In the business world, there is a top cadre of lawyers that high-powered people turn to when they get in trouble. These lawyers are experts at manipulating the system and working behind the scenes to make their clients' problems simply go away. In the insular world of espionage, Stan Hurley was such a man. Brave, brash, and although one would never know by his appearance, fabulously wealthy. Unlike those high-powered lawyers, though, Hurley was as rough as a street fighter from the south side of Philly. He was a man who could, with a simple expression, send a chill down your spine or bring a tear to your eye. There was no one else quite like him. Nash supposed Rapp was the closest thing he'd ever encountered, but Rapp was more of a single-minded force of talent and sheer determination. Hurley was whatever the situation dictated. He was a magician, an entertainer, a philosopher, an assassin, and a man with passions that at times could seem insatiable. He was without question the most colorful person Nash had ever met. He somehow always found a way to bring out in you the things you least wanted to discuss. This was both his gift and his curse. He forced you to confront your problems. As Nash worked his way through the district toward Maryland, he asked himself what it was that Kennedy felt Hurley could do to solve his crisis. He either knew something that could help him out, or he had an idea that would more than likely keep him awake at night. That was another thing about Hurley. He was old school, and was not above using the most unsavory tactics to win his battles. Hurley made him nervous, and Nash wasn't afraid to admit it. It wasn't that he didn't like the man. He absolutely did. His wife adored him, his kids got a kick out of him, and Nash himself couldn't help revering some of the man's accomplishments in the world of espionage. But the two men had chosen significantly different paths in life. Nash didn't like the fact that, with everything that was going on this morning, Kennedy wanted him to see Hurley. Hurley was the emergency brake, the ejection handle, the guy they went to when the options were slim and the problem was big. It could be that Kennedy was losing her nerve, or, more accurately, her calm. There was no denying the fact that she had changed since the attack on her motorcade in Iraq the previous fall. She had been an extremely intelligent and capable boss who under the right circumstances might crack a smile but would never under any circumstance show anger. Her patience, more than anything else, had amazed him. She was surrounded by passionate field operatives like himself, O'Brien, Ridley, and Rapp. Cowboys who were not afraid to speak their minds in a very forceful and sometimes uncouth manner. Even with all the big egos and big dicks speaking their minds, she'd keep her cool. Things had changed since the abduction, though. She was far more prone to letting her displeasure be known, and her hallmark patience was all but gone. The thing that worried Nash the most was her new aggressive behavior. For years, Nash and Rapp had been pushing for bolder operations. It was Kennedy who challenged their every idea and dissected their every move. She would patiently listen to their often harebrained schemes and then methodically shred their plans and expose the myriad of pitfalls. Her constant pushback made them sharper and their plans better. The ones that truly sucked never got off the ground, thanks to Kennedy's ability to extrapolate, to look at things from every conceivable angle and project them to the end. Those days seemed to be gone. She was no longer challenging them. Nash feared that the war had gotten personal for her, and in her zeal to take the fight to the enemy, she was making careless decisions. Things were out of balance. Nash couldn't shake the feeling that some 800-pound gorilla was about to jump all over him. He'd seen far too many good men and women get caught in Washington's incessant political crossfire. Real lives and national security were trashed for political and personal gain. And it was never pretty. Nash pulled up to the main gate in the National Naval Medical Center and flashed his government badge. The guard signed him in and waved him through. After parking in the visitor's lot, Nash began what ended up being a 20-minute search for a 78-year-old man who was supposedly laid up after his surgery. Nash eventually found him sitting in a wheelchair under a shady tree with a well-fed nurse fawning over him. Nash's first observation was that the two looked a little too cozy. As he approached, he saw Hurley reach out and place his hand on the nurse's ample upper thigh. The nurse playfully slapped his hand away and started giggling. Anyone else, Nash might have been surprised or thought he was reading more into it than was wise. But not with Hurley. The man was a legendary pussy hound. He loved women, and he loved to chase them. 8 feet away, Nash stopped and cleared his throat. "I hope I'm not interrupting something." D.C. had thousands of federal law enforcement officers who worked for everyone from the FBI to the U.S. Postal Service. Many of them fit a pretty basic description: short hair, athletic build, dark, boxy suit, and bulges on each hip, one from mobile phones and the other from a government-issue sidearm. Mike Nash fit the bill perfectly. Nash watched the nurse blush and said, "Miss, do you know you are associating with a known felon?" Hurley roared with laughter. "Beatrice, darling, don't listen to a word this moron has to say. Based on what I read in the paper today, I'm not the one who has to worry about going to jail. Now, honey, why don't you run along and give me a few minutes alone with my friend here, but don't go far. I want to be able to keep an eye on you. I don't want you flirting with any other patients." "Oh," she slapped him on his good leg, "you are just horrible." The nurse stood and retreated up the path. "Where did you get me in bed?" Hurley said under his breath.
Then you'll see that I'm downright nasty." The nurse looked back over her shoulder and asked, "Did you say something?" "No, darling, I was just admiring that gorgeous figure of yours." Nash unbuttoned his jacket and looked at the nurse's pear-shaped butt. She had to weigh as much as Hurley, if not more. "You are unbelievable." "Use it or lose it, buddy." "Yeah, right." Nash sat down on the bench, his shoulders slouched. Hurley looked at him with the eyes of someone who'd spent a life studying people. "Everything all right with Maggie and the kids?" "Oh, fuck," Nash thought to himself. "Here we go." He was afraid to look the old spook in the eyes. There were times, like now, when he'd swear the man was a mind reader. "Sure, everything's great. They love the fact that they've seen me for a total of about 8 hours in the last 2 weeks. Hurley grabbed a mobile phone out of his robe pocket and pressed a few buttons. The device was equipped with anti-eavesdropping measures to frustrate anyone who might try to listen in on their conversation. "What's going on?" "You know how it is. I'm flying all over the place, and when I'm not flying and I'm supposed to be with them, the damn phone is ringing. It's not easy. I fucked up 3 marriages. 2 kids talk to me, 3 don't. And then there's all the ones you don't know about." Hurley nodded. "And then there's those. Shit, I bet I got another 6 running around." "At least." "Who knows?" Hurley got a faraway look in his clear hazel eyes. "God, I had a lot of fun. That's one thing I can never complain about. I bet I bagged more ass than any spy in the history of the country." "I bet any country. I'm amazed your pecker hasn't fallen off." "Speaking of peckers, is everything okay between the sheets?" The question caught Nash so off guard he was unable to play it off as nothing. His brain raced off in multiple directions, wondering in quick succession how Hurley could know. Was it a lucky guess? Did Maggie talk, or was his house bugged? His job was more conducive to fits of paranoia than perhaps any other occupation in the world, and now it had caused his brain to freeze a half a second too long, just long enough for Hurley to notice. "Kid," the old spook said in a sad voice, "once you stop sleeping with each other, you're screwed." "Okay, Yogi." Hurley scooted forward, ignoring the reference to the great Yankees catcher and all of his upside-down sayings. "Kid," he said, "take those glasses off." "Why?" "Because I want to look you in the eyes." Nash reluctantly took off his glasses. "You've got the weight of this damn ungrateful country on your shoulders. I know because I've been there. You're still there. Not anymore. Shit, I was never in as deep as you are. Back in the day, I could count on any one of a couple dozen senators and a good 50 congressmen to support what I was doing. And by support, I mean a lot more than money. They understood that we had to operate in the shadows, that we were going to get our hands dirty, and occasionally shit was going to blow up in our face. This new generation?" Hurley shook his head. "They're worthless. You're not going to get an argument from me. This shit festers. It all gets thrown into the pot whether you want it there or not. It's your own little personal goulash. You might not think one thing is going to affect another, but listen to me when I tell you it does." "Yeah, I know." "So tell me," Hurley said with genuine concern, "what's wrong with you and Maggie?" "I didn't come out here to talk about my marriage." "I know you didn't. But right now you're one of my starting pitchers, and I need you to get your head screwed on." "My arm feels great." "Bullshit. I spoke with Irene before you got here." "So?" "She told me you lost your cool in front of Glenn Adams." "Big deal." "She said Adams already filed an official complaint claiming that you physically assaulted him." "All I did was grab him by the arm." "You need to act like a professional, especially around clowns like Adams." Nash looked across the lawn and nodded. "Message received. What else?" "I called Maggie." "You called my wife?" Nash said in a shocked voice. "Yes. I've been hearing rumblings that you haven't been yourself lately, so I called her up. She's worried about you." "She's always worried about me. Who wouldn't be?" "Listen to me," Hurley said with a biting intensity. "We've got a lot in the offing right now, and you've got a ton of crap you need to attend to. So I'm going to cut through all the bullshit and put my cards on the table. I know you've had some difficulty raising the old flagpole lately." Nash didn't hear another word. He felt as if he'd just been tossed into a deep, dark pit, his own personal hell here on earth. This conversation was out of bounds in so many ways. All he could manage to say was, "We're not going to talk about my personal life." Nash started to stand, but before he got far, Hurley reached out and with surprising strength yanked him back down. "Yes, we are, and so help me God, if you so much as raise your voice at Maggie, I'll kick the piss out of you. You need to get your head screwed on, and that means you need to make love to your wife, and you need to do it quickly, boy. You're a goddamn ace. You know when an ace gets paid in the majors? The good ones are pulling in $20 million a year. How do you think those guys would perform if they got up on that mound and knew they couldn't get a hard on? They'd get shelled. Their confidence would be shot. Stan, I hardly see what— Just keep your pie-hole shut for a minute, Junior. This job fucks with your head bad enough. You throw something like this on top of everything else, and you can become a liability real quick. I'm fine. It was a one-time thing. Then explain to me how you let some worthless suit like Glenn Adams get under your skin this morning, because that's not the Mike Nash I know. The Mike Nash I know would never lose control like that. As much as Nash hated to hear it, he knew Hurley was a little too close to the truth. With more attitude than was wise, he asked, "So your point is—" "My point is, numbnuts, that while you are diddling around with your dick, Rome is burning. That's the problem with this whole country. Fucking vast prosperity. No one has any real problems anymore. 90% of the damn politicians in this town either think there's no war on terror, or if we just be nice to these zealots, they'll leave us alone. Well, that ain't going to fucking happen. The Huns are circling, and we're sitting around arguing about gay rights and prayer and guns and global warming and all kinds of bullshit. These idiots will eventually wake up to the threat, but by then it might be too late." Hurley looked over both shoulders to make sure no one was nearby, and then said, "You need to get laid, boy, and then you need to find out who in the hell is leaking your operations to this fucking reporter at the Post, and you need to put a bullet in his head." "Come on, Stan, you can't be serious." "About which part?" "I'll take care of my love life, all right? Let's just take that one off the table." Hurley ran a hand over his wrinkled face and said, "Kid, if someone at Langley is leaking shit to reporters, they're a traitor. And traitors in our business get taken out back and shot. At least they used to until all these PC pussies involved and everyone lost their nerve." "You want me to kill a fellow employee of the CIA?" Nash asked in near disbelief. "You've killed plenty of men before. Don't tell me you're losing your nerve." "I've never killed a fellow American." "Well, don't think of them as an American. Think of them as a traitor who is exposing an intelligence operation that has done more to protect this country than anything else we've done around here in a good 20 years. And now we've got confirmation that a third cell is out there. What the fuck do you want to wait around for? You want a grade school full of kids to be taken hostage and slaughtered? You want to see a damn mushroom cloud over the Capitol?" "No." Nash shook his head. These were the nightmares he'd lived with since 9/11. "Then get your head screwed on and get out there and get these fuckers before they get us." Chapter 28. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. Leland walked through the mess line, sliding his tray along as he went. Since he couldn't use his right arm, he chose the pasta alfredo over the meat, which was difficult to cut even with 2 good hands and a sharp knife. He skipped the salad bar, grabbed a piece of blueberry pie, and then came the hardest part of all. He turned and looked out across the huge dining hall. This part was never fun, trying to find an open seat, preferably next to someone he actually liked. The place was barely a third full. Leland looked around for a familiar face, but found none. He was usually on duty at this time, but Garrison had given him the night off. Not feeling like making small talk, he picked an empty table, set his tray down, and headed over to the beverage station. He grabbed a glass and filled it with ice and then Diet Coke. Back at the table, he sat and took a sip. He thought about his CO and the advice he had given him, to wait 48 hours before writing his official report. Leland was tempted to go over Garrison's head on that point alone, but he didn't know whom he could trust. The whole thing was wrong on so many levels. His head ached just thinking about all the compromises he was being asked to make. And then, to make matters worse, Garrison had asked to have a word alone with him. Off the record, Academy grad to Academy grad. The words stung him more than the brutality he'd suffered at the hands of the fascist from the CIA. Garrison told him that he had a reputation for being difficult. And it wasn't just his assessment. The previous CO felt the same way.
He'd already been passed over once for promotion to major. Garrison explained to him that it came down to the fact that he was not liked by either his superior officers or those he commanded. Garrison very firmly told him if he ever wanted to live up to his abilities and become a flag officer, he was going to need to stop being such an inflexible prick. The audacity, Leland thought, to turn this into a popularity contest. It flew in the face of everything they'd been taught. This wasn't high school. Promotions were not based on popularity. They were at war. And during combat, it was about results, talent and results. Who could get things done, and Leland got things done. There were a couple of ROTC guys who were his same age who had received the bump. Leland took it personally and wrote it off to the fact that his CO didn't like him. And here he was again with another CO who didn't like him. Leland stabbed his fork into the creamy noodles and found a piece of chicken. He tried to twirl the fork but couldn't. He was self-conscious due to his lack of dexterity and looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Satisfied he was safe, he leaned forward and shoveled a forkful into his mouth. He could feel a dab of creamy cheese sauce on his chin and grabbed a napkin. As he wiped his chin, he thought of his previous CO. The man was not an academy grad, so the fact that he didn't like Leland was understandable. Leland had always felt there was a strong animosity in the officer ranks among those who had learned their skills at lesser institutions. Garrison, however, was an academy grad. Was he one of those officers who bent over backward not to show favoritism? Leland wasn't sure, but he was thinking that was more than likely the case. Either way, the man was not living up to the standards and ideals of a commanding officer. The whole situation was so entirely wrong, Leland felt almost disembodied. His wrist throbbed, his eye ached, but worst of all, his honor had been assaulted. Bending the rules was one thing, but this was far worse. These men were snapping, breaking, and trashing the very rules that were the backbone of the United States Air Force. Leland had never felt so isolated, even during the horrible hazing he'd suffered at the academy his freshman year. None of it was fair. He'd done everything by the book. He deserved his promotion to major, but he didn't want it this way. He wanted his talent and effort to be recognized. He told himself that on a much deeper, selfless level he wanted justice. The offer of any posting and being fast-tracked for colonel was nothing more than a bribe. Did they really think him so unprincipled? Leland wasn't paying close enough attention to his food, and he ended up dumping most of a forkful down the front of his uniform. He swore to himself and set the fork down. As he went to wipe his uniform, he heard laughter from a nearby table. He looked up to see a major and two nurses laughing at him. He knew the major well enough to dislike him. His name was Cliff Collins. He was a graduate of the University of North Dakota Air Force ROTC program. He was athletic, handsome, witty, and far too full of himself. In fact, he was pretty much the poster child for what was wrong with the promotion boards. In Leland's opinion, the man was proof that it was more about being popular than having talent. The stress of the last few days had worn away his patience. He glared at Collins and said, "You find this amusing, Major?" "Sorry, Captain," Collins said with an insincere grin. "You don't look very sorry, Major." Leland fixed a laser stare on the man. Collins changed his expression as well, the jovial smile vanishing. "I'm glad you find humor in another man's pain," Leland added. Collins nodded, seemed to hesitate for a second, and then said, "Yeah, well, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Enjoy the rest of your meal, Captain. Ladies, let's go catch the movie." Collins and the two women got up and left. Leland silently watched them leave, his insides slowly turning over, his gut twisting tighter and tighter. What did he mean by that? Did Collins know what happened, and if so, how many others know? Leland felt his face flush with anger. Military bases were as filled with gossip as an American high school. The thought of others whispering about this behind his back made him want to vomit. They were all so undisciplined. Leland thought of something that had been given to him back at the academy. It was a guide that he went back to from time to help remind him of who he was and what it all meant. He left the tray on the table and headed straight back to his room. It was located near the bottom of his footlocker, and after a few minutes he found it safely tucked away in the pages of his King James Bible. Leland looked down at the little blue book and read the words aloud. "United States Air Force core values, integrity first, service before self,
excellence in all we do." The words still had heft after all these years. If anything, they meant more to him today than when he'd first read them as a cadet more than 10 years ago. Why couldn't General Garrison understand their importance? Leland continued to scan the pamphlet that had been given to him back at the academy. He found the quote he was looking for on the second page. It read, "In 1965, I was crippled and was all alone in a North Vietnamese prison. I realized that they had all the power. I couldn't see how I was ever going to get out with my honor and self-respect. The one thing I came to realize was that if you don't lose your integrity, you can't be had and you can't be hurt. Compromises multiply and build up when you're working against a skilled extortionist or manipulator. You can't be had if you don't take the first shortcut of meet them halfway, as they say, or look for that tacit deal, or make that first compromise. Admiral James B. Stockdale." Leland ran his fingers over the words and recited them again, this time with tears in his eyes. When he was done, he told himself that he wouldn't take the first shortcut. He would not meet them halfway. He would not make that first compromise. He would stand up to them. He would show them what it was like to live life with integrity and honor. He closed the booklet, placed it back in his Bible, and began reviewing his options. If he did not handle this properly, he could easily ruin his career. If done the right way, though, this could catapult him to great heights. But where to go first? He was isolated on this base thousands of miles from those who were most sympathetic to his cause. Whom could he call? Whom could he turn to? There was the Office of Special Investigations, of course, but that presented a whole other set of problems. A great many people would think of him as a rat, and the old boys' club that still ran the Air Force would likely never trust him again. His name would forever be attached to the scandal that was sure to follow. He needed someone else to blow the whistle, to sound the alarm and show him as the true victim in this travesty of justice. Leland paced nervously from one end of his small room to the other. He went through a mental list of all the commanding officers he'd had, and none of them fit the bill. Who would be willing to lock horns with the CIA? Leland asked himself. He suddenly stopped, thought back to earlier in the week, and said, "Of course." Leland raced over to the tiny desk he shared with a fellow officer. He moved a stack of magazines and a pile of opened envelopes and letters and pens and junk, and then finally there it was. A beautiful embossed card with a gold eagle smack in the center. Leland snatched the card off the desk and held it up as if it were a winning lottery ticket. He ran a finger over the embossed name and wondered if the person would remember him. After a brief moment, Leland decided he would. This was his way out. He would call Washington and sound the alarm, and then that arrogant imbecile would have to answer for what he'd done. Leland grabbed one of his prepaid phone cards that had been sent in a care package and then tried to think of the safest place to make the call from. It was mid-morning in Washington, probably the best time to call. Leland started for the door. For the first time in days, a smile spread across his face. As he raced down the hallway, he thought of Rapp and said to himself, "We'll see how smug you are after I'm done with you. You're going to wish you'd never laid a hand on me." Chapter 29. Triple Frontier. It was fast approaching noon, the sun high in the sky, the valley turning into a soupy mix of heat and humidity. Karim waved away a large bug that almost flew up his nose and then mopped his brow with a drab olive bandana. He looked over at the white and blue plane. It was a Basler BT-67. Basically an old DC-3 that had been refurbished with two Pratt & Whitney turboprop engines and a new skeleton and avionics. It sat a mere 50 feet from the ramshackle warehouse, its two propellers glistening in the sun. The tractor had been retrieved from the edge of the jungle, and the bucket had been removed and replaced with a set of forks. The two pallets of cocaine were then eased out of the warehouse and positioned as close to the plane as possible. 4 of Karim's men formed a line, passing the bricks of cocaine to each other and into the cargo hold. They'd been working steadily for an hour. One pallet was loaded, and they were about halfway through the second one. Unlike the men they had just killed, these men worked without complaint and were far more efficient at their task. Karim glanced at his watch and thought about the pickets he'd placed on the 2 main trails. It had been nearly 30 minutes since they'd last checked in. He thumbed his radio and asked for a situation report. They both reported back
that the trails were quiet. Karim felt his chest tighten and his pulse quicken. He was caught in a no-man's land between two conflicting thoughts. The first was that he simply wanted to get out of this horrible place, and the second was that he hated to fly. New engines or not, this plane looked to be of a very old design. Nearly 100,000 of them had been made in the 1930s, and then during World War II, but that was a good thing. The fact that they were still being refurbished and flown after all these years was a testament to the plane's simple and robust design. Karim looked nervously over his shoulder at the plane and wondered if his childhood friend knew what he was doing. Not in terms of flying. He was more than capable of that. Hakim had been flying since he was 16. Helicopters, planes, jets, gliders, pretty much anything he could get his hands on. And besides, he'd got the thing here and landed it with only one tiny bounce. Karim's more immediate concern was how they were loading the plane. He didn't know much about such things, but it seemed there would have to be a science to it. The two men had met at the age of 7. They lived only a few short blocks away from each other and attended the same school. Karim knew that his old friend had many talents, but academic proficiency was not one of them. Hakim had never been a good student, and the thought that he was now trying to load more than 1,000 pounds of cargo onto a plane made him extremely nervous. Karim marched over to the plane and told his men to take a quick 5-minute break. All 4 of them were dripping with sweat and could use a drink of water. Hakim poked his head out the door, flashing his smile with a slight gap between his top 2 front teeth. "Karim, you are a genius." Karim glanced nervously over his shoulder at his men. Hakim saw the concern and moaned, "When are you going to get over it?" "Maybe never." Lowering his voice so the others wouldn't hear, he said, "Then you are a fool." If any other man had spoken to him this way, he would have considered killing him. But it was his old friend, so he let it pass. As a devout Muslim, he abhorred drugs, but his options were limited. "I love you like a brother, but you are so naive to the ways of the world." Karim was proud of the fact that he was naive to such ways. They were ways that led one to stray from the path. 3 years earlier, he had convinced Hakim to come fight in the Holy War, and the two had made the journey to Pakistan together. Only a year out of graduate school, Karim had seen little of the world. Drugs were non-existent in Makkah, the town where they had grown up. After college, his parents had tried desperately to find him a wife with the hope that it would prevent him from running off and fighting in Afghanistan or Iraq. In his mind, Iraq was never a consideration. The Muslim world was a better place without Saddam Hussein, and he did not want to give his life fighting for Ba'ath Party thugs so they could once again turn on their Saudi neighbors and repress their fellow Muslims. So it was off to Pakistan to join the fight with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Karim had prepared himself for all of the mental and physical challenges, but he could never have guessed the role that the heroin trade played in the struggle. Opium was everywhere. It was cultivated and collected and sold and distributed. Many of the foreign fighters were addicted to it. For them it was the best way to cope with the hardship of the mountains and fighting an unseen enemy who could strike at you from over the horizon any time, day or night. For the Taliban, it was their lifeblood. Karim did not worry that he would fall under the spell of the highly addictive heroin, but he worried about his friend Hakim. Even more troubling, though, was the complete lack of judgment by the Al-Qaeda leadership. That they would lower themselves to the status of common drug dealers was beyond belief. That they would so willingly participate in something that the Prophet was so against was an affront to their very faith, and it deeply affected his willingness to volunteer on their behalf. Karim looked at the half-loaded pallet, shook his head sadly, and said, "I don't know if he will forgive us for this." "Oh," Hakim moaned, "there are times when I would like to choke you." He jumped out of the plane and walked over to the pallet, where he picked up one of the bricks. "Do you have any idea how much this is worth?" "You told me if we were lucky, we could get $1 million for it." "Yes," laughed Hakim. "But you never said there would be this much. You were talking about loading several duffel bags. This—" Hakim backed away, held out his hands, and spun in a circle. "This is worth, I'm not even sure, 10 million, maybe more." Karim could not hide his surprise. 10 million? "Yes, maybe more." "I had no idea. Now how do you feel about drugs?" Hakim grabbed his friend and put his arm around his shoulder. I told you this would work. Think of what you can do with that type of money. You will never again have to ask them for permission. You will be able to fund and run your operations." Karim smiled ever so slightly. He would never forget what his friend had told him nearly 2 years earlier while they were sitting by the campfire one night. Karim had been in a particularly pious mood that night and was angry with Hakim for spending too much time with the drug-dealing Afghanis. The argument had started with a simple premise on Hakim's part. How was opium any different from oil? Karim was shocked by the stupidity of the question, but not for long. Hakim stated his case very clearly, that opium was a resource no different than any other commodity. When Karim tried to argue that oil did not destroy people's lives, Hakim had laughed at him. What good had all of the oil profits done Saudi Arabia? They had discussed this many times while in college. That oil was corrupting their country. Hakim furthered his point by saying that Karim was a hypocrite, that he willingly took oil money to wage their jihad, but somehow the profits from the local crop were not good enough for the cause. That night they had gone to bed as mad at each other as they had ever been. But later Karim began to ask himself what Allah would want. He wanted them to win. That was for certain. But at any cost? Karim wasn't sure. But as the Al-Qaeda and Taliban leadership proved increasingly inept, he'd been looking for other ways, other avenues to carry the fight to the enemy without the aid of Al-Qaeda. Karim left them not long after that. He wanted to make his own money, money he would never be able to make in Saudi Arabia, for there was no upward mobility. The royal family and their friends had a monopoly on power and wealth. When Karim laid eyes on the airstrip and the drug operation, the first person he thought of was Hakim. Over the next month he thought more and more about having a backup plan and isolating himself from Al-Qaeda. In a coded email, he sent the idea to Hakim, who immediately embraced it. When the other 2 cells disappeared, Karim made up his mind that he would have Hakim fly them out. "This is a very good day, Karim." "Yes, it is." "Are you going to smile? At least show you are happy." "Allah likes us to be humble. Allah also wants you to be happy, and today is a day for you to be happy." Karim allowed himself a brief smile, and then he remembered what lay ahead. His expression turned solemn, and Hakim asked him what was wrong. Karim looked at his men, sitting on the ground, drinking from their canteens. Within a week or 2, they would all be dead. Those perfect young bodies, so full of life, would be smashed and broken, probably riddled with bullets. His only consolation was that they would make America feel pain, real fear, and then there would be the second act, and the third, and the fourth. After their success, many more would step up to take their place. They would hit America with wave after wave. He would lead a real jihad, not one grand attack and then sit back and do nothing. The current leadership of Al-Qaeda disgusted him. "What is wrong?" Hakim asked. "When we begin killing Americans, I will allow myself to smile. Until then, there will be no celebration." Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. Nash hopped on the Beltway and circled back around the city in a counterclockwise motion. He'd made 3 seemingly random stops, a gas station, a coffee shop, and a drugstore. Both his phones were turned off and the batteries removed. The internal GPS computer on the minivan had been disabled long ago. This way, if they ever tried to pull his records, there would be no record of his stopping at these various locations every week. In the immediate aftermath of the attacks on New York and D.C., none of this had been necessary. In Saudi Arabia and Syria, yes, he was used to being followed when he operated over there, but not here in America. When they decided to launch their own operation in America, though, everything changed. For political reasons, the FBI wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea of sending deep-cover operatives into mosques. The idea had been suggested by many people more times than anyone could count. The folks at the Bureau knew it was the right thing to do in terms of national security, but they also knew whoever signed off on it would be crucified up on the hill. So the Bureau found a middle ground. Their solution was to stay out of the mosques and instead focus on Muslim charities. And it was a good start, and early on they had a lot of success, especially on the money side. That's what the Bureau was really good at. They could investigate the hell out of anything. Throw 100 bright and motivated agents at a problem and inhale it. Collect every little breadcrumb until they'd piece together an amazing picture of what was going on. With the charities, they found out that a lot of these seemingly innocuous organizations were actually fronts for more militant terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, and Al-Qaeda. Just like organized crime, the groups adapted. They changed the way they did things and slowly withdrew behind the walls of their mosques. And the FBI stopped at the imaginary line. A line shrouded in the First Amendment. The right to practice one's religion, to say what you'd like, and associate with whomever you saw fit. They'd beat this one to death, they being all of the men and women who staffed the National Counterterrorism Center, or NCTC, the nerve center of the fight against terrorism in all its emerging forms. The few who dared to speak out said that this was not about the First Amendment. The decision to stay away from the mosques was political correctness at its apogee. It was a fear of being painted bigots for spying on minorities practicing a minority religion, and it was born out of the illogical, emotion-based, feel-good philosophy of the 60s. Because Islam was different, they dared not criticize it. One of Nash's counterparts at the FBI summed it up best one time when he said, "If 4 abortion clinics were blown up tomorrow, killing hundreds of people, and a group of white men who were all part of a Southern Baptist anti-abortion group took credit for the attacks, do you think we would hesitate for a second to send undercover agents into their churches?" The question was never answered. The word came down from on high that they were to continue investigating the charities, but they were to stay away from the mosques. That had been nearly 2 years ago, and that had supposedly been when Kennedy, Stan Hurley, and a few select senators got together and agreed that something needed to be done. They pulled Rapp and Nash in and gave them their walking orders. Everything would be funded off the books. A budget of $10 million was provided to start with. The initial $1 million was culled from safety deposit boxes at an old bank in Williamsburg. More was flown in from overseas, and not a single receipt was kept. Everything was shredded every step of the way. Kennedy had placed her trust in Rapp and Nash that they would spend the money wisely, and they did. The hardest part had been recruiting the agents. They started with 4 and hooked them with service to their country and a pile of cash. $1 million per guy, all tax-free, and they could choose to keep as much or as little of it offshore as possible. They targeted 4 mosques, 1 in Washington, 1 in Philadelphia, and 2 in the New York area. They were now up to 8 agents, and the intel was pouring in. It was where they'd first learned that Al-Qaeda was training commando teams to send to America for coordinated attacks against individuals and infrastructure. The last 6 months had been an intelligence bonanza. They were steadily connecting the dots of a terrorist network that was being built to help fund and support jihad in America. 2 cells had been intercepted, and a 3rd had finally been confirmed. And now he was being asked to pull the plug on the entire thing. Roll it up and make it go away. Get ready for the investigation. Nash pulled through the security checkpoint at the NCTC and parked in the underground garage. He didn't know what he dreaded more, going upstairs or having to go before the Intelligence Committee later in the afternoon. At least with most of the people on the Intelligence Committee, he knew where he stood, which was pretty much that he didn't respect 3/4 of them. Upstairs was filled with people he liked, people he respected, and people he was going to have to lie to yet again. The internal conflict was wearing on him, which made him think of Hurley and his comments on how it was all tied together. Nash put his phones back together, turned them on, and headed for the elevators. When the doors opened on the 6th floor, he forced himself to get out. He walked across the carpeted hallway, held his card up against the black pad, and waited to hear the click that would allow him to enter the bullpen. It came, and he opened the door and stepped into the big room. Men and women from virtually every federal agency that had anything to do with law enforcement,
intelligence gathering, and the military were present. They were sprawled out across the gymnasium-sized room in working pods designed to make them more efficient. On the far wall was a massive screen the size of a neighborhood movie theater. It was flashing images from 8 different news organizations. Nash didn't look at them, but he could feel the hush spread through the buds of the room and knew that one by one they were turning to note his arrival. Nash had spent much of the day bracing himself for what was about to happen. His voicemail was full, and he hadn't bothered to clear it. He figured he'd wait until he could sit down at his desk and call it up on speakerphone. Besides, the people who really mattered knew not to call that number. Nash broke left and headed down the side of the room. He passed several glass-walled offices and kept his chin down. He'd made it to within a few feet of his own office when he heard his name barked by an all-too-familiar voice. Nash slowly turned and faced Art Harris. The 42-year-old was the Bureau's deputy assistant director of their CTC division. He was almost 6 feet tall, had receding close-cropped hair and mocha-colored skin. He was extremely fit for a man who spent his days behind a desk. Harris had one hand resting on the hilt of his .357 SIG, and the other held a copy of the Post. "You want to tell me what in the hell this is all about?" "Good afternoon, Art." "Don't good afternoon me. Explain this." "There's nothing to explain. Bullshit." Nash pointed at Harris's hip. "Are you going to draw on me, cowboy?" Harris, feeling slightly foolish with everyone watching, took his hand off his gun. "Don't change the subject. I asked you a direct question." "I wasn't aware that I answered to you, Art." "Don't play games with me, Nash. I'll have your ass transferred out of here by sundown." "Please do, although I might miss watching you play wet nurse." Harris shook the paper. "Stop dodging my question." "It's all bullshit, Art." "Fiction?" "Yep. You know I'm no fan of the Post. They usually manage to put their little spin on most of the propaganda they put out there, but I don't recall them being in the business of just making shit up whole cloth." "I don't know what to tell you." "How about the truth?" Nash sighed and said, "Art, I don't know how to say it any other way. I have no idea what that reporter's talking about. If I find out that you're lying to me, I'm going to nail your ass to the wall." "You arrogant prick." Nash took a couple of steps toward Harris. "You going to start investigating people based on what's printed in the Washington Post? Because if that's the case, maybe we should investigate you guys for being a bunch of nutless pussies." Harris took 3 quick steps forward and got right in Nash's face. "You want to take this down to the parking garage?" "You wouldn't stand a chance, and you know it." "Don't be so sure." "I'm sure," Nash said as he backed away. "Why don't you call that reporter and find out why he's printing lies about the CIA? Maybe you could indict him for treason." Nash slipped into his office and slammed the door. With a smile on his face, he walked over to his desk and looked down at a printed call list. The damn thing was a page and a half long. His wife had called 3 times. Nash quickly picked out which ones were the most important and then checked his watch. He had about an hour before he'd have to leave for the command performance with the Intelligence Committee. He would have done almost anything to get out of it, but he knew he had no choice. He'd have to sit there and take their pompous shit, and then lie to them, and thank them for their thoughtful and patriotic stewardship. Chapter 31. Senator Lonsdale stared up at the vote total on the board and looked around for someone to choke. She'd waited 16 years for her party to get control of the Senate, and now, with a 5-person majority, it couldn't even pass a simple spending resolution. She scanned the well of the Senate in search of the majority whip. She'd never liked the little pud from Illinois, and had led a very vocal opposition to his being given the post. Her dark brown eyes zeroed in on him, and she began muttering a few profanities under her breath. Then, just as quickly as she'd started, she stopped. A placid expression washed over her face as she remembered the admonishment she'd been given by her entire staff a little over a month ago. Something about her looking old, angry, and constipated. It had taken the little pussies 2 full weeks to work up the courage to tell her that someone had started a website dedicated to her declining looks. It had been a full-blown intervention, with 8 of them filing into her office with a slideshow from the website. Her chief of staff, Ralph Wasson, who had not been involved in the conspiracy, stumbled upon the intervention and was appalled. Upon seeing several of the enlarged still images of her deeply lined and contorted face,
he announced, to the utter delight of all, that she looked like an angry lesbian. Wasson, in addition to being her closest adviser and friend, was also a queen. His sexual preference gave him the cover to say all kinds of politically incorrect things. As much as it pained Lonsdale to admit it, they were right. It was as if Mother Nature had sucked all the moisture from her beautiful skin and carved deep lines all over her face. That night she'd gone home and looked through a string of recent photographs and was further depressed. It was as if turning 58 had suddenly aged her a full decade. She'd put on at least 5 pounds, if not 10. She was getting lazy. Lonsdale was not the type to sit around and feel sorry for herself for very long, so the very next day she went on a crash diet, doubled the number of cigarettes she allowed herself from 4 a day to 8, and began walking and taking the steps every chance she had. She made an appointment with a dermatologist, and had already completed 2 dermabrasion sessions that hurt like hell, but they appeared to be helping. A month later she'd lost 5 pounds, and was set on losing at least another 5. She'd talked to her dentist about getting some veneers for her teeth, and was finally convinced it was time to have a little minor face work done, just around her eyes. None of that Botox stuff, though. She'd come across one too many of those crazy bitches at fundraisers. They looked like freaks, walking around with that stupid, wild-eyed permafrost expression. She wasn't going to complain to her colleagues about it, but there was no doubt it was much more difficult for a woman to do this job. As Lonsdale slid her feet into a pair of black pumps, she reminded herself to keep that placid expression on her face. Slowly but surely she was reprogramming herself to be more self-conscious about the faces she made. She stood and grabbed the bottom of her silver jacket, giving it a tug. Down the aisle she went, tucking first her shoulder-length raven black hair behind her left ear and then her right. As she reached the well, she turned right and slowed as she passed her party's leadership table. "Wonderful job, gentlemen," she said with false sincerity. She stopped in front of the senior senator from Illinois and bent forward. With a congenial smile on her face, she said, "Get your shit together, Dickie. You're embarrassing all of us." Lonsdale left the floor and entered the cloakroom. 2 of her staffers were waiting for her, a man and a woman, or, more accurately, a boy and a girl. The girl had her burgundy leather briefing folder clutched tightly against her perky breasts, and was wearing a short-sleeved ivory cashmere sweater. Lonsdale suddenly resented the woman's youth. That and the fact that she was pissed about losing the vote caused her to ask a bit impatiently, "What now?" The woman, in her early 20s, tilted her briefing folder forward and scanned her notes. "You have a photo opportunity with the Pipe Fitters Union?" Lonsdale listened as her aide spoke excitedly about the day's remaining events. It was an entirely boring litany, and she unfortunately had no choice but to attend each and every one. The boy stepped forward. His name was Trent, or Trevor, or something like that. "Wade Klein is waiting for you in your office." "Which one?" Lonsdale asked, trying to sound uninterested. "Upstairs." As the senior female senator in her party, Lonsdale had an office in the Capitol as well as her larger one in the Dirksen Senate office building. "Did he say what he wants?" "No." Without wasting another moment, she turned and left the cloakroom. She took 1 step toward the stairs and then headed for the elevator. Her heart was beating fast enough over the prospect of seeing her favorite Justice Department employee. She didn't want to show up flushed and out of breath. Paula, or Pastel, or Pearl, or whatever her name was, jumped into the elevator along with Trent. She waited to see which button her boss pressed. Down meant the tram over to Dirksen and the pipefitters, and up meant the handsome lawyer from the Justice Department. Lonsdale pressed the button for the 4th floor, and the aide immediately began pecking an email on her BlackBerry that would alert the rest of the senator's staff that she would be late for the photo op. Lonsdale's Capitol office consisted of 5 rooms: a reception area that was staffed by 2 receptionists, a conference room, a bullpen stuffed with 5 legislative assistants, a good-sized office for her chief of staff, and a massive office for herself with a veranda that looked out over the Supreme Court, the Russell, Dirksen, and Hart Senate office buildings, and Union Station. Lonsdale knew Klein would be waiting in her office. She walked past her receptionists, ignoring their pleas for a word, and she continued straight into her office, closing the door behind her. Klein didn't bother to stand. He was sprawled out on the leather couch, his suit coat open, his narrow waist and lean chest on display. He looked at the senator from Missouri and said, You look fantastic. What is that, Donna Karen?
It is, as a matter of fact. Lonsdale placed the toe of her left foot out in front of the other foot, bent her knee, and held out her arms, striking an elegant pose. Her silver jacket and matching skirt were accessorized with a black belt, black blouse, and black pumps. She did not look 58. You've lost weight. Please. Lonsdale spun and walked over to her desk. She was extremely pleased he'd noticed. The office looked like a European drawing room with its 15-foot gilded plaster ceilings, massive stone fireplace, and large oil portraits of well-fed men from centuries before. Lonsdale opened the top left-hand drawer of her desk and pulled out a pack of Marlboro Lights. She held the pack up for Klein to see. Care to join me? Why do you think I'm here? Klein smiled. Other than to see you, of course. The two headed out onto the veranda, like high school kids sneaking a smoke at lunch. It was a gorgeous afternoon. The sun was out, there was a hint of humidity in the air, and the flowers were blossoming. Lonsdale looked into Klein's eyes as he lit her cigarette, and she felt herself stir. She looked away and exhaled a cloud of smoke. It was his damn eyes, she told herself. They were this crazy blue-gray that sucked you right in. If you look at them for too long, you'd begin to think of things that you shouldn't be thinking of in the middle of the afternoon. That thing you wanted me to dig into? Klein said as he finished lighting his own cigarette. The spell was broken, and Lonsdale was momentarily confused. She shook the flustered look from her face. What thing? These black bag guys over at Langley. Rapp and Nash. Oh, those two, moaned Lonsdale. Please tell me you're getting ready to indict them. I wish, but at the rate things are going, we'll both be retired by the time I actually get a chance to question them. They're stonewalling you? I wouldn't even say stonewalling. I can't track them down. For a month straight I've been requesting meetings with them, and I've got nothing. I finally got Director Kennedy to show up on Friday. What a cold-hearted bitch she is, by the way. Not my favorite person in Washington. Well, she and I locked horns, and it wasn't pretty. I pretty much told her that if she didn't put Rapp and Nash in front of me by this Friday, I'd start serving subpoenas. And? Klein took a drag and shrugged his shoulders. The woman's a cold-hearted bitch. I don't know what to tell you. She just sat there and stared back at me. Klein looked off in the distance toward Union Station and after a moment said, To be honest, she kind of gave me the creeps. How so? I got the impression she'd like to hurt me. Lonsdale giggled like a little girl. It's not funny, Klein said with a frown. She has a lot of power. Lonsdale covered her mouth. She was laughing because she herself would like to hurt Klein, but probably not in the way Kennedy would like to. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so insensitive. She reached out and touched his firm bicep. You're a big boy. I think you're more than capable of taking care of yourself. Don't get me wrong, I've put a lot of nasty people away. But these guys are different. They're not your average criminal. I disagree. That's exactly what they are, and that's why they need to be locked up. Barbara, Klein said in a tone absent of frustration, I am not lacking in conviction. I firmly believe that these guys need to be brought to justice, but ignoring the fact that they're dangerous would be foolish. I'll grant you that point, but now is not the time to be timid. This fictitious war on terror has dragged on for far too long. Now is the time to act. Did you see the damn Post this morning? Yes. You need to get that reporter to sit down in front of a grand jury and tell you who his sources were for that article, and then you need to start handing out subpoenas. Putting reporters under oath wouldn't work. It had been tried by a lot of prosecutors, and about all it did was ensure that the reporter would get turned into a martyr and offered a big advance for a book. It would help, Klein said, if you could get your committees to put some pressure on them. Wade, darling, I've tried that, and I will continue to put pressure on them. Nash will be appearing before the Intel Committee this afternoon. A one-front assault against these guys will never work. We need to squeeze them. We need to catch them in their lies. She watched as Klein looked away. He took a long pull off his cigarette and frowned. What? She asked, too impatient to wait for him to speak his mind. The president. What about him? I hear he and Kennedy are close.
I've even heard he's fond of Rapp. Don't worry about the politics of this thing. That's my arena. Just get these bastards and make an example of them. Show the American people that we are a nation of laws. Lonsdale pointed a perfectly manicured fingernail at him and added, You do that, Wade, and you'll be able to write your ticket in this town. Chapter 32. Capitol Hill. Nash rested both arms on the table and looked up at the 9 men and women sitting in judgment. The only good thing about the briefing so far was that 6 of the members hadn't even bothered to attend, 10 if you counted the 4 ex officio members, the old-timers who were granted a special status so they could keep a hand in the affairs of one of the more important committees. Nash bet if they were over in room 216 and the meeting was open to the press, they'd all be there mugging for the cameras, showing their constituents how hard they were working, feeding their insatiable egos. But they weren't. They were in the chamber, one of the most, if not the most, secure rooms on Capitol Hill. There was no ornate seal or gold script announcing to anyone who walked down the hall that this was where the Intelligence Committee met. Just 2 letters in caps and 3 numbers, SH 219. The SH stood for Senate Heart, and the 219 for second floor, room 19. The entire space was encased in steel, making it impossible for electromagnetic waves to enter or leave the room. The only people allowed access were committee staffers, the most vetted on the Hill, committee members, and only their most senior and vetted staffers, and those who were invited to testify or brief. The room itself was more of a suite with smaller rooms for individual briefings and a larger room for the entire committee to sit and hold a hearing in supposed secrecy. Cell phones, cameras, and digital recorders were collected at the door. What was said in SH 219 was supposed to stay in SH 219, but more and more that wasn't the case. Nash didn't blame it on the Intelligence Committee staffers. He blamed it on the committee members themselves. While most adhered to the rules, Nash and his co-workers felt that at least half of the members leaked secure intelligence on a regular basis. Some of it was the result of idle gossip. They were politicians who were asked to speak to group after group all day long, 7 days a week. When you talked that much, it was hard to remember what was okay to say and what wasn't. The ones who were really dangerous, though, were the senators who held positions of power within their own party. They drank the Kool-Aid and bought into the idea that the other side was trying to destroy them, and therefore it was okay to leak classified information if it made their opponents look bad. In another time, these power brokers would have been hanged, or worse. But in this great democracy, this co-equal branch of government closed ranks and protected itself. They saw in their opponents the same weaknesses they saw in themselves. So when a scandal broke from within their exclusive little club, they pulled their punches and let their colleague off the hook. But God forbid if anyone else broke the rules. Nash was grateful that O'Brien had decided to show up. No one was willing to admit it, but Nash knew his colleagues were worried he was coming unhinged, and didn't trust him to keep his temper in check in front of the committee. They were right, because they were only 20 minutes into the session, and he was thoroughly disgusted. Of the 9 senators in attendance, only 2 of them could be considered pro-CIA. 6 were firmly in the anti-CIA camp, and only 1 of the 6 independents on the committee had shown up. That part was surprising. They didn't want to sit through all the blustering and threats. The moderates would come in later and read the transcripts or get briefed by one of the committee staffers. Unless one of the senators had some damaging information, nothing eventful was going to happen today. This was the game they played. The senators asked for the truth. Some of them wanted it, and others didn't, but they still asked. O'Brien and Nash would look up at them and lie to the same question asked 9 different ways. This was the gray area that had shrunk to almost nothing before 9/11 and had since become huge. The military had tried don't ask, don't tell, and now the intelligence committees had an ask and please don't tell the truth policy. At least until the press got a hold of something, and then all hell broke loose. Then they were right back to the famous "I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here" scene in Casablanca. "Mr. Nash, there are certain members of this committee who feel that you have been less than forthright with us in the past." Nash looked back at the senator from Vermont. The man was possibly the worst leaker on the entire committee. "Is that a question or a statement, sir?" "Both." The man flashed Nash a smile that looked like he wanted to eat him for dinner. Nash would love nothing more than to tell them he had lied to them, and that they all knew he'd lied to them, and that he knew that they wanted him to lie, because he was keeping them safe. But that wasn't how the game was played. He was in the business of deception and busting up terrorist networks and trying to save American lives. With that in mind, why in the world would he tell the truth to a committee of politicians who overwhelmingly had proven that they couldn't keep a secret to save their lives? But he didn't say that. Instead, he looked back respectfully at the senator and said, "Sir, if you have a more specific question, I would be more than happy to answer it." "What my esteemed colleague is too nice to say is that he thinks you are a liar." A minor uproar ensued as several of the committee members objected to the tone of the senator from Missouri. Nash turned and looked at Barbara Lonsdale. She was an attractive woman with deep brown eyes and a tiny little nose. She was always dressed in the latest designer clothes and took great pride in her appearance. At the moment, those beautiful eyes were locked on Nash, and her perfectly lined lips were turned ever so slightly upward at the corners. She was obviously pleased that she had upset the decorum of the meeting. When it had calmed down enough, Nash said, "Madam Senator, do you feel that I'm a liar?" Nash felt O'Brien nudge him under the table. "I am a deliberate person, Mr. Nash, so I will choose my words carefully. I'm one of the members who feel that you have been less than forthright with this committee." "In other words, you think I've lied to you?" "If that is the word you would like to use, I am fine with it." "Madam Senator, I can promise you that this story in the Washington Post is completely inaccurate. Why would the CIA launch an operation that is so clearly outside our mandate?" "It is more than outside your mandate. It is illegal. And I promise both of you, if I find out that either of you have lied to me, which I suspect you have, I will make sure you spend as much of your remaining days behind bars as possible. Why are we indicting these men over one article written by a newspaper that has shown a consistent animosity towards the CIA? Can anyone answer that question?" It was Senator Gail Kendrick from Virginia. She and Lonsdale did not get along, even though they were in the same party. Kendrick was smart enough to understand that one of the largest employers in her state was the CIA and its sister agencies in the national security sphere. Kendrick also knew that when another attack occurred, it would likely affect the people of her state more than those of Missouri. "I have found in the past," Lonsdale said, "that newspapers like the Post are usually the first to break stories like this. I'm sorry, I know I haven't served in the Senate as long as you, but I am a little more suspicious of what I read in the newspapers." "I have found," shot back Lonsdale in a very authoritative tone, "that the Post does not print articles unless sources have been checked. And sources have a history of lying. If we're to believe everything that is written in the Post, then I'd have to believe you're currently dating a dozen or more of the most powerful men in Washington." It was Nash's turn to kick O'Brien under the table. He leaned over and whispered, "This is going to be good." Kendrick was every bit as good-looking as Lonsdale, and 10 years younger, and she was also faithfully married, or at least appeared to be. It was obvious by the constipated look on Lonsdale's face that Kendrick's jab had hit home. Before anything further happened, though, Ralph Wasson, Lonsdale's chief of staff, entered the room and slid around to whisper in his boss's ear. After a brief exchange, Lonsdale stood and followed Wasson out of the room. Before Nash could think anything of it, the junior senator from Kentucky fired a question at him. Chapter 33. Lonsdale and Wasson ducked back into her office in Dirksen, using her private door so they could avoid the lobby and anyone who might be waiting for her. As they passed the senator's administrative assistant, Wasson told him to hold all calls. Once inside her inner sanctum, Lonsdale kicked off her shoes and sat behind her desk. Wasson took off his jacket and pulled his tie loose. He folded his jacket once and laid it across the armrest of the long sofa. Returning to his boss's desk, he held up his hands, palms out, but before he could say anything further, Lonsdale silenced him with a look. She opened a drawer and retrieved cigarettes, a lighter, and a fresh tablet of paper. She lit the cigarette, dropped the lighter, and grabbed a pen. In the middle of the page, she wrote down Mitch Rapp's name in caps. "Slower this time," she said. "This major, what's his name?" "Captain," Captain Leland. You met him when you were in Afghanistan last week. Any reason I'd remember him? No, he's not handsome enough. But you remember him? Yes. Why? Lonsdale asked with suspicion. It's not what you think. It better not be, because if I get behind this guy, and the CIA finds out he's gay, and my gay chief of staff is the man he went to, we could have some problems. Babs, I have no idea if he's gay or straight. I remembered him because he voiced some concerns to me about the CIA and their interrogation methods. He better not be gay. I don't see how it matters. It probably doesn't, but I want you to find out. You know I hate surprises. Lonsdale took a drag and then exhaled. And these bastards won't go down without a fight. No, they most certainly won't. Please don't tell me you think I should pass on this. No, I just think you should tread carefully. Ralph, according to what you just told me, Rapp assaulted this officer. Black eye and a severely sprained wrist, possible ligament damage. The doctor told him it would have been better if he'd broken it. Did the doctor take photos? I don't know. I'm sure he took an X-ray. I mean photos of his eye, swelling on his wrist, that type of stuff. I don't know. He told you email was the best way to get a hold of him? Yes. Send him an email and tell him to take some photos and send them back. Watson took a step back and braced himself for his boss's rage. I'm not sure he'll be willing to do that. Why? Lonsdale asked tersely. He doesn't want this to look like he came to us. He wants us to investigate it from our end as if we'd picked up on a rumor. Lonsdale frowned. That's silly. Not really. Not if he wants to have a career in the Air Force. I think I can call in enough favors with the chairman of the Armed Services Committee to get him any job he wants. Posting, Babs. That's what they call it in the military. Lonsdale ignored him. We need to get him to make an official statement of some sort. Who do we have over there who we could trust? Babs, Watson half shouted, you're not listening to me, and if you knew anything about the military, you'd understand why he doesn't want to be the one who comes forward, who files an official complaint. Ralph, I know this is going to come as a real surprise to you, but I don't give a shit. I have been handed Mitch Rapp's balls on a platter, and I'm not going to let go. You tell this guy he either fills out an official complaint or I'll consider him part of a cover-up. Watson rolled his tired eyes. As chief of staff, he wore many hats, and one of them was to protect his boss from herself. She was a great campaigner because, like Stonewall Jackson, she did not possess the ability to retreat. It was always attack and never give the enemy quarter. This, and a few other reasons, was why Watson often fed her information one bite at a time. That way he at least stood a chance of nudging her in the most thoughtful direction. There's something else I haven't told you. You did sleep with him, didn't you? Lonsdale's brown eyes were practically bugging out of her head. Enough about my sex life, all right? I did not sleep with him, and I will never sleep with him, and if you bring it up again, I'm going to throw your stapler at you. Fine, she said, as if Watson were the one who was being unreasonable. Have you bothered to stop and ask yourself why Rapp would do something like this? You mean hit another man? I don't need to. He's a homicidal maniac. I've warned you, I don't know how many times. A look of real intensity gripped Watson. If you are going to take Rapp and Kennedy on, you need to stop underestimating them. Would you like to argue the last point? No. Rapp definitely has some homicidal tendencies, but I don't think he's a maniac. Well, let's just agree to disagree for the moment. What's this other thing you have? You haven't bothered to ask why Leland was trying to arrest Rapp. Fine. Why was Leland trying to arrest Rapp? Watson clapped his hands together and got ready to deliver the bombshell. Remember the two high-valued targets we saw while we were over there? Abu Haghani and Mohammed al-Haq? Yes. Lonsdale stabbed out what was left of her cigarette. And I remember leaving specific orders that they were to be treated in exact accordance with the Geneva Conventions. Yes, you did, but apparently Mr. Rapp didn't get that memo because sometime in the early hours of this past Saturday morning, Rapp and several other unidentified individuals arrived at the base disguised as officers from the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. You're sure about this? According to Captain Leland. Rapp then went to the special interrogation facility that housed al-Haq and Haghani. Watson stopped for dramatic effect. "And?" snapped an impatient Lonsdale. "He beat at least one of the prisoners and allegedly threatened the other." "Beat?" asked an excited Lonsdale. "Define beat. Are we talking smacked, kicked, punched? Be more specific."
"Punched and choked. Apparently there was a lot of blood."
"Please tell me this captain has it on tape."
Lonsdale reached for a cigarette and allowed herself a moment of anticipated glory over releasing a tape of Rapp beating a helpless prisoner. "They can't find the tape. Either Rapp disabled the security cameras or someone has destroyed the tapes." Lonsdale winced at the setback and took in a deep breath before speaking.
"Who else saw what happened besides Leland?"
"The base commander and several MPs."
Lonsdale quickly wrote down a few notes. "And the base commander hasn't filed a report?"
"No, in fact, according to Leland, the base commander and Stephen Romer, the special assistant to the Secretary of Defense, told him to sit on his official report and wait until he gets the facts straight. They've promised him any posting he'd like."
"Oh, this just keeps getting better."
Lonsdale set her pen down.
"We've got the crime and the cover-up. Now the only question is how I keep this away from the Armed Services Committee and Intel."
"That's going to be tough."
Lonsdale looked back at him. "I'll make it a straight civil liberties issue."
"For Leland?"
"Yes. But he doesn't want to cooperate." "I don't give a shit if he wants to cooperate. I'll compel his ass to cooperate."
"But you need him to get the ball rolling."
"What I need is a couple of hard-nosed special agents to sit him down and get him to make a statement. Where's Rapp?"
"He's on his way back from Afghanistan. I don't know when he's supposed to land."
"One of the CIA planes?"
"I think so. Leland said Ridley went over to pick him up, and they left the base this afternoon."
"Ridley is involved in this too?" asked an excited Lonsdale. "Oh, this is just fantastic."
Lonsdale wrote down a few more names and then made a big circle around Rapp's.
"What about Nash? Wasn't he just over there?"
"I'm not sure. Leland didn't mention him." Lonsdale tapped her pen and took a long drag. After a good 10 seconds, she said,
"Here's what we're going to do. I want you to find out when Rapp's plane is due to land. Then I want you to get Wade over here. We'll put him out on point for this. As the DOJ's Chief Civil Liberties Officer, he'll be able to find out who the FBI has at that base, and he can order them to track down Leland and take a statement from him. We'll take that statement and give it to Judge—" Lonsdale began snapping her fingers. "Who would be a good judge?"
"Broder. Extremely liberal. He'll love the opportunity to get involved in something like this."
"Good. We'll use him, but we have to keep this really quiet."
"You run the Judiciary Committee. Trust me, Broder will play ball with us."
"And we'll keep this tight. You, me, Klein, Broder, and only one staffer. Get Klein over here immediately."
"Right away." Wasson had already stepped over to another phone and was asking one of the people in the outer office to get him Wade Klein. Lonsdale spun her chair around and looked out the window. She was grinning ear to ear. She could see it all unfolding in her mind's eye. She'd move quietly tonight, and then, in the morning, she would hold a press conference with Klein and drop the bomb on an unsuspecting Washington. Her fellow chairmen on Intel and Armed Services would be furious, but what could they do but get behind her and second everything she would say? This had the potential to be one of the biggest scandals this town had ever seen. It was one for the history books. She'd been warning the president and her colleagues about the CIA for years, and no one had listened. Now they would have to. Chapter 34. Cuba. Karim stood near the tailgate of one of the pickup trucks and watched as the last of the cocaine was loaded onto the 2 speedboats. On the flight from the triple frontier to Cuba, they had stopped in Venezuela to refuel. There, the men got rid of their jungle fatigues and were given civilian clothes. The rifles were stripped down and packed away, but the pistols were kept and shoved into the waistbands of jeans and khaki pants. Karim half expected that when they landed in Cuba, their plane would be surrounded, the drugs seized, and they'd be thrown in some hot, humid jail where they would rot for years. Hakim had repeatedly reassured him that everything would be fine. Aiding drug trafficking was a way for the Cuban military to both supplement their dismal pay and stick it to the Americans. Hakim had carefully plotted every step of the journey. He'd spent nearly a half-year flying around the region, meeting the right people and gauging whom he could trust. Never did he discuss Islam or the jihad. This was about drugs, something the
that the United States was far more tolerant of than Islam. Karim stayed away from the soldiers who had met them at the airport, and ordered his men to do likewise. They could all speak Spanish to a varying degree, but nowhere near as well as Hakim, who was fluent in the language. There were 10 of the soldiers, all Cuban army, an officer and 9 enlisted men. They were heavily armed, but Hakim had warned him in advance not to be worried. That was simply the way of the Cubans. They carried AK-47s around like most people carried a cell phone. Most of them weren't even loaded. The entire thing made Karim extremely nervous. For a man who was used to being in control, who had to be in control, this was the worst part of the journey. He had to simply trust and leave it to fate. Hakim and the Cuban officer were smiling and laughing about something. Karim assumed it was that the man now had in his possession 3 times more cocaine than he had originally been told he would. The officer's take of 10% was now worth more than $1 million if he could unload it through the right channels. Hakim had played it perfectly. Every step of the way he had told these people that he was an advance man for a drug cartel which was looking for new trade routes to get drugs into the United States. If they knew this was a one-time deal, Hakim feared they would simply take the drugs and throw them in jail, or worse. Hakim talked a big game. He told them they were not interested in a one-time deal. They were looking for partners who could help them build their business. They were going to test several routes and then begin running shipments every 2 to 3 weeks. With those kinds of numbers, any man who was not grounded in his religion would be tempted. The Cuban officer and Hakim were now saying goodbye. Karim watched as his old friend reached out and hugged the man, kissing him once on each cheek and then announcing for all to hear, "Viva la Revolucion!" The rest of the Cuban contingent repeated the chant and shook their rifles in the air. Hakim took a moment to thank the rest of the soldiers. Clasping an arm here and shaking a hand there, he went down the line, flashing his infectious smile and looking each man in the eye. Karim had always been in awe of his childhood friend's ability to charm virtually anyone who crossed his path. He was a chameleon, capable of socializing with wretches and princes alike. He was never idle, and always interested in what other people were doing and how they got from point A to point B. How they made their laundry business work, how they had become a professor, how they'd started their construction business, how they took care of their fishing boat, how they became a bond trader. The list went on and on. If it weren't for their years of loyalty, Karim would have probably been threatened by the ease with which Hakim walked through life. Their loyalty to each other stemmed from having been childhood friends. A healthy competition that had grown into a deep respect. It also helped that Hakim was one of Karim's biggest believers. Always the better student and his equal athletically, Karim was looked up to by Hakim. It was Hakim who was the first to believe that Karim had a destiny that would make him a historic figure in the fight to save Islam from yet another assault from the West. As teens, they had dreamed of greatness. They had dissected what was good and what was wrong with the various jihad groups, and they had set their own course. Hakim had been the one to first suggest setting up their own network. Both men had grown suspicious of all the infighting between the Taliban and al-Qaeda. The infighting was disgusting, and they both feared that it had led to various factions intentionally sabotaging their brothers by leaking information to the Americans. Karim had not liked the idea of sending Hakim off on his own to explore other options, but his old friend had been his usual persistent self. After Zawahiri had saddled him with his moronic nephew, Karim decided he could, with good conscience, turn Hakim loose. Karim looked around the small marina and felt great pride in his friend. He had never fully understood the word irony. He wasn't sure, but he thought people often confused it with happenstance. Whatever the case was, he found it rather amusing that as a teenager Hakim had been completely enamored with the American author Ernest Hemingway. He so admired the man's sense of adventure that at age 13, after reading The Old Man and the Sea, he'd hitchhiked on his own to Jeddah and convinced a fisherman to take him out for a day. At 19, he'd climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, and at 21 he'd fulfilled what he'd said was his greatest thrill of all, catching a swordfish off the Florida Keys. Hakim had confided in him one cold evening that the real reason why he had come to fight in Afghanistan was because Hemingway had run off to be an ambulance driver during the Spanish Civil War. He felt that a man had not lived until he had experienced the raw thrill of war. Hakim ambled over with his disarming grin. He placed an arm on Karim's shoulder and said, That wasn't so bad now, was it? You amaze me. Even after all these years? Yes, even after all these years. Karim looked nervously back over his shoulder at the soldiers. So we are free to go? We are encouraged to go. Hakim made a motion toward the men in the boats, and they fired up the engines. They do not want us to loiter. Good, so we are leaving? Yes. Hakim pointed west at the setting sun. I have rations on the boats. We will leave now and sail around the western end of the island out into international waters. Then we'll set course for the Florida Keys. The two men stepped onto the old wood dock, careful where they put their feet, since the planks were rotten and uneven. Are you sure that this is the right spot? Karim had always thought they should try to enter the country farther north, up toward Tampa or even the Panhandle. I've told you before, my friend, it is a numbers game. I know, more coast, more boats. Yes, they can't tell the difference between drug runners and fishermen. We take our time tonight, and then, in the morning, we meander out into the Keys. And if their Coast Guard shows up, then we run like hell. Hakim pointed down at the two dull gray fiberglass boats. Each vessel had 3 250-horsepower Mercury outboard motors on the back. These boats are as fast as anything they have. As fast, but not faster. No, but don't worry. We have a secret weapon. The creases on Karim's forehead deepened. What secret weapon? You and your men. They are not used to being shot back at. Hakim laughed and pointed at the second boat. Stay 200 meters back and follow in my wake. Everything is programmed into the GPS, and if you have any questions, just call me on the radio. Karim reached out and stopped his friend. Wait, that is the extent of your plan? We run? Essentially, yes. Karim felt the symptoms of one of his anxiety attacks. After all we have been through, after all the preparation, this is what it will all come down to? No, my friend, it will come down to more than just this, but we cannot control everything. At some point we must make our leap of faith. Hakim could see his friend's agitation, the eyes darting from left to right, focusing on nothing, his breathing becoming quick and shallow. Would you rather try to fly into the country with all your weapons? Karim did not answer. You wanted me to find a way to get us into America with all the weapons and your detonators. There is no easy way, my friend. And you knew that going in. At some point we must put our faith in Allah and move forward. Hakim reached out and grabbed him by both shoulders. Look me in the eye. Take a deep breath. Trust me to get you through this part of your journey. We are so close. America lies just beyond the horizon. When the sun comes up, I will have you there. But what about... Hakim cut him off, saying, Now is not the time to hesitate, to question. Now is the time to act. Remember, you have always told me that victory favors the brave. Now is our moment to be brave. Trust me. Get in your boat and follow me. I will lead you on this leg of your crusade, and I will not fail you. Chapter 35. Arlington, Virginia. Nash parked his minivan next to a beat-up Ford Taurus and walked into the Safeway Food and Drug. He grabbed a cart and began to amble through the produce section. The only thing he really needed was milk for Charlie, but he had other reasons to be at the store. He grabbed a half-dozen bananas, 2 large grapefruits, and a cantaloupe. A few aisles down, he grabbed some peanut butter because he'd learned in the past that they could never have enough peanut butter. In the next aisle, he saw the guy he was looking for waiting for him in front of the taco shells. His blond hair was poking out from under his Washington Nationals baseball hat. Nash pulled up beside him and looked back down the aisle to make sure the other shoppers were out of earshot. Keeping his eyes on the taco shells, Nash said, "How are you, buddy?" "Better than you." The man was about the same size as Nash, although maybe a little thinner, and a decade older. "No doubt," Nash said, as he remembered Monday night was taco night. He took a box just in case. "How are the kids?" "Good." "Charlie?" he asked as he read the back of a box. "He uttered his godfather's favorite word this morning." The man turned his head and looked at Nash. "You're fucking kidding me?" "I wish I was." "That's great." "No, it isn't," Nash said, seriously bothered. "He's only a year old." Scott Coleman began laughing silently to himself. He'd known Nash for a little more than 7 years, and they'd grown very close. Coleman had been the one who brought Nash to the attention of Rapp. That was back when they were running around the mountains of Afghanistan, having the time of their lives hunting Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Now the pussies were hiding on the other side of the border, and the Pakistanis wouldn't let them come over and finish the job. Smiling and talking out of the side of his mouth, Coleman said, "You need to lighten up, buddy. I've told you before, the key to this shit is to never take it too seriously. The moment you do that, you lose your edge, you lose your nerve, and then you're going to fuck up." Nash had heard the lecture many times before. Coleman, almost 10 years his senior, was a former SEAL and had been running his own security and consulting firm in D.C. since just before the attacks. The deluge of money that had been pumped into security firms had made him a wealthy man, but not as wealthy as he could have been. Coleman made the conscious decision to stay small. He had no interest in running a big company and managing hundreds of people. Nash asked him, "You read the paper this morning?" "Yeah." Coleman grabbed a box of shells, set them in his cart, and started moving. "You'd better hope those pricks on the hill don't dig too deep or you're fucked. I just left a hearing with the intel folks. It was a real joy. Any idea how this commie reporter got his info?" Nash turned the corner and grabbed a bag of Doritos. "I have a short list." "Let's hear it." "In a moment. This reporter, Joe Barrero, you have any problem setting up passive surveillance on him?" Coleman scanned the next aisle and said, "Nope." "Good. Check the nearby payphones first and then the emails. You still have your back door into the Post server?" Coleman laughed. "What?" Nash asked, wondering what he'd done wrong now. "Look at you, all grown up and telling me how to do my job." Nash looked embarrassed, maybe even a little beaten. "Sorry. I know you know what you're doing. This is more for me, so I can just cross it off my list." "Fair enough. I don't want you to burn out. Scour his hard drive as well as his editors, and check the people who sit by him just to make sure. And his kids. Don't forget to look at their phones." "If you give me the list of suspects, it'll be quicker," Coleman offered. "Let me think about it," Nash said, his eyes narrowing. "If they've met face to face, I can look at the cell tower records and find out if they overlapped at all in the last month." Nash thought about it for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and decided he really didn't give a shit. He needed to unload some of the stuff, and who better to trust than Coleman? In a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "Glenn Adams." Coleman nodded slowly at first, and then more enthusiastically. "It figures. The fucking narcissist. He'd hate anyone who was good at your job. He wasn't worth shit back when he was operations." Nash agreed and said, "I need you to move quickly. I need to know how much they know and how they know it." "I'll get on it tonight. You going to be around for Rory's game on Saturday?" Coleman was referring to Nash's 14-year-old son. "If I'm not in jail." "Come on, don't be so morose. Your 1-year-old son is well on his way to mastering the greatest word in the English language." Nash smiled. Thought of Charlie dropping the F-bomb at the breakfast table. The look of absolute horror on his wife's face. "I'll tell you the story about it sometime over a beer. It's pretty funny. If you're in the neighborhood this week, stop by for a drink." "I don't know. Things are pretty crazy, and now you want me to get on this. Maggie and the kids would love to see you." Without missing a beat, Coleman said, "I know Maggie would." "Why are all you SEALs such pigs? Oh, and you Marines are such a dignified lot." Nash grinned. "We are charming bastards, aren't we?" "You look good in your dress blues, but that's about it." Coleman turned down the next aisle and over his shoulder and said, "Keep your dauber up." "Great," Nash thought as he stared at Coleman wheeling his cart down the aisle. "Just what I need. Another reminder about last night." Chapter 36. Dulles International Airport. The Gulfstream G500 dropped through the clouds at 6,100 feet. The hydraulic landing gear whirled into the down position and then locked with a slight thud that woke Rapp from what had been an unusually deep sleep. He turned his head to the right and lifted the shade on the window. Thousands of lights greeted him. Of all of the airports the world over, this one was probably the most familiar to him. It had been built before he was born. They'd stuck it out here where the edge of Fairfax County met up with Loudoun County. Back then it had been nothing more than farmland and horses. Now it was built up with highways, roads, parking lots, malls, businesses, hotels, apartments, and housing developments. Urban sprawl at its finest. Rapp watched the cars driving up and down Sully Road past the old plantation, and as he had done so many times before, he felt a tinge of envy. He wondered what it would be like to switch places with him, to lead a life not knowing the things he knew. What it would be like to wake up and kiss his wife and kids goodbye and just go into an office like so many of the friends he'd grown up with. He never dwelled on it for more than a few seconds, and he never felt even remotely sorry for himself. The truth was, he loved what he did. It had taken him many years to come to that realization, and more than a few hardships, but it had finally sunk in. Strangely, it was the murder of his wife and unborn child that had finally got him to admit it. Not at first, of course. They had placed a bomb in his house out on the Chesapeake Bay that had been meant for him. Once again he had cheated death, but this time paid for it with the loss of the woman he loved and the child he so badly wanted to meet and hold and raise and be a father to. He thought of that blissful, brief time that they'd had together after she'd told him she was pregnant. It was only a week, but he could still taste the emotions as if it were all happening at this very moment. Lovely Anna, with her emerald green eyes, had taken on a radiance that made her look like something out of a dream. He'd have never thought she could be any more beautiful, but somehow the pregnancy had done it. Her already flawless skin glowed, and her eyes sparkled with even more life than normal. She was filled with excitement, and was all the more elated knowing that this was something her rough-and-tumble husband so badly wanted. To give him the ultimate gift of a child, she knew, would be the final piece of leverage to get him to walk away from his dangerous profession. She had said to him once after making love that he'd given enough to his country. He'd been shot, stabbed, hunted, and tortured, and it was time for him to let go, to let someone else step into the breach and fight the battle. For all of her liberal leanings, Anna was not a head-in-the-sand liberal. She'd seen firsthand what these fanatics were like, and she never for a moment questioned the fact that when you stripped it all away, her husband's job was to hunt them down and kill them before they had the chance to incite more hatred and kill more innocent people. She'd never admitted it to him, but he knew now that she had been secretly proud of what he did. Her brother had confided to him, after her death, that Anna thought him the most noble man she had ever met. After she'd been taken unexpectedly from him, his immediate reaction was predictable. He took his pain and anger and devastating anguish, and he stuffed it deep down into the furnace of his belly, and he used it to fuel his hunt for those who were responsible. He methodically tracked them down and got his vengeance. 2 of them he had allowed to live. The reasons were complicated, but he knew ultimately it was what Anna would have wanted. With the retribution taken care of and reality staring him straight in the face, his entire world had then come crashing down around him. His moral compass, his sense of right and wrong, had been demagnetized, and he found himself awash in a sea of guilt and self-recrimination. Having spent his life so sure of himself and his actions, he took the only avenue that made any sense to him. He simply walked away. No one knew where he was for more than 6 months. Not his brother, not even his handlers at Langley. When he reappeared, he was a changed man. Broken but not shattered, he was more aware of his faults, more understanding of his shortcomings and how they would affect his job. In the end, he would blame himself forever for thinking he could have a normal life, and he carried with him the guilt of her death every day. A quick prayer to her every morning and every night, apologizing for getting her involved in this nasty world. Sometimes he would admit to himself that she was a willing participant. As strong-willed as anyone he had ever met, no one ever talked her into doing anything she didn't want to do. She came along because she loved him. And in the end, that was the one glorious thing that brought him solace, a bit of happiness, and even an occasional smile to his face. She believed in what he did, and she loved him. It had taken him somewhere between 1.5 years to 2 years to get to that point, and when he did, it was as if the wound magically began to heal. Not all the way, of course. There was still a scar that ran deep and wide, but at least it wasn't being torn open every day as he rode a sea of guilt, anger, and self-pity. He would never be entirely whole again, but he had his confidence back. His sense of purpose was restored, and he was far wiser than he'd been before the tragedy. There was also something else. It was an awkward thing for a man who was well into his second decade of living a life of secrecy, most of it operating alone, in foreign countries for months at a time. A life of deceiving everyone around him, even his fellow countrymen. Rapp now felt a massive sense of responsibility for setting things right. He had confided only in Kennedy about the first part. Because of his job and its solitary nature, Rapp had been trained to survive by thinking of himself first and foremost. But now he looked around at people like Mike Nash and his family, and he realized what was at stake. In a suddenly immediate sense, Rapp felt the need to protect these people and set things right. In the waning light of the attacks that had briefly awakened America to the threat of Islamic radical fundamentalism, the politicians had gone back to their old ways. They had turned on the very people they had asked to secure the country from attack. It always amazed Rapp that these were the very same people who, in the year following 9/11, repeatedly asked the CIA if their measures of interrogation were tough enough. Now they were denying ever saying such things. They were on the attack. They smelled an opportunity, and sooner or later they were going to begin destroying the lives of the men and women who Rapp now felt responsible for. Good men and women who had sacrificed for their country when their country needed them most. And now, an ungrateful Senate and House of Representatives were circling like sharks, looking for an opportunity to boost their political fortunes into a still higher orbit. The plane floated downward and gently set down on the runway. Ridley woke up on landing and, after stretching for a second, pulled out his phone and began checking messages. Rapp continued to look out the window as they continued past the big terminal toward the private aviation section, where Langley kept a hangar. As they pulled parallel to the hangar, he noticed a couple of police squad cars and another half-dozen government sedans. Langley liked to keep as low a profile as possible, so this was not the normal welcoming party for a couple of spooks coming back from Afghanistan. Ridley was too preoccupied with his messages to notice, and Rapp decided not to bother him. When the plane finally stopped, Rapp grabbed his bag and thanked the crew member and the pilots as he headed out the hatch. There on the tarmac were 9 men and 1 woman. Rapp could tell they were feds without having to ask. They all had that uptight, take-themselves-too-seriously look on their faces. One of the agents stepped forward with a piece of paper in his hand and said, "Are you Mitch Rapp?" Rapp considered a smart-ass comment, but decided against it. "Yep." "I have an arrest warrant for you. Would you please drop your bag, lay down on the pavement, and place your hands above your head?" Rapp looked at the man incredulously. "I'll tell you what. You show me which car you'd like me to ride in, and I'll mosey on over with you. We'll toss my bag in the trunk, and I'll get in the back seat." The agent moved his right hand to the hilt of his pistol. "I'm not going to say this again. Drop your bag." Before the agent could finish his sentence, Ridley's head popped out of the plane, and he yelled, "What in the hell is going on here?" The agent's eyes darted from Ridley to Rapp and then back to Ridley. "Sir, I have an arrest warrant in my possession for this man right here. I'll need you to step aside." Ridley charged down the steps, past Rapp, and to within 3 feet of the agent. "FBI?" Ridley barked. The man was half a head taller than Ridley. He looked down at him and said, "Don't make me use force." "Don't give me a reason to kick your ass off my property, Junior. I'm the Deputy Director of the Clandestine Service out at Langley, and you are standing on my turf, so before you put one of my people under arrest, you are going to explain to me just what in the hell is going on." The agent took a half a step back and said, "I'm only doing my job, sir. I have been ordered to place that man," he pointed at Rapp, "under arrest. I wasn't told why. I was simply told to do it." "Who at the Justice Department?" "Wade Klein." "You've got to be fucking kidding me. Let me see the arrest warrant." Ridley stuck out his hand. The agent hesitated, and Ridley said, "You want me to call Director Powell?" The agent didn't like the sound of that, so he handed over the warrant. Ridley unfolded it, gave it a quick read, and handed it back to the agent. "You know who this is?" Ridley pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Rapp. The agent shook his head. Ridley stepped in closer and lowered his voice so only the agent could hear him. "He's a damn American hero, and this," Ridley snatched the warrant out of the agent's hand and waved it around, "is a bunch of PC bullshit. Now, I can't stop you from arresting him, but I'll tell you right now, Special Agent whatever the fuck your name is, if you make him lay down on this tarmac like some common criminal, I will fucking ruin your career. I will call in every favor the Bureau owes me to make sure your fucking ass ends up in Yemen searching cargo containers for the next 3 years. So, what's it going to be?" The agent took a long moment to consider his options and then, finally, said,
He's one of your boys? He ain't my boy. About the only two people he answers to in this town are the director of the CIA and the president. And he doesn't even answer to them most of the time. Chapter 37. Florida Keys. The sun rose brilliantly, casting its rays across the vast expanse of blue water. All 9 men were on deck to witness the glorious power of Allah as another day of their blessed journey began. They'd spent the night lashed together, the 2 boats gently rolling in the shallow swells. Even with the calm water, though, 4 of the men had vomited. Hakim took a bit of perverse joy in seeing these land-loving freedom fighters buckle so easily to the gentle motion of the ocean. Even more joy knowing that it bothered his old friend Karim that he had failed to prepare them for this relatively short jaunt. When they were done praying, rations were handed out, and the men were encouraged to drink plenty of water, especially those who had thrown up. Hakim checked their position again and then climbed out onto the long bow of the fast boat. He looked through a pair of binoculars at a speck on the western horizon. They were 16 nautical miles almost due east from Marathon, Florida. To the north, an almost equal distance, was the U.S. Coast Guard station at Islamorada. Farther to the south and the west was the Coast Guard station at Key West. Both bases were equipped with enough air and surface assets to make this a miserable morning. But it was Key West that he feared most. That was where the command center for the new helicopter interdiction tactical squadron was located. The farther north they went, the more they could mix in with the pleasure boaters and sport fishermen coming out of Miami and the day trippers crossing back and forth from southern Florida to the Bahamas. Hakim scanned the surface first and then tilted the binoculars skyward. There were a few contrails from commercial planes flying at higher altitudes, but no sign of any helicopters at the moment. From his past excursions, Hakim knew they were most active in the dead of night and then later in the day when the boat traffic picked up. The boats didn't worry him as much. There were only a few that could keep up with them, and they weren't armed with the bigger guns of the cutters and coastal patrol boats. The problem would be the helicopters. They were faster than his boats, and worse, they could keep an eye on them from a distance and radio for help. If they weren't careful, they could end up with a bunch of police units converging on them when they reached shore. This had been the most difficult aspect to plan, but Hakim thought he had it figured out. Karim joined him on the bow, and Hakim asked, "Are you nervous?" He asked the question knowing how his friend would answer. "Only fools and liars say they aren't." "Well, my friend, then which one am I?" Hakim continued his search of the sky, now turning back toward Key West. "You are not nervous?" Karim asked with concern. "No, not in the least." "Why do you tempt fate like this? You know you shouldn't say such things." Hakim laughed. "I am excited." "Why aren't you excited? This is what we have been working for. This is a great day." Hakim pointed toward the spit of land on the horizon. "There, my friend, is the great Satan. In a few minutes we will fire up these engines and we will penetrate their defenses. Defenses they have spent billions on, and there is nothing they can do to stop us." Karim frowned. "You are assuming they will not stop us." "Yes, I am." Hakim lowered the binoculars. "When will you begin to have faith in your destiny? I have been telling you for years that this is what awaits you." Again he pointed toward the shore of America. "Allah prefers us to be humble." "Then you can be humble, but I will be excited. This is something they will write about. In a few days the entire Arab world will be talking about these new lions of Al-Qaeda and their leader, the great Karim Nur al-Din, who have struck at the heart of America. We have done nothing yet. Is it wrong to hope?" Karim made a brooding face and finally said, "I suppose not." "And think of the faces those old women will make when the news finally reaches them in the mountain hideouts. Zawahiri will be furious that he and his millionaire boyfriend do not receive the credit." "Do not speak of him that way," Karim said angrily. "I'm sorry, but you know I think Zawahiri has poisoned him." "He still deserves our respect." Karim was disgusted with the Al-Qaeda leadership, but his fellow Saudi Arabian did not deserve to be spoken of in such a manner. "So," Karim said, "tell me of your grand plan. Do you really think we will just sail ashore and unload your drugs?" "That all depends on the Coast Guard. And if they show up, we will outrun them. What if it is a helicopter, like you mentioned last night?"
You keep going straight, and I will worry about the helicopter." "That is it? That is the extent of your grand plan?" Hakim showed off his bright white smile. "No. I have a few tricks." "Ahmed?" "Yes, he is one of them. In fact, now is the perfect time to show him the present I brought along for him." Hakim climbed around the windscreen and went below deck. A moment later, he appeared with a long, black, rectangular case. He looked into the other boat and said, "Ahmed, I have something for you." The 24-year-old Moroccan hopped from one boat into the other as the others came to the edge. Hakim set the case on the flat cushion just aft of the cockpit and popped the clasps. He swung the case open to reveal a very large gun. Ahmed gasped as he said, "A Barrett 50 caliber. I have dreamt of shooting such a gun." "Can you handle it?" Hakim asked. "Of course," Ahmed said enthusiastically. "Where did you get it?" "Nashville, Tennessee." "Isn't that where they are made?" "Near there." Ahmed picked it up and looked through the Barrett optical range scope. "When do I get to fire it?" "Hopefully not any time soon, but just in case you have to. Are you familiar with the weapon?" "There is not much to know. It is one of the finest rifles ever constructed. Robust, accurate, very easy to shoot." "Good. There are 3 10-round boxes already loaded." Hakim pointed at the case. "What type of ammunition?" 50 caliber, BMG, armor-piercing incendiary." Ahmed tore his eyes away from the gun and said, "Only NATO troops have that ammunition." "And you?" Hakim laughed loudly. "Where in the world did you get—" "I'll tell you on the long drive to Washington. We'll have plenty of time, but now we must get moving." Hakim turned and looked up at his old friend, who was standing on the other side of the windscreen. "Are you ready, my friend?" "Yes." "Good," Hakim said with unbridled enthusiasm. "Just like we practiced last night. Everybody get in your proper place and we will start the engines." The men started scrambling into their assigned boats. "Remember," Hakim said, "keep your weapons hidden unless Karim or I tell you to get them out." He then turned to Ahmed and whispered, "Stay close to me and make sure your new toy is ready to use." Hakim started his engines one at a time and waited for his friend to do the same. After another minute, Hakim ordered the lines to be undone and then got under way at a leisurely 15 knots. With the wind whipping over their heads, Hakim turned to Ahmed and asked, "Are you familiar with the MH-65C Dolphin helicopter?" Ahmed shook his head. "Not to worry." Hakim popped the small glove box on the dashboard and retrieved several pieces of paper. "Here are the schematics. I've circled the 3 places where it is most vulnerable. If we come across one, it might be useful information." Chapter 38. Washington, D.C. Rapp had to laugh at the irony of the situation. Here he was, in an orange prison jumpsuit, shackled to a metal table in a room that reeked of urine. The cinder-block walls of the 10-by-10-foot interrogation room were covered with a variety of body fluids that Rapp did not want to attempt to identify. The fact that America treated terrorists better than its own citizens was just another example of how upside down things were. He was in the Central Detention Facility, or D.C. jail as it is more commonly known, a place located in one of the most run-down, crime-ridden neighborhoods in America. Every year, for the last 30, Southeast D.C. helped the capital city finish in the top 5 for most murders, usually number 1. The jail was filled with gangbangers and crackheads and every other kind of reprobate that roamed the not-so-safe streets of the nation's capital. It was obvious that the political forces behind his arrest thought they could somehow unravel him by sticking him in this place, which was proof that they were either very stupid or very petty, or probably both. When they'd finished fingerprinting and photographing him, they took away all his clothes and gave him the orange jumpsuit and the paper slippers and stuck him in general holding. No lawyer, no phone call, just Ridley standing there doling out threats like a kindergarten teacher on a field trip. Ridley warned them it was a mistake, told them over and over not to dump him in general holding, but the jailers stuck with their official line that everyone gets the same treatment. Rapp lasted less than 5 minutes in the big 30-by-10-foot cell. A wiry black perp all strung out on drugs got in his face almost the second he walked in the door. Rather than engage the man in conversation, Rapp hit him with a quick jab to the solar plexus and sent him to the floor, where he lay gasping for air like a fish out of water. 2 slightly larger and younger black men took umbrage at this and strolled across the cell, hooting and hollering about all the hurt they were going to put on their new bitch. In 5 seconds, Rapp sized them up, drew them in, and dismantled them. The man on the left got a half a step ahead of the other guy and threw the first punch. Rapp moved his head a mere 6 inches and let the fist sail past. With a slight pivot, he brought up his right leg and then sent his foot crashing down on the outside of the man's right knee. Having thrown his punch and missed, the man was left for a second with 95% of his weight resting on that front foot. When Rapp's foot made contact and pushed through the target, the man buckled as if he'd been walking on a pair of flimsy stilts. The second guy was on him almost immediately and actually got a hold of Rapp's jumpsuit for a second before Rapp broke free with a series of quick rabbit punches to several vital organs. He then took the man by the wrist, twisted the hand 180 degrees, and straightened his arm so that his elbow was in a locked position, pointing directly up at the ceiling. One quick kick to the stomach sent the man to the floor. There was a moment when the entire room was still. Rapp looked across the cell at the other gangbangers and tried to gauge their mood. They were all paying rapt attention, and a few looked like they might join in. Rapp decided that the easiest way to stop the violence was to make an example. With the perp's arm still in a straight and locked position, Rapp dropped to his right knee, brought his left arm up above his head, and brought his elbow smashing down. When the blow struck, the other man's elbow socket exploded, sounding like a 2x4 snapping from too much weight. When the guards showed up, the first perp was just regaining his ability to breathe, but the other two were rolling around on the ground, screaming in pain, with limbs pointed at very unnatural angles. The guards had a quick conference and decided to move Rapp to one of the interrogation rooms. That was where he had been sitting from roughly 1 o'clock in the morning until now. He was shackled around his wrists and ankles and chained to the metal table. The cinder-block walls were blank. With nothing to look at and nothing to do but wait, Rapp rested his head on the table and tried to sleep. He lost track of time, but it felt like he'd been in the room for close to 10 hours, which meant it was probably closer to 5. Alone, with nothing but his thoughts, he wondered how Kennedy was taking things. There was a good chance that she was raising holy hell, but one never really knew in this town. When the door finally opened, Rapp looked up and saw a man roughly his age, wearing a blue suit and a mint green and blue striped tie. He was handsome, but not in a masculine way. He was too perfect, too deliberate, like he put a lot of effort into his grooming and appearance. He entered the room holding a cup of coffee, a scone, and a leather briefing folder under one arm. He kicked the door closed and sat down across from Rapp. After straightening his tie and taking a sip of coffee, he said, "You have managed to get yourself into a lot of trouble." Rapp stared back at him with his brown eyes that were so dark they were almost black, and said nothing. Striking an officer of the United States Air Force is a very serious crime. He glanced at Rapp with his most serious expression and flipped open the briefing folder. "Not to mention this part about you donning the uniform of colonel and sneaking around a United States military installation without authorized access. I would say you've finally run out of luck, Mr. Rapp." Rapp said nothing. He stared back at the man and wondered if he really thought he was going to somehow scare him. "You're looking at 10 years, maybe more." Rapp chuckled. "You find this funny?" "I find your theatrical bravado funny." The man took a sip of coffee and, in a morose tone, said, "I don't think you're going to be laughing when you're sitting in a federal prison getting butt-fucked by a bunch of hard cons." Rapp's eyes narrowed, the creases in his forehead deepening. He sensed something in the man across the table, something he should be leery of. "Who are you?" The man straightened his tie and said, "I'm Wade Klein, Department of Justice Chief Privacy and Civil Liberties Officer, and I'm your worst nightmare, Mr. Rapp." "Really?" Rapp asked in a not impressed tone. "Yes, I'm incorruptible, and I don't like people who think they don't have to play by the rules." Rapp nodded. "Speaking of the rules," Rapp glanced up at the camera in the corner, "would you mind telling me why I haven't seen my attorney?" Klein grinned at Rapp and with an arched brow said, "Sometimes it's hard to track down a lawyer in the middle of the night. I'm sure he'll be along